Buongiorno tutti, great to have your company once again on the European Cricket Network. Day 5 on the way, 5 matches. Kings 11 first up, they're without a win and they desperately want one. We're going to see them taking on Cividate. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Italy, Milan, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day number 5. 5 more matches coming up, starting with match number 21. We've got Kings 11 here and we've got Cividate as well. Rob Kemming is off today, so I'll be doing the toss. It's Cividate to call as the away team. Kuljinder Singh will do the toss. Called in the air. Heads is the call, and it is heads. What would you like to do? Okay, so Kuljinder, you're 2-1. You had some success on opening day. How confident are you going into today's matches?
We guys are full confident to make a successful win or whatever we can do our best.
Do you find that batters are having a bit of a hard time with this outfield because it's pretty slow at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It's like we try to get 6 as possible, because 4s are just getting slow.
Okay, and so you've won the toss. Explain your reasoning behind what you want to do first.
Well, we wanted to bowl first because of the outfield, and the morning is very slow, so we want to just restrict match lower.
Okay, and who should we be looking out for your team today?
Zain Ali is the key player.
Well, he did hit 6 sixes and over. That's pretty good. Best of luck to you today. I'll let you get ready. Let's go and talk to Jaipal Singh from Kings 11. So you've lost the toss. You're having to bat first. How do you feel about batting first this morning?
Yes, I try to big total on the board and try to first win on the board.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't have a win. How do you feel, though? I mean, you've still got some very good players. I mean, Simranjit Singh, I'm sure he's a guy you'd love to fire, maybe in the number 3 position?
Yes, he is a key player and match dependent too much on here.
Okay, I love your bowling as well. Is there a chance we'll see some of your leg spin today?
Yes, sure.
I think slow bowling is really important. Best of luck today. Hopefully you can get some wins on the board.
Yes, spin is the key this morning because outfield is wet, pitch a little bit slow.
Yeah, it is a bit slow kind of everywhere, isn't it? Hey, best of luck to you, Jaipal. Hope you have a great day. So there you go. News from the toss is that Cividate, their captain Kuljinder Singh, has won the toss. He's elected to bowl. No surprises there. Conditions today, it's a bit of cloud cover at the moment, but still some blue sky poking through, about 13 degrees. We're expecting it to get to about 22. Danny Hudacek is in the commentary box. And, well, Danny, let's go over to you now. News from the toss is that Cividate won the toss. They're going to bowl. So Kings 11 batting first up. Let's see if they can get their first win. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day number 5.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everybody from all around the world to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan, Italy, as we see the overhead shot of this lovely little ground in just on the outskirts of Milan. And it's a little bit fresh this morning. There's a little bit of dew on the ground, and it's going to be a very interesting tussle between these two teams, Kings 11 and Cividate. Kings 11 not really getting their tournament firing yet, and I like a win against Cividate. Were very impressive on the first day. And it's just a summary of yesterday's action. Albano missing out to Ginebrescia, who got the total of 79 they needed in quick time. Albano not having the best of it. As you can see, Ginebrescia also then playing against Fresh Tropical. Fresh Tropical having a good day yesterday. Ginebrescia with good runs on the board, but Fresh Tropical able to get those within with about an over to spend. Zain Naqvi, their main man, with a lovely 64 off 27. It was my day off yesterday, so I did see the results. I didn't really see that many of the games, but one thing I did know is that Fresh Tropical played very well and beat the luckless Albano, who are definitely missing their main man, Jorawa Singh, who's not at this tournament. He's the glue that holds it all together, quality player. Albano just not having the greatest of tournaments we've seen in the past. They were very, very competitive. Then Janjua Brescia played Gina Brescia. Again, a pretty close game, but it's Gina Brescia that came out on top. Asad Tanvir with a 4 for 6, good bowling effort for Gina. And then quite a few players contributing with the bat for Gina as well. Then we had Albano again against Janjua Brescia. And Vibor Yadav definitely picking up the man of the match with an unbeaten 31, and also those figures of 5 for 6. He's second fifer in the tournament, Yadav. And Albano just not at the races, unfortunately, in this tournament. But Janjua Brescia keeping their hopes alive with a good victory. And then, well, the final game of the day, Albano again. And the 78 was a target, but Gina Brescia made easy, well, did it pretty easily in the end, only losing 3 wickets with Hasnat Ahmed on 26 off 13 and Shabaz Masood a quick fire 22. So Gina Brescia looking good in the tournament as well. Albano unfortunately at the bottom of the ladder, and we'll see the ladder here. Fresh Tropical up top, only lost 1 game, looking ominous now. They're starting to warm up and really get into this tournament. Janjua Brescia and Gina Brescia also up there. The 2 teams there on 8 points, Janjua and Fresh Tropical. You see the game today, or the first game today, Chivadate. First time we've seen them since Monday. They had a very good day, won 2 games, playing Kings 11, who are looking for their first win. As you can see at the top of the innings, Vikas Kumar and Sarvjit Singh, and also Simrajit Singh, the 3 big names, as well as Rizwan for the Kings with the batting. And Chivadate, Zain Ali is their main man with the bat, but they have some very, very good bowling as well. And we'll see that coming up in just a moment as the players are coming onto the field. Chivadate in their blue and black strip, as you can see, very tight between the two. But Kings 11 not really having the greatest day or tournament yet. Chivadate, the surprise packet of day 1, they had a huge win over Albano, scoring the highest score of the tournament, 143 they scored. And it was Zain Ali who scored a sparkling 77 on that occasion, still the top scorer in the tournament. Yeah, we're going to get play underway in just a moment. It was Chivadate and their captain Kuljinder Singh that won the toss, elected to bowl. Interesting decision. The ground is a little bit wet, so the ball will swing maybe for the first over or so, but as soon as a little bit of water on the ball, the swing will come out of it, and it'll give a bit of an advantage to the Kings 11 batsmen. However, we have seen this ground plays a little bit slow, and so it's going to be harder to get to the boundary, especially with a little bit of dew on the surface. We're going to get underway in just a moment. It will be Mohammad Arslan to open the bowling for Chivadate, and as predicted, in fact, it's Rizwan Tahir that's come up the order to open with Vikas Kumar. Good move that, I think. He's one of a very talented batsman. And it will be Vikas to face as the sun comes out. And it is a little bit cloudy than what we've seen so far this week. Might be a bit of swing in the air. That's Mohammad Arslan. He's been very good with the bat and the ball so far for Chivadate. The first ball of day 5. And that's a good ball outside off stump. Bit of movement. We'll have a look at it. And bit of early swing. Went with the ball went a little bit with the swing. Sometimes you see it cut off this pitch. Interesting pitch as well. Very different to most of the pitches in Europe. And it does give quite a bit for the bowlers, but as you saw, there was a bit of swing. And so good conditions for swing bowling this morning on the cloud cover. Comes in again. Again, just outside off stump. That's a perfect line of length for a swing bowler. Not much foot movement there from Vikas Kumar. It's just a bit of a swing and a miss. He's trying to reach for it, but it's playing with that tram line. It's an indication line for a wide, and generally it's well adhered to by the umpires. As long as the ball is inside that line, and it's a legal delivery, but it is fairly wide, and you have to move your feet to get towards the ball. This one's in the air, should be out, and it is, first wicket. And that's a really nice piece of bowling. First wicket for Chivadate, who are having a fantastic tournament, and that's the end of Vikas Kumar. As you can see, the ball left him a bit, played it a bit inside out, and it's gone to the safe hands of Zain Ali. And that's the first wicket down. Vikas Kumar not very happy, and there's Derek the Duck. He's waddling off with Vikas. Good start for Chivadate. And Kings 11, their tournament really hasn't gotten going yet. It is Jagmeet Singh, the new batsman. But I've got to say that it's very, very good bowling up top from Muhammad Arslan. As I said, he's been very good with the ball on the bat. But perfect swing bowling. It is swinging pretty much from the hand. As you can see, it goes, played to hit it through the onside and just hit it a little bit inside out to the batsman. They've got a man back at long on, and I can't see, and deep mid wicket as well. Again, good bowling. This is a perfect over from an outswing bowler here. You can see it's that line and length. The batsman unwilling to move their feet towards it. There's a very strong offside field as well, as you normally see, because nearly for an outswing bowler, that's the line and length that you're wanting to bowl to. There's that man deep. It's probably a deep square leg rather than a mid wicket. Comes Arslan again. And it's played on the onside. That'll be the first runs to Kings 11. That one just didn't quite swing as much. It was a little bit straight there from Arslan. It's been a fantastic over already. One ball left. And it'll be Rizwan Tahir, who's so important for this Kings 11 side. He'll be facing the first delivery. His first delivery. And here comes Arslan. Hit the pad, maybe a bit of bat. Umpire not interested. Probably going down leg side anyway. But end of a very good over. As you can see, the ball's probably not swinging. This one's at the stumps, just outside off. Red leg, I mean, not out. Missing leg. But very good start there for Chivadate. Vinny.
All the ones, isn't it? 1 for 1 off 1. Morning, everyone. Nice to have your company on day 5. Let's have a look at the run rates by day. Yesterday was the lowest scoring date, and unfortunately, your team Albano had something to do with that. Dragging it down a bit. So the average run rate for this week now is 9 and over. I feel like the past score still is kind of 100 or so. I think there's just been a few innings where it's gone off the rails. We've seen some particularly low ones. We haven't seen a lot of high scores. I think we had 140. It's about it. Apart from that, teams have struggled to break the 100, even 110. Definitely not the 120. But yeah, around about the 100, I think, is what teams are aiming for as a minimum. But not the greatest start for Kings 11, who haven't had a good start to the tournament, have they? They are without a win so far. But how about Chivadate and Zain Ali in the action again with a catch in the first over? Musharraf Muzaffar will come in. Yeah, I suppose the biggest issue here, Danny, is that the teams have just struggled to hit boundaries, in particular fours, which just relieve the pressure. And when you're not hitting boundaries, you tend to get over-aggressive, and that's resulted in a lot of wickets.
Exactly right. And look, you're trying to force the issue because it is very slow in this outfield. And so a correct batsman will tend to try to hit the ball a little bit harder. And that, and also this pitch is is pretty good for bowlers as well.
It goes after this. This has been one area that you have been able to target if the ball is anywhere near you. That's gone all the way. Maximo! First one of the day. Jagmeet Singh's been put up to number 3. He's one guy I think that they think can hit boundaries. Not afraid to get him out there in the power play. He does the business there.
That's a lovely shot. And just got it a bit too straight, did the bowler. And allowing for swing, but as I mentioned before, as the ball gets wet, the first 3 balls from Arslan swung. And then I think the first one that went along the ground took a bit of moisture into the ball and just stopped swinging. And Mustafa will have to compensate. It's a better ball.
So I want to say good morning to everyone that's watching on FanCode and everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Just go back to the fact that we've seen a lot of chances created and a lot of chances taken. The average kind of wickets per innings is normally in the 5s. If you look at the average wickets per 10 overs, it's normally 5 to 5.5.
Yeah.
In this series so far, it's been 6.6, which is significantly more. It's kind of 20% more wickets than usual. Ooh, that's pretty close, and only the height that might have the umpire shaking his head.
Look pretty close. Maybe the height.
Yeah, it hits him kind of top of the pad. Don't think there's any problems for line or where it hits him. Hits him in line. I don't think it's missing leg, but there, I think it's a good bit of umpire. Actually, almost hits him that just above the pad on the back leg. Good decision, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Element of doubt
it
there.
may have hit the stumps, but you've got to be 100% with the umpire to give a decision.
Now he tries to elevate, and he does. This could be a plugger at this stage of the day. Does, but it still gets over the line. So 4 runs. Jagmeet trying to get things moving. He has all the runs so far for Kings 11.
Yeah, it's a pretty risk-free shot there because the field's in on the offside. So he's just trying to hit over the top of that man at mid-off. Does it well. Just crawls over the line.
Yeah, so Kai's saying there's been a few collapses which have kind of affected the numbers. That's true. They're not slip in place at the moment.
We had 2 epic collapses in the same game,
Yeah,
which is
2,
incredible.
that's true. 8 for 13 and 8 for 17.
16 for 30.
16 for 30. Well, they're kind of Albano numbers from yesterday. I hate to say. I think they'd lost 61 for 16 at one point. This is up and away. Jagmeet's on a heater. He has literally every single run so far for Kings 11. 17 of them, in fact. And it's 17 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, it's 2 straight from Musharraf. It's just on his legs, too easy. And he's a good batsman, is Jagmeet. And it's a very safe shot with only 2 fielders in the outfield, even though I guess they wouldn't have fielded that anyway because he did go for 6.
Now, Kings 11, 0-2, looks pretty dismal, doesn't it? But I tell you what, if they can win 3 matches, the next 3 matches, they're actually up kind of at that 3rd and 4th kind of region. So there's not too much between them and the rest because they do have those games in hand. Albano, like I said, tough day for them. I think their finals aspirations are done. For Chivadate, 2-1, not a bad first day for them. So every time you hit the park, it's important, isn't it? Because only 10, I say only, 10 seems like a lot, but it's 4 days of cricket essentially out of the 10 or 11 days of group matches, round-robin matches. Mohamed Arslan, he's always been a workhorse for Chivadate over the last 3 seasons we've seen him. He's bowled well. This is almost taken. Would have been an outstanding catch. It's kind of a lead. Now they're going to take on a 2 that's not really there, and he's going to be run out. Wow, that's a disaster. Rizwan Tahir has run out. And firstly, it was a pretty good effort at the catch. I think he might have got a fingertip on it, slowed it down. And I'm not sure whose idea this was. Jagmeet decided to turn blind and go. He wasn't that keen on it, was he? And to be honest, I just think that's a case of Jagmeet misreading the play. Maybe didn't realise there was a finger on this from the fielder originally. But he sails Rizwan up the river. So the second wicket of the day falls. It's 18 for 2.
Tell you what, that was fantastic work from Zain Ali just to have a look at the situation. He turned and he saw that the batsman Rizwan was really struggling, and it was his partner that really sold him up the river for that one. Jagmeet just turned blind and ran.
The other thing is, it's not like Jagmeet should be trying to get away from the strike really either. So yeah, it's a tough one. He does turn blind there. And by turn blind, what I mean, well, first look at the catch attempt.
That was a great effort.
Yeah, it was a great effort. And it's a pick, and actually had to be a perfect throw. Loses the sunglasses in the process. It was a pretty good throw, gets him by 2 steps. But yeah, Jugmeat had his back to where the ball was, and so I don't think he really knew what was happening. If he had turned correctly, then I think he probably doesn't go for the second, and Rizwan's still there.
Yeah.
Anyway, they threw Jugmeat in above Simran, who's the regular number 3. Simran's been struggling a little bit with the bat, but he's not the only one. There's a few, what I'd call bigger names that have found it hard going in these conditions. Again, a bit chewy this morning, so that ball gets heavy. It's harder to hit further. Simran pushes down, runs, and there wasn't a run there, but the fumble means that he gets off the hook. It's Ramsunil that wasn't able to gather it at the first attempt. Well, Danny, you're coming off a day off. I certainly enjoyed day 4, and I know you caught bits and pieces of it. But tell us about your day off, because last time we were here in Milan, we were here together 2 years ago. Because of lockdowns. We couldn't really get into the city. What did you do with your day off?
Oh yeah, look, I headed in by public transport into the centre of Milan. Got off at the Duomo and had a look around. And I'm not a good tourist, Vinny. I'll explain that.
You're
in
a
minute.
different kind of tourist.
I like. No, we'll come back to it.
Come back to it after this ball from Arslan. So a little chip won't carry the field up. It's Ramsdale again. So what do you mean by you're not a good tourist?
Well, I don't like other tourists.
Yeah.
So
That's fair, though.
I go to the Duomo, and it's beautiful. It's a big cathedral in the centre of Milan. It's sort of like the centre square as well. And there are you just look around, and everyone's on their phone doing little poses in front of the cathedral, and I'm not. If I want a picture of the Duomo, there's a billion of them on the internet.
I know what you're saying. Pitched up, and well, we got another miscommunication. Could be trouble. Oh dear. Hopefully, this is trouble, because there's a collision between the keeper and Simran, and they both look hurt. And yeah, firstly, just a big collision. Yeah, dear me. Oh, again, number one thing is that everyone's all right. It looked like the kind of legs of Simran hit either the head or the shoulder of the keeper, is Ramunshi. Let's have a look what happens. I mean, firstly, again, there's a lack of eye contact originally. Simran tries to get out of the way. He tries to lift his leg over the keeper to avoid the collision, but he can't quite manage it. And yeah, some concerns. This will show it as well. Oh, that is nasty. Unavoidable. I mean, obviously, I'm glad the bat doesn't hit him, which would have been was potentially an issue. But yeah, Isra Munchi, good to see he's sitting up there and he's just having a little sip of water. It gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box for the first time today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudchak as well. Happy Peacock Friday to all of you out there. Yeah, a bit of a nasty collision there. It can happen from time to time, but hopefully you can join us, and maybe you're feeling a bit bright as well like we are, even though there's not as much blue sky today, but a cloud cover. Don't think there's any rain in the forecast though, but as we saw the other day, the weather can be a little bit unpredictable here at times.
Yeah, we had a pretty good little thunderstorm, didn't we? So.
Yeah, that swept through. Well, Mr. Ramunchi just survived a bit of a hurricane of his own. Oh man, it knocked his hat off, and I think it was actually more or less the knee. And I know you got the pads on, but because he was running, I think it's actually just above the knee that impacts Isra Munshi. And I'm a bit worried that Simran's going to have to come off here.
Obviously,
as well. Let's have a look.
Munshi's head is more solid than Simran's knee.
Well, it might be.
He seems to be walking okay.
Yeah, it might just be that he
right.
wants a new pair of gloves. Well, hopefully not boxing gloves. But yeah, no, Simran, I mean, originally, I'll tell you what happened there is that Jugmeat hit the ball and ran, but didn't look at Simran, who wasn't that keen to come. But then there came a point, by the time he looked at him, he said, oh, we've made a mix-up here, but let's go through with it anyway. But a better throw, and actually, Simran should have been run out.
Yeah, for sure.
Look, it's actually the throw that took the keeper into that line where Simranjit was running. Anyway, survives in more ways than one.
Well, glad they're both okay.
Yeah.
And we'll get back to this game.
Still not walking 100% though, Simran, after that as well. Glad everyone's able to continue. Now gets a Yorker, jams down on it. Yeah, so, yeah, you were saying that if you want pictures of the Jomo, then you could just get them on the internet. So what are you like as a tourist then?
Look, I like walking and seeing a city.
Yep.
And but I don't like walking aimlessly. So a couple of things that I do. I buy records. I've done that all around Europe and Australia, of course, and in the States. And so I have a destination. So what I do is I find a record store and I go to that destination and I find new places in the city where most tourists wouldn't go. And the other thing, as we come back to Arslan. Oh, good ball.
Slow ball there up to the block hole again. Into the over, into the power play. Kings 11 losing a couple early. It's 20 for 2 after 3.
So, yeah, that was a really good spell from Muhammad Arslan. It's
1 for 4 off 2. You didn't give too many away and picked up the wicket. And Kings 11 on the back foot. But, I mean, we've seen worse starts, especially yesterday.
Yeah.
So I know that you like to buy records because there's some really nice shops in the Czech Republic you've shown me before.
Yep.
So is that one of your strategies to look up places you can buy?
Well, you go with the mission.
Collection?
I mean, look, it's my souvenir. I don't need to get a little Duomo statue or a snow globe. it just sort of gathers dust or in a box somewhere. So, but the records, you get pressings from different countries, or you get local artists and things like that. But anyway, the other thing I do is I hunt down craft beer stores, and I found a really nice little one yesterday. Don't remember what it's called.
I actually found a really good couple last time while we were here in Milan, and I might have to give you the tip on it for your next day off. But it was pretty strong, the beer there. I remember that. It was right down on the river. And again,
there's a river?
It escapes me. It escapes me what it was called, but I can definitely go into my credit card payment history and find out.
This place it's called Shallow.
Shallow with no W.
Yeah,
okay.
no W, and it's tiny.
All right.
But it's very good. There's a little tap room, I guess. A couple of about 5 beers on tap and a fridge. Really nice atmosphere. Very local.
Zain Ali getting a bowl now, and he gets banged straight, and he gets banged out of the ground. What a shot. Maximo! Jugmeat's been a difference maker at number 3. They need to inject something in. Bit of a surprise move, but a good one. That was right out of the middle. Zain Ali getting some of his own medicine.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jugmeat is having a fantastic day already. 24 off 12. And a score of 26 is pretty decent.
What a shot that was. Okay, so how long did you spend at the craft beer store? This is my next question.
It wasn't. Look, I had a bit of a walk. I went on a mission to find a record store that was. I couldn't find actually. I found the address, but there was nothing there.
That's frustrating, isn't it?
But it's all right. Again, I saw nice bits of the city. As Zain Ali comes in again.
Change of angle. This one doesn't get up at all. Well handled by the keeper on an awkward second bounce.
So yeah, and then by that time I had a big breakfast, but I did need a drink. So I stopped at this place. I think it's Doppio Malto or something like that, which is a big. I don't know if it's a chain, but it's definitely a big sort of enterprise that has some craft beers. They're a brewery.
Zain driven into the gap. So sure this will go, you know. It wasn't really chased with gusto from the first fielder, but someone goes after it in the end and they hurl it in. It'll be 2 runs.
So then, I had a couple of beers there. Just it was kind of like a liquid lunch, but just refreshing the batteries. And then went on a bit of a walk, walked past the Duomo. Saw La Scala. Do you know? Have you seen La Scala? Do you know what it is?
Tell me. It rings a bell, actually.
Very famous opera house, and it's probably the most famous. This is called a wide. Probably the most famous opera houses in the world. And I got there, and from the outside, it was very plain. I didn't know what to expect because you see a lot of Italian architecture, and it's a little over the top. If you look at the Duomo, you'll know what I mean. Zain Ali comes in again. And this one's wide, it's full, it's been put away and took a weird bounce, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, just a ball that would have been a wide actually if he reaches it. And this is, again, one area where you can pick up 4s. And watch that just scoot on, gets a friendly bounce. I think It's a bit unpredictable what will happen when the first bounce hits, but I think normally when you hit behind the wicket, the ball's spinning kind of backwards, which kind of takes it to the boundary more often than not. It was an extreme skid, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So La Scala, and it's a famous opera house. I'm sure it's much different inside, and to watch an opera, even though I'm not an opera fan. But from the outside, it's a very plain-looking building.
A lot of history here. It's fascinating. As we get to the end of the fourth over, the score is 33 for 2 after 4. That's a decent ball. Last up from Zain Ali. Just sneaks inside the tram line. Yeah, we had a great time here in Milan last year. Like I said, we did find a little place. I bought some sunglasses from a street vendor across the road from that craft beer store, which was on the river. I'm trying to remember the area it was called.
I didn't notice. I'm sure there's a river. I just didn't notice it. Maybe I just didn't get to that area.
It wasn't huge, but I remember that I was asking to pay with card, and he said...
to a street vendor?
Yeah, because I didn't have any cash on me. He said, no, I can sort it. And then I said, don't worry, I'll look after your stall, while he went away for a few minutes. So I was in the role of trying to sell sunglasses and little knickknacks for about 5 minutes. Of course, my Italian is suspect. And I think I didn't sell anything, but I think I had a warm presence there on the side of the street. And then
like you didn't get
they
arrested.
cost me €4. I've still got those sunglasses. And whenever anyone says they look cheap and tacky, I say, look, I got these in Milan. And anyway, Kuljinder comes in. This won't quite carry to Arslan, who handles it on the first bounce. But yeah, they're an interesting shape. They're different. I mean, so many things I suppose I do are a little bit different. Hello to Sundori as well. And Ajul Mubarak to you as well, Sundori. And to all of our viewers out there. Kuljinder takes the pace off this. We're going to run it straight in the fielder. Well, that sounds like a really nice day. I think you've got
Lovely.
Wednesday off next week as well.
Yep.
So maybe some of our viewers can give you a few tips as well. But
That'd
I
be
kind of
great.
see what you're saying. One of the cool things about 2 years ago when I started doing this full time, this could be a chance. It's hanging up in the air. It's not an easy one at all. It's a steep lane. He won't get there. It's actually a pretty good effort in the end because it was Scandal lead. He didn't turn around, which I think would have made it even more difficult. So he stayed facing the ball, but he ends up in the kind of 100 metres of running backwards sprint, doesn't he? And in the end, does get 2 hands to it. Oh, again, that's a nasty one. Lucky that's a softish landing on this field.
Yeah, that's a good shout there.
I think it's just outside the line. Let's see it on the replay. Yeah, Kulchinder's been a really reliable bowler for Chividante. You can see where this hits him.
Yeah. It's missing off pretty high as well.
Yeah.
But going back to the drop catch, he had an almost identical one on the first day as well, and looked like he banged his head again. Lucky, you're right. If it's a soft landing.
Yeah, softish, I should say. But yeah, good call by the umpire. They've been very good in this series as well.
I've got a story for you about managing a place without knowing what similar to what you had. I went to a place in Glasgow when I first came to Europe. There was a chance for a run out.
I'll sneak one in here.
And I went to Glasgow. I was on my way to Norway to meet up with friends. Went to Glasgow and I was just in a hostel for a night. Anyway, I found the hostel and it wasn't a great indication that the front door had been kicked in. The glass front door had been kicked in.
That's not great, is it?
And then
This is one to finish the 5th over. We'll hear that in a second because we're at the halfway point now. And the score at the end of 5 is 39 for 2. Welcome into the Marshmallow. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Hudacek. I do want to go back to that in a second. What I was going to say a second ago was that it's been really cool. Well, not cool, but one of the things about the pandemic lockdown is we were travelling and there weren't really any tourists. So first time I came to Prague, very little tourists at all. Felt like quite special and quite welcomed, actually. It is Peacock Friday, as you can probably tell. Shoe watch. These are the shoes I'm wearing today. These are my Peacock shoes. So what do you think of those numbers, Danny?
Did you skin a chameleon?
These are the shoes I'm going for today, and I like the little flowers in the grass here as well. So yeah, I've given up on trying to show you my shoes on this camera because I might pull a hamstring, but they're the Peacock shoes I'm going with today. Anyway, let's roll into the 6th over now. And Zain Ali's going to continue. This is lifted up and away. The fielder is going to get an opportunity to catch it, but it'll be the wrong side of the line. Maximal, and that's confidence booster for Simranjit Singh.
Well, that's what we saw last time Zain Ali came around the weekend. He got smashed for 6, and he's tried it again. And
it's a different batter, but same result,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. So I think over the wicket.
After this ball, I want to go back to you staying in the hostel. You realised the door had been kicked in. Oh, well. Zain, change of approach. And a pretty good ball. Pick it up, they'll scrum through for 1. Okay, so yeah, tell us more about this place.
So I checked in, and the room itself was just one big room with mattresses on the floor. It was clean, I think.
Minimalist.
Minimalist, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm there just in the living room. I'm the only one there, and the guy running the hostel says, "I'm just going to pop out. Can you take care of stuff?"
Okay.
This one's chipped over the bowler. And then there's about 5 Australian guys came in to want to check in. And they said, "Oh, we just want to check in." I said, "Well, the guy's gone out. I'm taking care of it, but I don't know what to do."
Yeah.
And obviously the guy had just gone to the pub. the guy, like the
He's
caretaker,
delegated
to someone who'd been
responsibilities.
in the country for an hour.
Where was this again?
Glasgow.
Oh, Glasgow at least.
And
They kind of speak English there.
I never saw him again. Chance for a catch. 2 of them coming in. No,
Dropped. They're going to come for 2 because it gets away from the fielder. This has been into it. It's actually called no ball. And let's have a look at it. I mean, he's tall. Yeah, it's around about waist high. You can understand why they make that call. It's a 50-50, I suppose, but in real time, they do seem pretty high. And I suppose he shouldn't be bowling that high anyway, so it wouldn't have been out even if it was caught. 50's up, the free hit to come. That sounds pretty interesting. Yeah,
So
maybe that's one for the chat. It's a bit obscure. What have you been left in charge of that you had no idea what you were doing? That's probably the one that I can think of when I was trying to man the sunglasses and kind of I was a street vendor for about 6 minutes until he found the card machine for me to pay my €4. I actually think I've said I'd pay you extra if you let me pay on card. So it might have ended up paying more than 4 because I did like the sunglasses. They were cool. All right, free hit. And get past the keeper. I'll sneak through for a single off the inside edge. So yeah, Kings 11 getting something going. I mean, these 2 very experienced players. They're both Italian national team players. They both played ECC cricket. Jagmeet more as the bowler, left-arm spinner. Simran, I don't think he batted enough, to be honest, for Italy when we saw him at the Cardamore Oval. But speaking of the Cardamore Oval, of course, the ECC groups, we're planning to reveal them today. Still waiting on the fancy graphic, but some of our viewers, including Julian, who's in the chat. Well, there we go. There's the wicket. Zain Ali breaks through, and it's the slower ball that does it for Jagmeet. He kickstarts this innings with 34, but there'll be no more as Kings 11, they lose a third. It's 51 for 3.
Yeah, it's right, just right of the pegs, and there we see just missed a straight one. Didn't really get up that much either.
Yeah, I think it is a slight change of pace. I think he's early on it. Zain Ali, he just fractionally kind of pulls his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. And there's a big waving fist bump. But a good innings from Jagmeet. Just what they wanted from him at number 3. And another good hitter to replace him in Jasvinder Singh coming out at number 5. Yeah, Rob Thompson's in the chat as well. Hello, Rob. Watching from New Zealand. He was so happy because Black Caps got up in Cyprus. He might have been on a 4-day bender because I haven't seen as much of Rob lately. Black Caps. Kind of tribute, I think, to the New Zealand team. But a local team in Cyprus came all the way. They almost missed the finals, the quarterfinals. Had to sneak into 4th in the end. Had to wait for other results to go their way. And a big upset meant that they held on to 4th. Otherwise, Mouflons, who are another very good team, were gonna steal that 4th place. But then they beat the top team in the other group and won their semi and won the final. So they won the whole thing. Quite the story.
Was that the collapse?
That was the... It wasn't the semi-final. They didn't play the semi-final where the collapse happened. Felt that was just sneaking down the leg side. That was Limassol Zalmi, I think, that caused that. Not Limassol Zalmi, pardon me. It was Napa Royal Kings that caused that collapse. It's close. Let's have a look.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
It was angled down the leg, but it did sort of seam back a little bit.
That's an 8 missing. Give you the 4-1-1 on that. You could see a little bit of leg stump. So
It's a difficult one for the umpire because he is coming wide of the crease. It's angling
Yeah.
that way, but it did straighten, but it was so pitched up that...
I mean, live, I felt it was a bit more leg stumpish, and the umpire sees it live, right?
Yeah.
But the replay shows that I think that's Jasmine is very lucky to survive his first ball. 52 for 3 after 6. 6 over check into a ball. He gets you to 100. I feel that they've got the batters to score at that kind of rate, but Kuljinder's a good bowler, and he's coming on over number 7.
Chivadata, though, had a very good tournament so far, and they're a very competitive side. I don't remember. I remember last time I saw them, they were being held together by one man.
Yeah, Darashiko.
Yeah, and he's no longer with them. He's
This would have been a wide. They might get 2 here if they hustle. They definitely will now. As Jasmine scrambles back to the non-striker's end. Yeah, and I'm really impressed with how their cricket's come along. And they've done it pretty much with a similar playing group to what we saw in 2021. Now, what I will say is that back in 2021, they had really tough opposition.
yeah.
Up in the air, and Arslan goes straight through his fingers, and it's going to go for 4. Well, there's a break as well for Simran, who is putting something together. Look, it wasn't an easy one. It was always kind of curving away from Mohammad Arslan, but he'll be disappointed at least. Not only did he didn't catch it, but that he's not able to prevent a boundary.
It was a poor ball, but almost got a result there. Yeah, look, what I've got to say about Chivadata is that they're playing well as a unit. It's they're not relying on one player. They're different players are contributing, but you can tell that they're really focused on this tournament.
You think about who they had to play in all their matches. They had Paklan Sketty with a team that they kind of were better than, I suppose, back in 2021. But they had Brescia CC, Gina Brescia, and Jandra Brescia.
Yeah.
You know, so they competed pretty well in that.
They are facing those teams as well.
But I think, the more they've played them, then they've been, it drags them up, if you like. And this is a really good example of playing teams that are maybe having more success. That success rubs off. This is going to be a no ball for off the pitch. Kuljita completely loses the handle on this one. And Simran's going to get a free hit here.
Yeah, we're playing on synthetic, not on turf. And
I think
you tell the bowler.
He likes to get down the pitch, so I can see him dancing, and I can see Kuljinda trying to spear in a quicker one. Let's have a look. Free hit. He does dance. Picks out the fielder, so Kuljinda gets off the hook. And we talk about it all the time. I mean, even at our marquee tournaments in the ECL and the ECC, the fact that you're playing teams that might be a class above, but if you keep doing that, then you get better.
Of course.
This one, the pace is off, and it's going to be 6. It was a brave effort from the fielder, and he couldn't quite climb the ladder. He's also slightly off the boundary there by 2 or 3 metres. And, I felt that perhaps he might have got a hand on it if he was right back on the rope. Maximo time, though. Kings 11. They've really turned this innings around after an awful start. Now he goes for it, and he's going to get lucky because it's going to find grass. Don't think they'll get a second, but Tasvinda will retain the strike. The score is 68 for 3 after 7. Hey, just a reminder, and if you are new to the European Cricket Network, we have cricket all year. In fact, we will be in all 12 calendar months this year, January to December. And these are the next stops on the tour. We'll be in Austria and then Bulgaria for ECS and ECI cricket. ECIs are International T10 Tri-Series at the end of every domestic European cricket series. Also, a bit of a bonus, we are 6 days away from the T20 International Tri-Series in Gibraltar. And that'll be Gibraltar, Malta and Portugal playing. Charlie Hunt will be there. Joey Marples will be a guest commentator for us as well. A Gibraltarian international. He'll be helping out Charlie a bit on the comms as well. So Joey's done some good commentary in Gibraltar before, so he's available to help us out a little bit. Ram Sunil comes in for over number 8, starts with a wide. It's blocked by Munshi.
Going back to the catch on the boundary for Zain Ali, that one was off the boundary.
Yeah.
As a fielder with such short boundaries in this form, do you think that the player should stay on the boundary or they should walk in? Because you're not normally told to walk in.
It's an interesting one. You want to be able... I think the length of the walk isn't as important as having that slight forward momentum when the ball's bowled. So if you actually speak to a lot of the professional cricketers now, they will actually start with their heels on the rope, and they will kind of just stand there. As this is a thick edge flying away, and I think with the spin that could go for 4, it does. So Simranjit gets a bit lucky. You make your own luck, and the boundary's coming thick and fast now for Kings 11. This is more like the team that we know, the team that went undefeated back in the ECS in 2021.
Yeah, so...
so I think what they'll do now, a lot of players will start with the heels on the rope, and then when the ball's bowled, they'll have a slight forward press, and that just allows them to know exactly where they are. So I think the days of rushing forward are kind of slowly disappearing. Anyway, this is a perfect example, and it is going to go down. Arslan again gets 2 hands to it. It was a tough one. It was dipping. It was low down. I think he did a lot of things right, and unfortunately, this one doesn't stick. And we got a little bit of encouragement from Zion saying, hey, now they've actually swapped positions. And now, pretty good comeback from Sunil. Yeah, so the main thing is that was a really good example from Zain Ali, that he wasn't quite sure where he was on the ground. And I think with these shorter boundaries in ECS cricket, your instinct is if you see a miss hit and you're right on the boundary, you rush in.
Yep.
And actually, I've seen this a lot at Kartima, then you end up making misjudgment because even though it is a miss hit, it still would have carried to you. Yeah. So it's a tough one because it's also really hard. You can't be watching the ball and watching the rope at the same time. So I think it's very easy for us watching on TV to go, oh, hold on, he was 2 or 3 metres out of position here. Or the last thing you want to do is run over the boundary and take a catch, not realising you're over the rope, right, or stepping on the rope. But yeah, that's a little tip that I have heard. And Corey told me that a lot of the franchise outfielders, that's what they do. They start with their heels on the rope, and maybe don't even walk in, but have a kind of forward press where they can get in quickly if they need to. Anyway, good question. It's the end of the 8th over. The score is 77 for 3. Feel free to shoot in your own questions on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And always great to have some interaction. That's good interaction yesterday as well. As we head to the last couple of overs, this really tells the tale, doesn't it, for Kings 11? They're up at 96 pace now, but they've been building, and they've had these, probably not huge partnerships, but significant enough partnerships to kickstart this innings, and now they do look set to pose maybe about an average score. At 90s is probably average this week.
I think Jugmeet really gave him a good platform in this innings.
He didn't waste any balls, did he, Jugmeet, while he was out there? And it was a bit of a masterstroke, because, yeah, Simranjit Singh typically would be their number 3, but he hasn't been hitting him that well, and it's taken a bit of pressure off him. And yeah, he's had a bit of luck here, but he's scoring at a good rate, 26 off 16. And Jasvinder, again, just the ideal kind of person you'd want in this situation. Been some good bowling, though. And this is Babar Azan, who's coming in now.
That was a very good ball, though, Vinny.
Jams this in the block hole, yeah. The bowling's been decent. They've had the occasional one that's got away from them, but just been some quite good shots. And after a few follies with the run in between the wickets, I think these two have run pretty well together. They're looking for those 2s. Step out of his crease here, Simranjit. And turns this into a full toss. It is almost another collision. It'll be 4 runs. Oh, that's a nasty one. This is a really tough one even to make a call, because I think both fielders there equally distant from the ball, and they don't know if it's theirs or not. So this is tailor-made for a collision. I mean, this would have been a Yorker as well, because he's a step out of his crease. He turns it into a full toss. And really, I'm glad that Zain Ali at the last moment, he realises a potential collision, and he kind of forgets about the ball and goes into self-preservation mode.
There's been a few of them that have come very close for Chivadado. There was a collision between the keeper and the batsman, but between fielders, there's not much communication.
This is one innings I would like to see all the fielders kind of decked out in American football style padding, because it's been rough, hasn't it? Look, this is what I mean with that one. If there's a really high ball, you've got time to say mine. But that was hit a bit flatter. Yeah. It was directly in between the 2 fielders. So the reason fielders are hesitant to call mine is because they don't really know where the other fielder is. It might be closer to the other fielder, you know. This will be one that is certainly Arslan's. And on the fumble, they'll probably get it. Get the second, that is. Yeah, so that's why you don't want to call mine and then realise it's going straight to the other outfielder. And the result is both of them basically are thinking the same thing at the same time, which means they're going for the same ball at about the same pace. And I'm just lucky that it wasn't a nasty collision. Jasminder's got a different approach. He's deep in his crease here, trying to pick something up, which he does to an extent. And Arslan is able to handle it eventually this time and keep it to 1. So yeah, Kings 11 certainly after some early trouble. Remember, they were 1 for 1 off the first over. But the second over, Jugmeat was able to smack 16 off it. And even though they lost a wicket soon after, they've been able to survive. And they've had those little bits of luck as well. I mean, that could have easily knocked the stumps out. Instead, it's a dot as we get to the end of the ninth over. The score 86 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good innings here from the Kings 11 side. They'll end up probably around about that 100 mark, which is about par, but it's been a bit lower really, and especially first game of the day with the ground being a little bit heavy and wet. It's a pretty good total so far. They've still got an over to go. Probably end up between that 85 to 100 mark. Comes first ball of the last over, just over the top.
They'll get at least 2 here as well. Long chase for the fielder. You won't get there. So, yeah, that just rolled away. That is one area where the ball does keep travelling. Because Winner starts deep in his crease, and it's just a one-hand hope shot, really. Gets it over the infield. And Kazim Qureshi tried his hardest, but he couldn't hunt it down. So Kings 11 up at 90 now, and they're eyeing off the 3 figures.
That's a good start to the over for the Kings 11.
Ramsey will jamming a Yorker here. Tries, turns into a full toss. Probably looking for 2 here. But with a clean pickup, they decide against it. I think that's one of those ones, and this is what a lot of good teams have done at the higher level of this as well, where you run hard on a field like this. If there's any fumble, you both know you're going for the second. So it kind of takes out that hesitation, or will we or won't we? But that was a good clean pickup. It means that Simranjit will be facing up. Trying to bang this down the ground. It's a good adjustment from Ramsey-Nill, because I think he sees that Simran's batting probably a metre out of his crease. And so that Yorker length is actually a bit shorter than it would normally be. It's well bowled.
Well, both these batsmen are pretty set, and sometimes at this stage of the innings you want one batsman to be facing, but either of these, either is a very capable. Both of these, I should say.
I'm going to say Ramsey-Nill's bowled really well, because both these guys actually look where they're batting. Where they're batting is significantly different. So Simran is batting out of his crease about a metre. So there's normally, like a normal stance, I'd say, is kind of one foot either side. So now he's actually mixing it up. So he's gone from batting way out of his crease to batting back. So he's hoping that he doesn't adjust, which he doesn't. His height's in the air, and it's going to take the fielder right back, but he catches it. Zain Ali, they haven't had the greatest time catching, and yeah, Simran kind of gets what he wants there, because he went from batting out of his crease to batting deep in his crease. So this would have been a Yorker about 2 balls ago, but it becomes a ball he can get under, but he doesn't get it all the way. Zain Ali does the rest, and Kings 11 lose Simran, but before a very good effort. 32 for him in the end, as he goes with 2 balls, 1 ball remaining now. Score is 93 for 4.
That was a good catch out there by Zain Ali. It made it look very easy, especially the fact that probably he would have wondered whether Muhammad Arslan was going to charge into him.
Yeah, well, the other thing with this one is, I suppose he knows that this is on the offside, so it's probably his catch. The one where they almost collided was pretty much straight behind middle stump. Now, speaking of out of your crease, just watch where Khan Javed is here, and he skies it. Is anyone going to catch this? They do. So Ramsey-Nill's on a wraparound hat trick for later in the day. 2 wickets to finish, and look, what we said might be 100 turns out to be 93. Kind of spot on the average run rate here at the Milan cricket ground. So Kings 11, I think that they'll fancy that. I mean, they'll know there's 1 or 2 big bats they're going to have to silence if they're going to hold on. But certainly something defendable if they play their best cricket. 93 for Kings 11 in the first game of the day.
Yeah, pretty good total there, especially the ground just a little bit heavier. And Cividate have to bat well to get there, but it's been a good tournament so far for Cividate. It was a great start to this innings, as you see the catch going there, third ball. In the previous two, he beat him outside off something with some fantastic outswing bowling. Then Jugmeet came in and turned things around, 16 off the second over with some good batting. And that gave him a little bit of momentum, the Kings. Jugmeet just gave him that platform. There was another 6, just a bit of straight bowling. And look, this one, almost a fantastic catch, and Zain Ali assesses the situation and goes to the far end to the keeper, and that was the end of Rizwan Tahir, who wasn't very happy to be run out by his batting partner. And that was another close one. In fact, that was the collision. A bit of MMA style cricket with a knee to the head. They kept the scoreboard ticking. It did the Kings. And got up to a pretty decent total. This one just, instead of plugging, just shot through to the boundary. And it was regular boundaries, which was the plus for Kings. They were never really bogged down in the innings. They never got right on top of the attack either. They just kept on scoring a boundary and over, and that was that almost collision between Arslan and Zain Ali. A few little nightmares. That was the end of Jagmeet Singh, as you can see, but generally pretty even. This one was the one that went again through Arslan, who didn't have the greatest day in the field. That was the one that went over Zain Ali. So, as I said, just the occasional boundary, probably one and over, and it got them up there to a pretty decent total. Arslan drops another one. And this was the one up in the air for those two again, where they nearly collided, having a bit of a mare down there. So in the end, this was the catch by Zain Ali, which was not interfered with this time by the rampaging Mohammad Arslan. And that was the final catch, and Ram Sunil is on a wraparound hat-trick, taking 2 wickets in the final 2 balls of the innings. I'll look with a scorecard in a moment. This is the view from overhead of the beautiful Milan cricket ground. You see the shape of it. And at the top, I lost Vikas Kumar and Rizwan Tahir for basically nothing. Jugmeet, though, he was the one who put that platform in for a pretty decent score, 34 of 22. Simranjit Singh also 32 of 22, and Jaswinder Singh 19 of 12. Did most of the scored most of the runs, 93 for 5, a good total, especially early in the morning here. And Cividate will have to bat well to get up there to the 94 they need. Let's have a look at the bowling. Mohammad Arslan definitely the pick of the bowlers. It was unplayable first few deliveries and got the early wicket of Vikas Kumar. Musharraf Muzaffar, expensive in his 1 over. Zain Ali bowled pretty well when he was bowling over the wicket. Around the wicket, he got hit for 2 sixes that affected his figures a lot. Took a wicket, and then right at the end, Ram Sunil 2 for 16. As I said, he's on a wraparound hat-trick. So next ball in his next spell. Let's see if he can get that achievement. So all in, pretty good score, 93 for 5 off the full 10 overs. It's match 21 here in the FanCode European Cricket Series, live from Milan, Italy. We'll be back very shortly to see if Cividate, who've been very impressive so far in this tournament, can get the 94 they need, or whether Kings 11 can hold on and defend this total and place their first win on the board. We'll be back soon. See you soon. Bye.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series match between Kings 11 and Cividate, live from Milan, Italy. And it's a pretty good innings up top from Kings 11, who are winless so far. They played 2 games on the first day and lost both of them. Cividate up towards the top of the table with 2 wins and a loss on their first day as well. And they'll have to bat well to get the 94 they need for victory here in match 21. It's day 5 here from Milan. And as you can probably see, the sun's shining, a little bit of high cloud, very little chance of rain. And here's the first ball of the first over. It's whipped down to the leg side, beat the fielder. Probably could have done better. They'll come back for 2, doesn't reach the boundary. And it's Sarabjit Singh, the bowler. And Zain Ali is opening the batting with Kuljinder Singh. Kuljinder not having the best of tournaments yet. Can't say the same for Zain Ali, who's been fantastic. Scored a big 77 off not many in the on the first day against Albano. Comes the bowler again. This one's in the air. Chance. Could be out. Should be out. Gone. Well, that's a huge wicket. That's a very neat catch there from Jaswinder Singh. He's always backpedaling. Just got the toe of the bat. And that's the end of the main man for Cividate, Zain Ali. Well, it's not the start they wanted, Cividate. And Zain Ali, as I mentioned, he's got the high score of the tournament so far with 77. Ends up with 2 off 2. Just the toe end of the bat. It's good bowling right in the right areas. And a very, very neat catch out there from Jaswinder. So, yeah, plan's gone out the window for Cividate. And it's Muhammad Arslan who'll come in next, who's also been very good with the bat. And they'll have to form a little partnership. It's a similar circumstance to the first innings of this game. Kings 11 losing a very early wicket off the 3rd ball. They were 1 wicket for no runs at almost the same stage. And then it was Jagmeet who dug them out of that first over hole. And that's exactly what they'll need also. Cividate is a good little partnership just to build a platform. Get a few runs in the power play. Of course, there are 2 players outside the circle. It's a 30-metre circle. 2 players outside that circle in the first 3 overs of the power play. As the bowler comes in. And just a little inside edge, just going straight to long on position. Just a single. That's one of the men back. There's long on and also a deep mid wicket. And so there are other field restrictions which limit the ability to defend boundaries by the fielding team. As a slip comes in. Good bowling, just short of a length, bit of bounce. It's a pretty good start so far for Sarabjit. He's got that early wicket, and it's a big one as well, but keeping it nice and tight. 3 for 1 at the moment, Cividate. A couple of balls left of the first over. And that one's just a little bit of an inside edge. It's gone to that same man out there on the boundary at long on. Just a single. And Kuljinder, the skipper for Cividate, hasn't really got going with the bat yet. He'll want to get a few runs on the board, feel the middle of it. Just played back to the bowler. And that's the end of a very, very tidy over. It's 1 for 4, the figures are subject, so 4 for 1. As you see, it's been 8 matches since the golden ball. Spectacular one too, that game, featuring 2 of the most epic collapses ever in ECN history, with 16 wickets going down for 30 runs. Both teams having just major fails in the middle stages of their innings. So the new bowler is Jaswinder Singh. Interesting move here. So you can see the keeper fielding up. So spin option early. Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Yeah, I mean, quite start for both teams, wasn't it? And yeah, there's Jaswinder. He's rolling out these off spinners now. I think that Kings 11 have learned a little bit from last year in the Super Series, where Roma CC had a lot of success with a bunch of spinners. So I think that's why Jaswinder really concentrating on his spin, slowing things down. He's a naturally pretty gifted guy, whatever he tries to do. You can see the batter stepping away a little bit. That's why he couldn't access that ball. Almost carries, but doesn't. And yeah, Chivadate, they're a team that were 2-1 the first day. Scored a lot of runs in that one innings, didn't they? But that was mostly thanks to Zayn Ali, who's gone. Second ball. Kings 11, they've had to dust themselves off after having a winless first day in the competition. So you can tell that they're here and they mean business.
Just come back to a point in just a moment. Jaswinder comes in again.
This is hit pretty hard. Simran is an absolute weapon in the field. He's one of the best fielders I think we've seen in Europe. And he took 5 catches in innings last year in Barcelona, playing for Gracia.
So you saw there's a short mid wicket, which is a catching position. It's also a run-saving position. And you see it on the boundary quite a bit, that the ball was bounced just in front. Now, a couple of paces forward and you go for a catch, and you could possibly take the catch.
True.
I'll continue my point in a minute.
Wow, that's absolutely out of the middle of the bat. Now, I don't know about the angle of it because it's got into the clouds. In the end, they're not even going to get 4 for it. I think it's going to be a long single. I reckon he's hit that right out of the middle, but it's just the elevation, which is so high. Probably lucky that Simran doesn't turn it into a catch. I suppose the issue there, if Simran goes for a catch, he risks kind of going across the line with it. I think he's happy just to keep it to 1, which is a good result. Yeah, so you talk about the position of the mid-wicket, right?
Well, no, not that in general, but what I tend to notice is that players are more reluctant to move forward to try to for a diving catch.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the high levels like in the tournament in Kantama, where you're getting really high quality fielding. But I'll come back to it.
This one does get over mid-off, and this will be a boundary. So you can see the approach has to be attacking from Chivadate Kuljinder, taking on the responsibility. Gets just enough of this to get it over the field and get 4.
Do you think it's a conscious decision from fielders?
I think they're worried about conceding runs. I mean, there's a kind of defensive mindset to fielding here. I suppose in the infield it doesn't matter as much. Well, it can, though, if it's hit hard and hit flat, because it can result in the ball going for 4 behind you. So I think that's probably the main reason.
It happens over and over again.
Great fielding, and it might have caused a run out, you know. It does, I think. What a fantastic bit of fielding, making something out of nothing. And I'm pretty sure Kuljinder's run out. They've gone to the 3rd umpire. But yeah, it looks to me like that is a fantastic bit of work. That subject who picks it up, hurls it in. And yeah, no doubt about it, he's gone by a couple of steps. Vikas does the rest, improvises, and well, that was a case, not so much of bad run between the wickets from the batters, but outstanding fielding to make the stop, but then to recover and get the ball in. And that's play of the day stuff from Subjit Singh, and it's 10 for 2.
Yeah, fantastic piece of work, and seeing it's sometimes a little bit difficult to field on this ground, even though it's lush, it does bobble rather than roll, and that was a fantastic pickup. And then he had the presence of mind just to get up and throw it into the keeper. It was on at both ends, really.
Yeah, I actually originally thought bowler's end was on more, but it's a big wicket, because I think the non-strike was actually even further out. But here's the end of the 2nd wicket, and Kings 11 minutes. They pride themselves on their fielding, and that was kind of making something out of thin air, wasn't it? 10 for 2 after 2. Looking at this table, it's not one that Kings 11 will want to see at the moment. They're 0-2. But like I said, if they are able to win the next 3 games, and who's to say they can't, they'll be right up there with the likes of Ginebrescia, Bergamo CC, who are in the 4 currently.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
a real opportunity for Kings 11.
Well, they didn't have the greatest of days, to be honest. When we saw them, they're a very good side. This one's turned around just behind square for a single. They're a very good side. They just underperformed, and maybe it was just a bit of rust. This is very early in the season for these teams, and Cividate were a bit the opposite. They came out really strong on the first day, and looked excellent. But sometimes that's just because they've got a little bit more preparation under their belt than other teams, and they win a few games because of that preparation. Whereas Kings are looking really good in this game. Comes a bowler again.
There's a judge it. Created that run out. Now he finds himself with the ball. There's Simran, this guy we've seen take a lot of catches in that position at long on. But yeah, fielding is the difference. So many of the times in these games where you've got literally a pass score on the board here on this field and under these conditions. Arslan, can he get going? He takes off. It's called a wide. Got to say Vikas Kumar behind the stumps, and he's also a very good bowler, and they're using him as a keeper now. But I like that he's got the confidence to go up to the stumps and try and make something happen here. So he's kind of been converted, I think, into that role. But this time looks like an inside edge that sneaks away, and there's nothing you can do about that one. That's going to be a French cut for 4 runs.
Yeah, safest shot in the book, right, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean, he actually, after Gabe was keeping a wrap, that's what he was trying to block with his pads. But he never got that chance because the ball deflected. And Cividate, similar kind of start to Kings 11, eerily so, with the early wicket and then the run out of a key player early on. But what they have done is kind of, that boundary, signs of the turnaround that Kings 11 were able to produce as well through the middle overs to get them to that respectable score of 93.
The non-striker is Isra Munshi, who came on the other day.
He goes for this, and this is right out the middle. That is going, gone. Maximo! Arslan's a guy, always like the way he goes about his cricket. We first saw him in 2021 in a Cividate shirt, and that was pure from the batter.
Lovely shot. I was just saying about Munshi that he came in and he out of nowhere scored 2 sixes off 2 balls.
Yeah.
And so he can hit the ball as well. And they need a little partnership here. And you're right, it's eerily similar, isn't it, between the 2 sides.
And this is not quite there to drive down the ground. And so, subject. Been okay, I suppose. It's tough when you're bowling the power play and you've got guys that can hit over the top and they're confident to do that. So they've forced a field change after that. The mid-off goes back. I think he's looking over point here. No, he goes straight. Thought with the 2 straight fielders, maybe the sideways boundary might have been the go with the line subject was bowling. Anyway, into the power play. And fairly similar power play, actually. It's 24 for 2. After 3, if you look at the first innings, Kings 11, they were 20 for 2 at this stage.
Yeah, as you said, Vinny, it's a very, very similar start for the 2 teams. I think that there were some good partnerships within the Kings 11 innings. I saw Jugmeet and really take it to the bowling early on, and then just Winder taking over also. So,
I was wondering about this graph, how the numbers have taken off zero gravity style, like that graph's made on the moon. It's a really handy graph, though, and it kind of shows how their first 3 overs, or the result of the first 3 overs, is pretty similar for these 2 teams. Anyway, this is Jasvinder who is going to come back. So they're bowling out these 2 first up. Jasvinder only conceded 6 in his first over, 2 singles of 4, and then that run out of the last ball of his over back in over number 2. You can see 2 outfielders. Hey, actually, you have the ability to have more outfielders, of course, because we're in the 4th over. There's a thick edge, and get a run. So Jasvinder, like I said, slowing his bowling down this year to provide an extra spin option.
Yeah, he's been Pretty good effort with the ball so far from Jaswinder.
He's a good contributor, isn't he, Jaswinder? You know, chips in with the bat. Very good pair of hands as well on the field. A few players like that. That takes it on. Simran won't be able to get there in time. He lopes in and makes sure it's only a single. It's pretty imposing. Good fielders down the ground. Rizwan Tahir at long off. Simran at long on. They're very quick to get to the ball and get it back in. So that's one area you might feel you can get a few twos if you hit in the right spot. But they're very quick across the turf. It really does bounce.
It is really important, especially at that long run position, because a lot of players target that area, to have someone who can really catch. Who you know that if you mishit it, you're gone. Because if you saw in the Chividate fielding, Mohammad Arslan had a bit of a mare.
Yeah, again, good fielders, not their best effort. Anyway, this one is going to travel, and that's flat and hard and into the trees. Maximal. Well, Munshi, you mentioned it. He's one guy that loves to hit sixes, and he gets his hands through that ball really quickly.
Really nice shot. It wasn't too far away from the fielder, but he had no chance. And a really nice shot there from Munshi.
Yeah, but you're right. It's an imposing kind of wall. And we've seen more and more fields against batters that are comfortable driving, where you have 3, 4, even 5 fielders kind of just blocking those straight boundaries, just trying to squeeze the gaps a bit. We saw the ball earlier in the over from Jaswinder that really didn't bounce too much at all. And that's this pitch for you. It's a bit like a natural turf pitch in that there's a bit of variable bounce. It's not completely homogeneous. And I think it...
Never heard a pitch be called homogeneous before.
Yeah.
It's
now
a
you have.
good word for a pitch.
Now you have. We always like to break barriers and go to new places. In the air, Simran, he's got room to move and he'll catch it. He's got buckets down there and right on cue. Simranjit Singh takes the catch, didn't have to move too much, just 3 or 4 steps down to his left. There's the heart from Simran, his trademark. And Arslan, again, powerful striker, but didn't quite get the power on this occasion. He goes for 15, and after 4 overs, it's 32 for 3.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying before, that when you've got someone down the ground, you have to try to who can really field. You need to really clear them. If not, it's out. And it's, well, Arslan took him on, just didn't quite get enough power. And comfortable catch in the end, but he's very good out there, isn't he?
Made it look easy, didn't he? Everyone drops him sometimes. He'll drop the occasional one, but it's pretty rare, isn't it? He's just the kind of guy. If I had to have someone to take a catch for my life, I think he'd be certainly on the short list. Anyway, it is going to be Ali Sadat that comes out at number 5. So, yeah, pretty even game at the moment. Probably Kings 11 just on top of those 3 wickets. They are also kind of in a position where they've got Jivadante behind the rate.
And Ali Sadat can hit the ball as well. He hit it a long way. So this will be a vital partnership, I think, for Chivadate. And maybe after, they're starting to get into the tail a little bit, the soft underbelly, these two need the runs.
Well, he flat bats this and he gets enough. What a shot that is to start the new over. Maximal. It was short, and we talked about the imposing wall of fielders down the ground. Well, this is one way to deal with it. Hit it well enough to get it over. Disappears for 6. What a shot.
He hits it nicely, doesn't he? That was, you thought that there was going to be another catch there for Simran, but that was well over the boundary.
Just unload on that is Munshi. Now Jaipal Singh with his leg spin coming in. He's the captain. Got the captaincy back this year. Handed it away temporarily to Simran. But yeah, Jaipal, certainly his good balls are good, but he does bowl 1 or 2 bad balls and over on average. If he can not do that, then he's a very different proposition. A question from George about where we are in Milan.
Good question.
Yeah. Well, we're at Milan Cricket Ground, but you can actually find it on Google Maps. So we've got milancricket.wordpress.com as well. You can see exactly where we are in Settimo Milanese.
I think it's west of Milan, from what I remember. It's
well, that's hit pretty hard as well into the gap this time. So good placement results in 4 runs. And so Jaipal, again, just a little bit too short. This has been his issue. He is getting it right often enough. And a pretty powerful strike, that one. Yeah, we're a little bit west of the city, that's right. Maybe 30 minutes or so if you were to drive it. This is a decent shot as well, but this time he's found the fielder.
He's from Munshi.
In the area of Castelletto, to be exact. Very beautiful multi-sports complex here. This one doesn't get up at all. And so, end of the 5th over. Score is 45 for 3. Game on. Could be a toss-up if these two stick around. Having a look at boundaries. So this is what's called the RIB chart. So RIB stands for runs in boundaries. So this is on average how many runs they're scoring only in boundaries in a 10-over innings. And no surprises, you've got the teams up the top scoring more than they're conceding. One issue with Albano isn't just that they haven't been scoring a lot of runs, 32 in boundaries, but they're conceding 74, so they're conceding the most by a long way. But Chivadate, they actually are leading this statistic as of last night. So 64 runs in boundaries. So it just makes sense. The teams that are hitting more runs in boundaries, they are winning more games. And obviously restricting is an interesting one because Jandra Bresh have done a really good job of tying the other team down and defending boundaries. So that's a little statistic because this one's in the air. It should be gone. And it is taken. So they break the partnership and Munshi's going to go now. So Jagmeet Singh comes on and he has immediate success. Chivadate, kind of, there's a bit of a momentum killer, isn't it? As Munshi makes a bright 20, but that's all he'll make. A wicket start the 6th over. It's 45 for 4.
It's amazing when you get a new bowler in, especially one that has a left arm around the wicket. There's Jagmeet, and how it changes the angle, and often you'll see wickets off the first ball with a new bowler, especially one that's kind of set and confident. Just changing the angle a bit, and it wasn't too different to a lot of the shots he played in the innings. Munshi just didn't quite get that right and picked out that fielder beautifully.
Yeah, Rizwan Tahir didn't really have to move, did he? Down there at deep square leg. Nicely taken. Yeah, so just coming back to that. Yeah, runs in boundaries. So that's obviously excluding extras, excluding 1s and 2s, which are important, but I think it's a pretty good indicator of who's scoring enough runs and restricting enough runs.
Well, also Zayn Ali did hit 77 off nothing.
That's true.
And so that does help. And most of it, I think he hits. It was 6 in 1 over. I think it was 8.
There was
sixes.
8 in a row, and I actually think that's a record. I don't remember more than 8 sixes in a row.
I remember
before.
Zishan in Hungary did a similar thing a couple of years ago.
Yeah. But the thing is, without any, I'm not talking about for one batter. I'm talking about in the innings.
Oh yeah. So
you need both batters doing it then, because literally once you get more than 6, I suppose unless there's no balls or something like that, then you're relying on the other batter to hit 6s as well. There's no other way to stay on strike. New batter out there, Sakata will lead. He'll be facing up now.
There's a bowler again. Just hit into the covers, no run.
Well handled by Kamaljot Singh. He's another option, I think, with the ball.
So I do like Jagmeet's bowling.
Yeah, played for Italy last year. And now, well, if you like it, Kings 11 like it as well. Waleed swings all across this one. Just skids on, takes out middle and off. And Chivadate losing their way in this chase now, 47 for 5.
This is more like the Kings 11 we expected to see at this tournament. Competitive with both the bat and the ball. They just didn't show it on their first day where they went down pretty, they didn't have anything go for them, I think. But this is a lot better from Kings 11. And this is probably the game which is kick-starting their tournament, and they are playing 3 times today. So this is looking
like I said,
good.
3 wins out of 3 today, then they're right back in business, aren't they? Yeah, so Kings 11, they play now, obviously, against Chivadate. They play Brescia CC, so there'll be a pressure match in the 3rd match of the day. They played Milan United in the last match of the day. So, look, it's not going to be easy, but they're a team that when they're up and about, they'll feel they can beat anyone here.
It's another team that's underperformed also, Milan United. So,
We'll
Kings
see them next up, actually, against Cividate, so that should be an interesting one.
should be a really good game. But Kings 11, I mean, there's a long way to go in this game still. But Kings 11 looking pretty good for their first victory of the tournament. And we see it quite often that it just takes a little bit of time for some teams to get their teeth into it. And that's what Kings 11 are doing at the moment. The Cividate are a very good side. I just think they've lost a few big wickets. Still have Sadat there, who's very handy.
Yeah, what a good over, though, from Jagmeet Singh. 2 for 2. When you're defending, that's just the kind of over you want. We've seen it a few times, actually. Just a really tight over, which takes a game from 50-50 to heavily favouring the fielding team, which I think this one is now 47 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, we do say that in this format. It's such a condensed form of cricket. And there are definite ebbs and flows, but it can be one over either way that can really change the momentum. And that was a fantastic over there from Jagmeet. He's a very talented cricketer. So it'll be Kamaljot Singh, who is also a very, very good bowler. Got a very good spin attack. And the left arm around.
Yeah, Kamaljot, like I said, another option. So, yeah, Kings 11, I think, they've kind of copied this out of the playbook of Roman CC that showed how effective spin, in particular left-arm spin, can be. Of course, it's not easy to teach people to bowl left-handed, but you know the fact that Chasvinder's bowling off spin, Kamaljot, the left-arm spinner. You've got Jagmeet, obviously you just saw. You've got Jaipal as a left-arm spin option as well. They're pretty spin-heavy, and you can see, especially when you're new to the crease, sometimes it's nice to have that pace on the ball so you can kind of deflect and use that pace a bit, but the batter's forced to generate everything here.
Was I mistaken that Kamaljot was the captain the other day?
Yeah, he was the other day, but Jaipal's got the captaincy back.
So do you think that...
Jaipal's not always in the 11, I noticed, so Kamaljot was new to ECN the other day as well.
Well, that's it, and it does take a bit of time, as we've seen with some of the English teams and the Scottish team and the Irish team, and there's a wicket. Could have gotten back. The keeper's very confident. It's a stumping.
Yeah. The only thing, it was super quick. Feel like he's beaten the bat back. Make sure there's no encroachment or anything like that. Let's have a look. Oh, that's no ball. I'm showing you this. There, you can see there. For me,
I don't know about that. It might have been over the stumps.
Thing is, you can't break even the back edge. That seems to me.
Oh, I don't know if you can really tell.
And with this camera,
well, look, when he takes the ball?
He cannot break the back edge of that before the ball passes the stumps.
The ball hadn't gone past the stumps.
So what I'm saying is that you cannot break the back edge of the stumps until the ball passes the stumps. So at this point, he cannot be part of the...
I'm not convinced that he was in front of the stumps.
He's not necessarily... Is he in front of the back of the stumps? That's the best shot we'll get at it.
I don't think you can tell from that angle. Really can't, because we're not
suspicious to me.
We're not square to the wicket.
That's true as well. So it might be one of those ones where you're inconclusive. My spider senses were up. But anyway, it's been given. And so it'll be 48 for 6. Muzaffar goes for a duck. And Derek might make a little cameo there.
Should be a golden Derek, no?
I think he faced 3 balls on the way, but that kind of sums it up. Yeah, you're right as well about it not being completely square on. But
the other thing is that did you break the secret code of the wicketkeepers by siding with the...
I've been called for that before, so that's why I'm keen. I'm keen to dump people in. It was a 50-50, so I suppose if it's not conclusive, you go with the umpire's call, which was out on the field. But great camera work from Spring Productions. Yeah, the thing that... Yeah, you're right. You got to know your angles. The thing is, if you're even to the side of the stump, so I'll tell you what the law is, because it does confuse people somewhere. Go down leg side. It's not necessarily where you take the ball at all. It's just a rule that says you must remain wholly and completely behind the stumps until one of two things happens. Either the ball passes the stumps or the ball hits the bat or the batter. Right. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. Match 22 is on the way in about half an hour. Cividate versus Milan United. Milan United, talked about them earlier, didn't we? That they'll get a couple of games today. Shanjar Cody is going to be leading them, of course. Got to say, Taridu Hashan, he was impressive the other day. I think Sanjeeva as well, the opening bowling duties and also some hitting responsibilities coming up against Cividate in the next match. And news from the toss, you saw it there. Here's that one. United won the toss and elected to bowl. So yeah, this is why you can actually go in front of the stumps, then come back and take the ball behind the stumps. Technically, it's still no ball. And the reason that we've just noticed this a bit more as there's more third umpire coming into it, and it's no different if you like to a bowler overstepping. There's something I know you don't see it called very often, maybe in recreational matches, but it does give the keeper a bit of an unfair advantage in getting the ball onto the stumps, and that's why that rule exists. Anyway, this is in the air. It's going to be a real teaser. Simran's going to go back and matrix himself back in, and he almost does it. It's going to be a Maximo. So they're not done yet, saying, hold on, not past the point of no return, especially 6 in a low-scoring match is important. Just one that Simran, I think he needed to try and throw it back. In the end, he just mistimed his jump, and the result 6 runs. Good effort, though.
Very good effort. And going back to the point of wicket keepers in a moment.
Yeah. Disappointing doesn't do better there. I think this is a dead ball. So I don't think this will count at all. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, because the umpire put his hand out already, and it might have been because someone was still moving in the field. I think the bowler heard the call, and so it probably wasn't the best effort from Jaipal Singh anyway. Good practice, though, for Siddharth. He's saying, look, he was still moving, and he wasn't ready, so that's why I called dead ball.
The other, when we see extreme slow bowling, like we did with, it was at Lovepreet the other day.
Yeah.
All right. It's a temptation.
Super tempting, yeah.
Well,
that one will be a real one. No more fake sixes. This is a real one. Maximo Siddharth trying to win this game off his own bat, and he's going about it the right way.
He hits the ball very cleanly, does Siddharth. He's a bit of a monster 6-hitter. And while he's still out there, Cividate have got a very good chance. They need about 13 and over.
They've got it down to that from about 16 and over about 1 minute ago. So certainly a very good run for them here.
So as the bowler comes in, he's straight down the ground. They'll just get a single. Yeah, when you get extreme slow bowlers like Lovepreet, as a keeper, it's very tempting. If a batsman charges and misses it, it's very tempting to reach in front of the stumps to take it. Yeah, because you've got to wait for it, and it just gives the opportunity to the fielders. This could be a catch. It's going to drop in front of the fielder. Again, that's an example of that could have been a catch. It was just a few steps forward, and it would have been taken, but it was a defensive.
It was hit pretty flat. I suppose that's the thing about it as well.
But he waited for it. If he'd taken 2 steps forward, it could have been a catch. I'm not saying he should have taken it, because basically it's one, which is not really going to get Cividate over the line. So
yeah, no, it's a good point you make. But let's have a look at the run rate graph, and they're making a late run. It's been the old pre-1929 stock market about this one. We're hoping there's no crash here. Cividate. So Jagmeet's coming back. Only 2 came off his first over. And we'll get 1 here, which will suit them fine, because we'll bring Siddharth back on strike. So this is the contest, I think, that decides the game. Can Siddharth, who's on a bit of a heater, get after Jagmeet Singh? Yeah, as far as slow bowlers and really slow bowlers, I mean, I even kept to Pavel before, but it's two things. It's number one, your initial positioning. So I like to go back a bit so I can reach and still not be in front of the stumps. So that's one thing. So don't start right up to the stumps, because you want to be able to. You normally start with bent elbows. I think of 2 here, so that's not really able to get back. So you normally start with bent elbows, and then you can extend your elbows. So I tried to make it so at a consistent amount back I was. It was 2.5 foot lengths of mine. I'd scratch a mark, and that's where my toes would be. And so then I could reach. It should still be okay. Get 1 here. But yeah, it's also just being conscious. Sometimes when batters really charge a long way and they miss it by a long way, that's another time that you overreach in front of the stumps because you get such a good look at the ball coming and there's such a large distance between going past the batter and reaching you. But it's just a discipline thing and an awareness thing, I suppose. All right, loads up and misses. And Jagmeet, he's been in this position before, right? He feels that he's in a really good headspace to do this. Perhaps a player of the match opportunity for Jagmeet as well. When you think of the runs he scored, when he got the Kings 11 innings going. Horns it. Be looking for, well, they're not looking for 2. They probably should have been, but I suppose.
There's only 1 ball left in the over, but it's a lot of runs to get off the final over.
Exactly. So over to Muzaffar. And again, I don't think they really want to 1 here.
No, that's 4-6 or nothing, I think. And they're not going to go for it.
They're not going to go. So we have seen this done before. In fact, Kings 11 once took 26 off the last over to win the game. That's the first time we ever saw them in ECS cricket against Baraka Prato back in 2021 in Bologna. But right now, it is 68 for 6. And it screams a bit of too little too late for Chividate.
It's just a good spell from Jagmeet. I mean, he was fantastic with the bat when he came on. And then, and really with the ball, he's just dried up 2 overs completely. And you saw how well and how cleanly that the batsmen were hitting, especially Sadat. And he just couldn't get anything off that over. But we'll be Kanjawat Singh. This is going to be a difficult one because he is a top quality bowler as well. Bowling left arm around. Let's see what he can, Sadat can do. This one's hit just over the top of cover. They should get 4, and they do. And that's good start to the over, 22 off 5.
Yeah, it's a step hit. Kamaljock in the hot seat now. So they've gone super heavy on spin, like I said. And yeah, I think it's a good strategy. It looks like it'll get them home, but they're not home yet. Again, boundary or bust. I think Sadat pretty much wants to face every single ball this over. And this will do as well. Maximo! Oh, could they pull this one out of the fire? The team that has scored the most runs in boundaries per turnovers through the first 4 days. Setting down a late challenge. Kamaljock goes deep.
He was in no position to hit that shot at all, was Sadat. You see, he's quite deep in the crease, but it's just, it wasn't a bad ball. It just was able to make something out of nothing.
Yeah. Takes it on again and wins. There's 6 more. Maximo! 10 off 3. Well, this is the 8th over of spin we've seen in this innings, but it's also the most dangerous for Kings 11 at the moment because 16 off the first half of the over. Ali Sadat is turning it on, and we talked about Jagmeet sewing up the Player of the Match award, or maybe not so soon. Sadat, if he can pull this off, surely he's going to steal that and the match. 10 off 3.
He's surely going to fire this in, isn't he?
He's not running ones. May look for a 2 if there's a 2 there. Fires it. Now you got to run. You should get 2 here. Unless it goes for 4, it's not. But that's smart running, because some people might not run at all. They're just thinking, we're not running. But you do have to take a 2 if you can get there. So 8 off 2. Wow, what a game this is. And now even a single would mean that they could tie it with a 6. I just don't think they're running a single here.
No way they're running a single here, Vinny. No way. What's happened to his glasses? Has he broken his glasses? Or are they fogging up? Is he going to do a semi-blind, Vinny?
He's going to squint. Anyway, how about this? 8 off 2. What happens to this ball? Right, it is. Hits the line. They won't run, so now they can tie it with a 6. I think it's a good call for me. It was kind of curving back a little bit, but it's not wholly inside the line. Good umpiring. Under pressure as well.
There's no way they're getting out of this, are they, Chividate?
Could they break Kings 11's record out of all the teams in Europe, out of all the hundreds? 6 to tie. Misses. All right. So, here we go. Could we have golden ball 46? They'll need to hit a Maximo to tie the scores. Kamaljock comes back with the good one. If you needed a man to hit a 6 at the moment, though, you're looking at him. Ali Sadat. It's 93 to 87 with 1 ball remaining. Now, yeah, I like that. They brought the deep points up. I mean, you hopefully can grab one from the beyond anyway. Maximo or bust. Launches it, and it doesn't have the distance, so it really doesn't matter what happens. And it looks like they may get a single, they may not. It's disappointing for Sadat. He does walk one, but what late drama. But Kings 11, they do hold on. It's their first points of the series. They win by 5 runs. Chivinate falls to 2-2, but what an entertaining start to the day. What an effort from Ali Sadat, but it's not quite enough to get Chivinate home. Late drama.
Fantastic game, and as I said, it was really well played by Kings, the Kings 11. It was a nice innings, and then the bowling was very good, but then there was a twist in the tail. A couple of batsmen, Isra Munshi and also Ali Sadat, coming up and really getting it close for Chivinate. As we see that Chivinate will play Milan United in the next game, but it's not about that. It's about this game between Kings 11 and Chivinate. That was a fantastic
It was, wasn't
start
it?
to the day.
Chivinate, well, they can kind of put that behind them and move on, I suppose, but 20 minutes away from the second game of the day. Eerily similar start, wasn't it, to this innings as the last one with the early wicket, and then we had a run out. This was brilliant fielding from Sabjit, made something out of nothing. Good improvisational work from Vikas Kumar as well. But Sabjit bowled the only 2 overs of seam in this innings. They went spin heavy, and I know it kind of almost didn't work out at the end, but I think it's still a good strategy. I mean, you look at those 3 balls in isolation, you go, oh, they're bowling the spinner last over, but it worked for them through the middle overs. And come on, John, he's no bunny, he's no part-timer. In the end, they do hold on, but only just.
Yeah, Kamaljit is a very good bowler, so, but it's just the way that Ali Sadat was able to get him away in that last over. Couldn't do it off the last 2 balls, though. As we see Couch out in the outfield. And, yeah, very good effort from Chivinate in the end. Not quite enough, but Kings 11, I think they'll be growing in confidence. How was that, man? That was Jagmeet. Fantastic spell of spin bowling.
This was the tight one. I think, they just they weren't confident to overrule the umpire's call. I agree with that. I mean, it's certainly one that if they called it no ball on the field, it probably would have stayed as well, you know. Simran could pull that one back. There was that kind of dead ball that went for 6, but I do think the dead ball call affected the ball being bowled by Jaipal, so I don't read too much into that. The next ball went for 6 anyway. But then out of nowhere, Ali Sadat just turned it on, didn't he? And so Chivinate, we mentioned they had the highest kind of average boundary runs per 10 overs. They showed it, even though it was a bit too late, wasn't it? Ali Sadat needed a 6 last ball to tie, but he couldn't get the ball out of the ballpark. And it results in a 5-run victory for Kings 11, who I think are pretty relieved to get their first runs on the board. They've got a pretty tough clash against Precious CC coming up in the 3rd match of the day, and then they'll take on Milan United in the night game tonight. Well, that won't quite be tonight. It'll be the evening. 37 for Ali Sadat. Almost gets his team home. Got to actually ask yourself maybe how he's batting down at 5, but there are some good hitters above him, I suppose, apart from the batting of Isra Munshi and Muhammad Aslan. No one able to get double figures. Zain Ali, though, failing, and that hurt them, didn't it? He went 2 and out early in the piece. Pretty disciplined as well with the spinners. Just 2 wides in the innings, and that could have been the difference as well. 2 for 6, Jagmeet pick of the bowlers. Probably grabs the Player of the Match trophy, but only just after Ali Sadat made a late run. Wickets also for Sabjit Singh, as well as Jasvinder and Kamaljot. Like I said, look at those bowlers, 2, 3, 4, 5. All bowling spin. So you had 8 overs of spin out of the 10. Certainly a tactic from Kings 11, but it works out pretty well this time around, despite some late wobbles. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the second match of the day, where Chivinate will be back on the rack. So they can't really fret about that too much. They'll be back against Milan United. And they'll be batting first after being sent in. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're having a great Friday so far. Make it a bright one. We'll see you very shortly right back here on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the MCG. We're at the Milan Cricket Ground, time for match 22, second match of 5 today here on day 5. We have Cividate taking on Milan United in this game. Rob Kemming's off, so I've got the coin toss duties. It's a lot of responsibility. Ishan from Milan United, you will call. Okay, call it in the air. Heads is the call. And it is heads. What would you like to do? You're going to bowl first. So Milan United, without a win in 2 games, I'm sure that they would love to get on the board. And look, they do have some good players. I suppose the question is where the runs will come from. So good luck to you in your game. Of course, Cividate, pretty good start to the tournament for them. They've been kind of a bit hit and miss so far. They'll hope for more hits and misses in this game. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball. News to the toss in match number 22 is that it is Milan United. They've won the toss. They're going to bowl.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan. Beautiful day again. The sun's out, and it's going to be an interesting clash between Cividate and Milan United. Cividate, you saw, going down to a close one against Kings 11 in the first game of the day. And it will be Milan United who will be bowling. So you'll see more batting. Probably Zain Ali missed out in the last game for Cividate. He'll want to get a few runs here against Milan United, who haven't won a game yet. And they've got pretty good bowling attack. As Vinny mentioned, they haven't really done it with the bat. We'll see that in the second half of this game. Cividate will want to post a good total against Milan United. They went down, as I said, to Kings 11, who hadn't won a game yet. And this is another team, Milan United, who want to get their tournament started with a win. Cividate have got a lot more to them than meets the eye. They're a very, very good side, Cividate. As you can see, expected scores, 96 for Cividate and 90 for Milan United. But again, it's we're going to see how the Milan United bowling attack come up against these two batsmen. Kuljinder Singh has missed out, I think, throughout the tournament. Really not hit form. Zain Ali has the biggest score of the tournament. Scored 77 off 20-odd deliveries against Albano. That was a very, very good innings. And they do hit more 4s and 6s than any other team do, Cividate. You saw them almost win that game the first game of the day against Kings 11, where they were in an almost impossible position. But Ali Sadat almost rescued them. We'll see him a little bit later on in the Cividate batting lineup. So Milan United looking fantastic in their kit. It's a royal blue and scarlet, I guess. And those two-tone sun hats that a few of them are wearing. Very nice kit indeed. As is the one of Cividate in their aqua and black. I'm just waiting on the umpire, just explaining a little bit to the bowler. So just about to get underway in this second game of the day. It's match 22. So day 5. You hear a light plane going overhead. It doesn't look like there's going to be any rain today. It's been fantastic weather here in Milan. We did have a thunderstorm in between games, which delayed one game by a few overs, made it a 7-over game. That was on day 2. But generally, it's been pretty windless, perfect for conditions for cricket, not too warm either. And it will be Sanjeewa who will open the bowling. He was very good for Milan United in their first day's play. Comes in for the first ball to Zain Ali. This is going to be called a wide. Sanjeewa getting a lot of outswing. Just started that one a little bit wide, as you can see. And cut away with the swing. We'll do that on this pitch. There'll be a bit of swing early. Going quite dry now, so it should swing for about 3 or 4 overs. This ball comes in again. And another good ball. Really wrong shot to play. It is a little bit up and down, this pitch. Plays very well, but it does have a bit of an advantage in some ways for the bowler. Well, an evener for the bowler, I guess. It does stay down sometimes. It doesn't really kick up. So you see a lot of batsmen especially lower in the order, not wearing helmets. Luckily, we haven't seen any top edges into that area yet in the tournament. And that one's get out into the covers. They'll look for two. It's been knocked down, but they won't get it. Just get the single. It's good feeling out there in the covers. It's Jai Cody, I think. There's Jai Cody, the skipper. And pretty tense start between these two teams. Here comes Sanjeewa again. Again, it's outside off and going a bit too far as well. Batsman's a bit angry with himself for not getting onto it. And that's Kuljinder Singh. But it is pretty wide, and it started wide and kept on going wider. You can see him, he's just not quite in form yet, is Kuljinder. This one's hit over the top, is it? No, it's not. Straight to the cover fielder, and that's the first wicket down for Chivadate, and Kuljinder's poor form continues. It's well, yeah, it is. It's a golden duck because the first ball he faced was a wide. So Kuljinder, there'll come a time, and there is the golden Derek there, looking lovely. Got a bit of texture to him now. And he waddles off with Kuljinder, who probably you have to say it's going to come a time where Kuljinder will have to put himself a little bit lower down in the order. It's just not working for him at the moment. It is very early in the season for a lot of these players, even though I think Kuljinder's captained his team extremely well. Just with the bat, just hasn't worked out. So Chivadate 3 for 1. And it'll be Mohammad Arslan who'll join Zain Ali. These two they can form a partnership. And it's been hit nicely to the player who drops it. That was a tough catch. It's I think Heshan out there, Teridu Heshan, and it was wide of him. Wasn't hit too well, and he just. In fact, it's Dhanuka who dropped the catch. This one's just been hit to midwicket. A bit of a fumble, but it's a catch that probably should have been taken by Dhanuka. And that would have been a bit of a disaster for Chivadate. And see the return knocking the bat out of the batsman's hand. And again, Zain Ali didn't miss out on that one. That's the first 6 of the innings. Just leant back, hit it over the long on area. And there's a man back. Well, Dhanuka's in the circle, I think. He was before, and went over his head, and that's the first 6 of the innings. The run rate day by day. It was very low scoring yesterday, partly because of Albano's poor form in the tournament. 8.5, so it's steadily gone down, which is exactly the opposite to what we'd expected. It's been pretty good so far today. Both teams hitting in the first game around about 90, 95 in the 90s. And we expect that with these two teams. 10 off the over, by the way. And 1 wicket down. Jai Cody, the new bowler, the skipper. So it's one of those things with this format is singles are pretty easy to come by. Anything that is towards the boundary, especially after the power play, even though we've still got a couple of overs left on the power play as Jai Cody comes in. It's outside off stump, bowling to Arslan. So a 6 or a couple of 4s, which are hard to come by in this ground, and it'll pump the score up to about 10 and over, which is pretty much an average run rate in this form, depending on the conditions. It's a little bit tricky here with the very spongy outfield. A pitch that does a bit for the bowlers. This one's called a wide, and they'll take another one as well. It's good running. So, Jai Cody just getting that little bit wrong. There is a bit of swing early for the bowlers, Just having to control that. It's a tricky one for swing bowlers, even though it is probably good conditions for swing. As if you start it too wide, it'll go wide, wider, and will be called a wide, as we saw with that last one. That's a nice shot there from Zayn Ali, but well fielded down there in the gully. If you start it too wide, if it swings and cuts away, it is often called a wide. But if you start it too straight and it doesn't swing, then it's a pretty much in the batsman's hitting arc, and it gets launched into the potato field. It's quite a difficult skill, is swing bowling. This one gets it right again. It's just hit to point, no run. Pretty good bowling from Jai Cody. He's getting the right areas. It is an important tactic, bowling around that tram line in this form of the game. Slow ball. Just get a single to that short mid-wicket area. Well picked by Zayn Ali, but well bowled by Jai Cody. And he'll bring Mohammad Arslan back on strike. Pretty slow going in this second over for Chividate. Arslan, he's a very handy cricketer for this Chividate side. This one's hit over the top, and that is 4 runs. Or that sort of cover point area. It's a pretty safe shot. Just got to lift it over the field, and that's a very nice shot for 4. As I said, the fielding restriction's still in for another over. 3 over power play. Man back at long on now. Another slow ball, and this one's been punished, and that's 6. Wow. Arslan, he saw the slow ball, picked it out of the back of the hand, and just waited on it, and then smashed it over the boundary for 6. Nice shot there. As you see the table, fresh topical up top. Chividate there in the mid-table. They had only lost 1 game before they'd played their first game against against Kings 11. Milan United still to register a win. Only played 2 games though. They're a good side. So we'll want to get a couple of wins up to pump them up the table a bit. They're facing a very good side in Chividate. Had a brilliant day, first day, with 2 wins. There's Sanjeewa to continue. This one's outside off stump, and a bit of confusion with the batsman, but it's a pretty comfortable single in the end. And again, attacking that line just outside of, well, quite a bit outside off stump towards that tram line. And he reached for it, did Zayn Ali, hit it straight down on the pitch. And you can see there, fielder doing good work. It's Gayan Silva. Against Sanjeewa again. He's been muscled onto the onside, but brought that man up. And it's Danuka. They've got Roshan Silva at long off, deep on the boundary. Oh, this one's going to turn off his toes, and that's into the trees. Lovely shot, just too straight from the bowler. Not swinging anymore is that ball. What is swinging, though, is Mohammad Arslan. Just a flick. Beautiful shot. As I mentioned, all it takes is about a 6 and over, and it gets up to a run rate of about 10. And we saw that with the last over. And this one is over the top again, and that's another 6. On the other side of the ground is fielder out there. He went over the top of him. And really good shot there from Mohammad Arslan. And he seems in the mood today. Good shot. Nice and steady. So where does Sanjeewa bowl it now? He's been hit on the leg side. He's been off the offside. Where's he going? Oh, he's going for a fantastic Yorker. That's very good bowling from Sanjeewa. It's hard to get right, but that was spot on. Rolled his fingers over it as well. Really good bowling. Very close to going back onto the stumps. A little inside edge from Arslan, who's 23 off 8, looking good. Hope that didn't put the commentator's curse on him. Comes Sunwee Sanjeewa again. This one's wide. Just gets that slightly wrong. It's a pretty bright start from Chivadate with 1 ball left of the power play. 37 for 1. Kuljinder was the one to go down. It's just not in form at the moment is Kuljinder. But these two, well, Zain Ali's 9 from 8. But Arslan is launching the attack, and he's hit another one. This one's wide of the fielder. In fact, the fielder does get there. And he throws it back to the keeper. Good arm. And that's the end of the second over. And Chivadate, pretty good power play, 38 for 1. Vinny, what do you make of it? Game so far?
Well, if Chivadate's power play was an Oasis song, it would be Don't Look Back in Anger, because they did go down by 5 runs this morning, but they're moving forward, aren't they? Plenty of boundaries. Arslan is on a bit of a heater at the moment. That's the thing about this Chivadate lineup, though. I know Zain Ali kind of stole the headlines the other day, but they have other boundary hitters, don't they? Sure. And the fact that through the first 4 days, they were hitting more runs in boundaries per 10 overs than any other team. And you can kind of see why. They've got guys that can go on runs, like Munshi for a while, like Ali Sadat towards the end. Zain Ali with his 6 sixes in a row the other day. And right now with Arslan. And so you throw that Kuljinder Singh in there if he can click. So it's tough for Milan United. They just desperately need to break this partnership, don't they?
But that's what you need. I mean, you can have teams that rely on one player, and that one player can get them over the line in a lot of games, but not all.
Yeah. And Milan United sporting the colours. Oh, this would have been out, I think. Loses his hat and would have lost his wicket. I was going to say Milan United with the Czech Republic style colours. But I was going to say, the national team of Czech Republic, they're going back to their ECS 21, relying pretty heavily on being gone by some distance there.
He slowed down too.
Yeah. Well, you would have thought when his hat fell off, he'd get slightly quicker. It's like throwing the ballast away. Yeah, but, relying on the beast and Aaron a lot to score the runs. Without those two players, they struggled a lot last year. And, people think of it as a bit more individualistic. Let's have a look at this, because this is launched, and that one's gone right back to the trees. Almost takes out Shub, who I think goes into the bushes as well. What a shot that is. Maximo time, and that's a taste of the power we saw from Zain Ali on Monday.
Uses his feet really well. He's about 3 metres down the track and absolutely hammered that. And now Zain Ali is coming to the party.
Yeah, but it's true. Individuals can win you individual matches, but across the board, like you say, you can't expect the same guys to be doing it for you all the time.
Comes again, and it's a good ball, good comeback ball. But coming back to that, they're a team in form. I think Chivadate. They've got a pretty good bowling lineup, but also they've got some batsmen who are in form and hitting the ball very cleanly, and they've been competitive in every game they've played. And they did lose one on the opening game right at the end, but that game against Kings, where Kings looked right in control right until the last over. It was almost stolen by Ali Sadat. As the bowler comes in again, charges, does the batsman Zain Ali. It's a bit of an inside edge, and it's the man at deep square leg on the boundary. There's a big gap at cow corner. The long on, it's actually pretty wide, so there is a gap straight as well.
Yeah, straight to the go, but it's also one of the longest boundaries on the ground.
Again, and that's one just been hit to the man deep on the offside, just a single. Of course, the power play is over, so a few more players on the boundaries. They're not only catching positions, because these players do want to hit sixes, so lots of catches on the boundary, but also just they act as sweepers. So if anything gets past the infield,
they've got a lot more range here than when the outfield's a lot quicker. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So that's why we're seeing a lot of fours cut off. Last ball of the over coming up.
Ooh.
It's good umpiring. He's just heading down leg side. Oh, it is pretty full. Let's have a look on the replay. Umpiring's been really good with LBWs, I think, in this series. You see that hits him probably fractionally outside already, maybe just in line, but the natural angle is going to carry on. You can see all 3 stumps there, which is a sign it's going to miss. As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score 47 for 1. Want to say a big hello to all of our viewers out there, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company, and hopefully you can stay with us because this Italian series, it is entertaining. That's for sure. I mean, I know maybe not as high scoring as some series because of the outfield at the moment. Do think it's had a bit of a haircut though. You can see they were doing a bit of mowing last night, but I think it's the type of grass that's pretty spongy, so it's probably not going to get a lot quicker. We talked about what you did yesterday on your day off. Well, I had a bit of fun last night with Mars, who's here, part of our Blue Crew. We discovered some of the facilities at the hotel. We get as good as this. This one is straight. You mentioned this is a fairly safe area, and it's perfectly placed, straight as the day is long from Arslan. Cuatro carreras brings up the 50 as well for Chividate.
Yeah, nice shot. Just very safe. Didn't hit it too hard, and it was pretty flat, and that was a nice shot.
Yeah, flat's kind of important because, number one, it's less likely the ball's going to plug when it hits the field. It'll probably skip on a little bit. But also, the flatter is less time the outfielders have to set themselves for a catch. Guyan Silver's coming on. This time missed out. Yeah, but we discovered some of the facilities. I shouldn't say this in case everyone's listening, but beautiful heated pool and jacuzzi down there. There's a Turkish bath as well, steam room, and a couple of treadmills. So Marzi and I were taking turns. We had one running and one walking. We kept switching every 2 minutes. Nice little workout. Felt good about myself after that, especially because I plan on smashing the all-you-can-eat sushi again at some point in the not-too-distant future. Anyway, Arslan still there, isn't he? Still doing some damage. This time he gets 2 sliced away over point.
Yeah, it's pretty good over so far from Guyan Silva. Haven't hit him very cleanly. There was that 4. Again, doesn't hit as cleanly as we've seen with some others. That's hit straight again, going towards a boundary. Should make it as well. Great effort from the fielder, but can't cut it off.
It was a good effort. He threw everything at it, but I think he swings and misses Sanjeeva with his hand. Ends up kind of hitting his shoulder and bouncing over the line. Check it out. It's be a great angle. Thanks to Spring Productions. Swings and, yeah, it's come more or less off the elbow. Didn't get the hand on it. But, yeah, because it was flat, it kind of skipped away a bit longer. And Kadumaduagi Sanjeeva wasn't able to make the stop.
Again, it's pretty good bowling from Guyan Silva. I don't think he's done much wrong in this over. It's still gone for 10. There's still another ball left. But
yeah, you're right. He hasn't done a lot wrong. It's just been some really good shots.
A bit of a quicker ball. Let's head out into the covers. No run. Just well picked up there.
And so it takes us to the end of the over. The score is 58 for 1. I want to say hello to all of our viewers out there, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Danny Hudacek with me. Hello to Ashraful Alam, who's just said hello to us in the chat. And why don't you drop in? Keep us company here. We love the interaction, don't we? It is Peacock Friday as well, so we're feeling pretty bright today, Danny.
Yeah, it's balmy weather under the marshmallow. And I feel very, very summery here in Milan.
It feels, you can just feel that summer might not quite be here yet, but it's just around the corner. I've also got the Peacock shoes on in case you missed them. We might bring those up for you during the next over. But thanks to everyone that's keeping us company in there. And, of course, chatting with each other. Right now, you've got Milan United staring at the writing on the wall with Chivinate up and about 57. It's a pretty good place to be, especially with just 1 wicket gone. His partnership's worth over 50 now, 54 off just 27 balls. And you move into the 6th over.
It's getting about 11 and over. Chividate looking really good. And it'll be interesting to see what they do in the next 5 overs because they've only lost that 1 wicket. As we mentioned before, they've got some very, very good batting to come and batting up here as well. 50 partnership runs in the air. It's very high. Player under it. Takes a catch. Well, that's the end of Zain Ali, who really didn't get going. Did hit 1 big 6, but apart from that, not as fluid as what we've seen. And nice bit of bowling and a very nicely taken catch out there by Sanjeeva. Judged it very well. Had to make quite a bit of ground up. It's the end of Zain Ali.
Yeah, and a pretty handy man to have back in the pavilion. Sanjeeva makes no mistake that time. Had a bit more time to get his composure. 57 for 2, but this brings on a man that was in incredible form towards the end. They needed 26 off the last over, and they ended up going magical, but it wasn't quite enough. He took 20 off it. Ali Sadat comes to the crease at number 4.
Good to see he's got his glasses back on again. He'd take him off for the last couple of balls of the previous innings. There's another wicket off the first ball. And again, it's just a change. And Matt's been trying to, I guess, dominate a bowler from the first ball, and it's not worked again. Jayasakara, it's a good bowler the other day. That's one launched down leg side. So it's called a wide. They'll take another one. But Jayasakara was impressive the other day.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
But yeah, he's had some very good batting options for Chivadate, and when they lose one, they've got another hitter that comes out, and they've bumped Ali Sadat up the order a little bit. So good ball, good bit of pace there.
Yeah, really nice turn of pace from Jayasakara. He's impressed me as well. Chips in with the bat. Milan United haven't really had the success on ECN, but they've been around about the mark. They're going to find it tough going at some of these more seasoned teams in the T10 competition, but still.
It's been hit on the leg side. It's between fielders, but there's a man out there. Just be a single. Again, it's just that there's what's been happening, I guess, in this innings is that they've been able to hit a boundary or a couple of boundaries or a 6 in each over, which has kept that run rate up to about 11 and over. They haven't done that in this over yet, have Chivadate. It's been really good from Jayasakara. He's picked up an important wicket as well. So sometimes it's one over that will turn things for a team. Could it be this one for Milan United? Short, it's been hammered, and that's 4 runs. Fielder never looked like he was going to stop it, even though he was right there. Just a bit of short rubbish there from Jayasakara. He's not quick enough to be bowling short, and this pitch isn't very receptive to short pitch bowling unless you're really quick.
Kind of sits up, doesn't it? And pretty comfortably put away. I've seen some bowls persisting with the short stuff, but not always a great idea.
That's another good little comeback. Again, it's about 9 off this over, and it will be 9 off the over. Now, apart from that one bad ball, it was a pretty good one from Jayasakara. And still that run rate continuing. Have a look at their scorecard. Zain Ali, 16 off 13, but it's Muhammad Aslan who's the one who's really taken this this attack to the Milan United bowling. He didn't get much off the last over, just that 1-4. In fact, it was Sadat who got the boundary. Aslan, we'll see what he can do to Guyan Silva, but I think taking the pace off the ball has been pretty good for Milan United. Doesn't show on the scoreboard though. But the hitting hasn't been quite as fluent. Another good ball there. Just a single out to the covers.
Hanging in there, aren't they? Milan United, but with Arslan still there, you just feel he could launch again. You've got 2 batters and 2 batters in form now to go to town the last 4 overs.
This one's hit straight, and it'll be 6. Very flat. Not much the fielder could do about that one.
Good power, isn't it? And again, if the long off's a bit straighter, you can probably catch this. But it's a lot of ground for these guys to cover at long on long off here at Milan Cricket Ground. So Maximo time, and Sadat is into his work once again.
That's it. We saw exactly the same type of batting in the previous game against Kings 11. They needed 27, I think, off the last over, and they came 5 runs short, but they needed 10 off 2 balls. And it was Sadat who launched the attack, and whoa, he's got him. Well, I think the ball hit the stumps.
Well, they seem to think so.
It's hit the
And
batsman.
so do I. I
Yeah.
think it actually hits the stumps and then hits the keeper and bounces back into the stumps.
Uh-huh.
Watch it go again. Or maybe not. But regardless, you can tell that's bowled.
Yeah, and so that will have to go. It's a good quicker ball there from Guy and Silva. And that's the end of Sadat, who's, as you can see, he did break his glasses. He's got the running repairs there.
Ah, yeah. Well, that's even more remarkable how well he batted, considering his glasses broke. And he's trying to say, hey, no, that's not out.
No,
Well,
it is
I don't
out.
know how he would know unless he's got eyes in the back of his head. I don't know if there's any rear view mirrors on those glasses.
Maybe
but
that's what he's just had installed.
yeah, I think so. But that one, yeah, just shot through a bit as well, didn't it? And clipped the leg stump. That means Ali Sadat will go no further. 73 for 3. They promoted Ali Sadat over Isra Munshi, who was pretty good himself in that last game. Maybe because Sadat had some form late in the piece and they wanted to kind of get him while he was still hot. But Munshi, he dished out a couple of blows of his own that last game.
He did. We saw Munchi walk past us just after the last game, and he's still holding his jaw after he got kneed in the head by one of the Kings batsmen on a run. It looked like it knocked him out. But he was back, and he's a pretty good bat because you just slammed that one for 6. Well, Munchi, he did that in the first game. He did a bit of that in the last game. He loves them in the slot, and this one was right in the slot for him, and he smashed it over cow corner for 6.
Uber confident, isn't it? Maximo time for Munshi. Chivadate off to the races again on about 19 pace at the moment. Going Silva. He's been through the ringer here.
Munchi goes again. This one's right to that man at cow corner. Just a single, but still going at almost 12 and over at Chivadate, and even with good overs and wickets and tight bowling, there's still that odd 6 or the odd boundary that'll pump them up into that 10 and over, 11 and over mark.
This is the luck factor because he inside edged that. That could have easily gone on to the stumps. Instead, it's a single, and Arslan will retain the strike. 7 overs down, 81 for 3. Reminder of where we are heading over the next few weeks on the European Cricket Network. We have 2 weeks here in Milan, which will culminate in an ECI series, tri-series of T10 international cricket between Italy as well as France and Romania. We're in Austria for 2 weeks, Bulgaria for 2 weeks. And after that, we're in Sweden, Stockholm, in fact. ECN Gibraltar T20 Internationals, though, coming in only 6 days' time. And that is a tri-series involving Gibraltar as well as Malta and Portugal. So 3 teams we know pretty well here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, they are for those ICC ranking points, which affect your ranking and kind of opens doors for you when you work your way up the rankings. And also, yeah, it's a very interesting system, the ICC ranking system. It's not perfect. It's tough because sometimes geographically there's teams in other parts of the world that will never play teams that are around them for logistical reasons. But it encourages you to play teams above you and do well. Anyway, this is up and over the offside. Arslan continues motoring towards a half century. That one takes him to 43. Slightly slower ball, I think, from Jai Sekarat, but it disappears.
That was a nice shot. Again, pretty risk-free. There's no one back on that side. But, there is one man actually covering a lot of ground right at mid-wicket, but it was away from him. Yeah, going back to the scoring, the rankings. We always thought with the Czech team that if you beat a team that's ahead of you, you get significantly more points.
That's right. He's gone. Yeah, so tries it again. Arslan won't get his half century in the end. It was a big deflection, well held. Trishan Silva's a good keeper. He took an absolute hanger the other day, didn't he? This will be a great view of it from the keeper's point of view. I like the way he keeps his hands together, keeps the little fingers together. It's good technique. Watches it all the way in. But Arslan certainly got things motoring here. Leaves his team in a pretty good position. He contributes 43 off 23 at the number 3 position. 3 Maximos as well. And the score is 85 for 4.
Yeah, really good innings there from Muhammad Arslan. But I've got to say, though, that Stephen Jayasekara has been the pick of the bowlers. He's been very, very good. He picked up a couple of wickets, but also just limited the runs, I think. And it hasn't been everything for Milan United, because from the other end, it's just been still that 10 and over. But it's been a very, very good contribution from Jay Sekera. So the new batsman is Sekanda Valid, who can also hit the ball. So I've got a pretty good batting lineup to Chividate. Still have Munchi at the other end. Comes in, hits one straight, pretty well timed. We'll stop on this ground, just a single.
Yeah, just the one. So, Man United, the €1 million question will be, where are the runs going to come from them? Because that has been a bit of an issue with their progress so far.
Ishan batted pretty well the other day.
Yeah.
But only really, I think, one innings. This one's going to be a bye, I think. Look for 2. It's probably good running. I'm not sure if it's good running from the other end, though.
Well, if in the old days we used to have a rule called any wicket, which means if you took the wicket down and either batter is out, then it was out. And this definitely would have been out, because have a look at this. It's a one stays, one goes. And there's kind of an eclipse there where the bowler came in between the island and the 2 batters. And eventually they do get away with it. Yeah, Milan United, they scored 66 off their 10 overs the other day. Let's wait for this ball, which is up in the air, and Sanjeeva clears the path and he takes the catch. So Munchi goes downtown, but he's going to have to go uptown now as he elevates, and Kaduma Tugawi, Sanjeeva takes another very good catch. He ran in. He certainly put a name on that. That one went high enough to kind of allow a bit more communication between the 2 fielders. Sanjeeva does the rest, and so Munchi, just a bit of a one-hit wonder here in match 22. It's 88 for 5.
I tell you what, he moves wonderfully in the outfield as Sanjeeva. He was a man a bit closer to him, and he made good ground to it. Got himself steady, and a very, very nice catch. I'd have him in my outfield any day, Sanjeeva. It's pretty textbook.
Yeah, very, very good technique as well. Sanjeeva, very important player. Last ball of the 8th. Hit and partially knocked down. Make sure it's only a single, so it's 89 for 5 after 8. So just go back to the batting of Milan United. They just played the 2 matches the other day, and they scored 66 and bowled out off the last ball against Fresh Tropical. Then the other game they played was a 7-over match, and they managed 59, which wasn't the worst. That was against Chandra Brescia. But Chandra Brescia were able to chase it down with an over remaining. So, yeah, you mentioned Taridu Heshan was a contributor for them. So if they can maybe hold them to 100 to 110, something like that, if they bat well, you can tell there's a lot of cricketing skill in their lineup. Bit of a Sri Lankan flavour about the Milan United side. You know the way they like to play their cricket. They like to attack. As we get ready for over number 9, it all happens in the 9th. And here's Roshan Silva.
Bowling to Mustafa. There's 2 Mustafas actually, so this is...
Yeah, there's 2 Muzaffars.
This is Muhammad Mustafa.
Yeah, Muhammad is batting at the moment. I'm not sure after the other one.
Going back to Milan United, fantastic spell from Stephen J. Sekera. This one's hit through the leg side, just a single. And J. Sekera 3 for 15.
He's a really handy player. He's a player we've seen now for 3 years running for Milan United. And we haven't seen a lot of Milan United. They've only played 10 games in those 3 years, which it's more to do with the format here in Milan, because it's been so crowded teams-wise. And that's pretty effective from Roshan, who goes down and he shoots him down. It's a sniper job from Roshan, and the wicket's tumbling towards the end here. Chividate now 91 for 6.
Yeah, it's good bowling. I think the main batsmen for Chividate are back sort of being spectators at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's a little bit about what can we get from here rather than really launching an attack. And you can see that the batsman there, Muhammad Mustafa, just big swing and a miss.
Going back to Joe Sacre, though, I mean, we didn't see him bowling at all last year. They played 5 matches. And so I just think he's a really handy option, especially in this form of the game. He's got a few tricks, doesn't he? He's got change of pace. But, yeah, you're right about this innings. Kind of going off the rails a little bit. This is Musharraf Muzaffar, who comes out now to bat with 9 balls remaining. Scores 91.
Well, the positive thing for Chivadata is that the heavy lifting was done by most of the previous batsmen. Kuljinder missed out again, but all the other big names, especially Arslan with a handy 40-odd, did very, very well and in quick time. So they've got a very defendable total, even if it were to stop now the innings. They should get it up to around about 100. It's the other Mustafa who comes in, a big wild swing. And
Felix is just asking for the ladder. And just let you know, I put it in the chat a moment ago. You can check that out, Helix. That was a wild swing. Going for the leg side there. He said, where's the wide? He said, well, number 1, you've got a huge reach. And number 2, it wasn't a wide.
I wouldn't be doing that too often to these umpires, though. Telling them how to umpire.
Tell you what, he might need a neck brace if he keeps swinging his neck around that quickly. He's glaring at him. But the problem is that I know in a park game with no cameras, you can convince yourself and convince people around you that you might be right. But with the cameras, it's pretty clear that they weren't even close to being wides. That's probably over. Here comes another one.
Well, he's got right in the air. Fielder's going back to see if he can stop the boundary, and he can't. It's 4 runs. Wow.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, a little bit straight. This one didn't quite swing away, and he just went with the. Just swung with the angle. Did Musharraf Mustafa, and that's a good boundary to end the over.
Roshan will be happy with the over, kind of altogether, and his spell of 1 for 14. But he'll be annoyed, I think, with that last ball.
Yeah.
I think the last 2 balls before that were perfect, and don't know whether it was a conscious effort to go a bit straighter and go for the kind of jackpot and hit the stumps and grab another wicket. I think bowlers, they still like wickets. I know the smart thing to do there was bowl another one out there, but I think the idea, I think he was just tempted by the idea of sending the stumps clattering against Muzaffar, who hadn't really gotten close to either of those first 2 balls. He pays the price, goes for 4. Anyway, this is a really good effort. Superman stuff from Roshan, and they will get 2. But he launched himself with a 10 out of 10 effort. Unfortunately, comes up with nothing but grass.
Yeah, it's a very good effort. Having a look at it. It's right off the toe of the bat. Got plenty of height on it. Roshan going back, and you're right about the Superman.
Wasn't far away, was he? He's got the Superman colours on as well.
Yeah. Here comes the bowler again. Strike Cody, the skipper. It's been hit pretty well. Didn't get all of it. And just been cut off. They'll look for 2, but just be a single.
It's good fielding. And that was a good example of knowing where you were on the boundary. And you can kind of do that because it's not a catch. You're not as worried about getting it cleanly, although you want to. But there's not as much riding on it. But also the ball was coming at a comfortable, slow pace, so he could just pay more attention to where he was on the field.
So it's getting there again. It's gone wide of the fielder, who does try to stop it, but that's 4 runs, and there's a little wiggle at the end of this innings.
Yeah, it is a little wiggle. It's a good way to put it. And poor Sanjeeva, these air swings, he had missed one to his right. Now he misses one to his left, and that's one that he would have fancied himself to keep that back in the field of play. Tried to bat it back in, but it was off the outside edge of the finger. 100's up now for Chivadate, 3 to come.
It's a dodgy inside edge. Let's just get a single. Keeper picks it up. So it's a good score here from Chivadate. Very competitive on this ground.
It is. This is a kind of line in the sand moment for Milan United, though. Let's see if their batting can get going. It's not an unchaseable score. We've seen these kind of chases before.
Good ball. That's a bit the line of the length you want. Got up a little bit, and a big swing and a miss from the batsman.
Yeah, this is the one that actually takes off a bit off the pitch, and only it's now and then, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what we said. It's a bit like a natural turf cricket pitch. It has some natural variation. But that one did take off for the captain, Joe Cody. He's got 1 ball to go. Chivadate 103 plus this.
The last ball of the innings. And he's hit this high in the air. Player coming around and drops it. Never was steady, good effort. And then I'm not quite sure what the batsmen are doing. They're going for another one.
Oh,
They
you
might-
get more, maybe. You take it on. 3.5.
Direct hit.
Well, what? What a last ball. As we have a genuine, it's a pie. I think they've got 3.14159265 there. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I mean, he could have saved 3 runs here if he'd taken the catch, but he didn't.
He's almost lapped him.
Yeah, the individual pursuit. And then they said, well, why don't we go? And the keeper says, well, I've got to ping him. But there was a fielder backing up, so that's why he felt confident. And so the keeper gets half of that run out as one of the last 2 people to touch it. So that's nice for him. So it'll be a rare triple off the last ball. 106 for 7 off the 10 overs. And look, Danny, Chividate, they've made a good fist of that. Maybe not as many as they might have made. Milan United, like I said, though, if they ever needed their batting to click, it's now if they're going to be a force in this competition.
Got to say, they never really dominated the batting, did Chividate, the bowling, Chividate. But it was just that one boundary or 2 boundaries or a 6 off the over that got them to a pretty consistent run rate. It was the first wicket. That was Kuljinder, who's not been in great form. And then this one was dropped, and it was probably a pretty expensive one because Arslan did a lot of the heavy lifting within this innings. And some big hitting. So just Arslan, who batted really well. And it was just one of those things where they were hitting these consistent boundaries, consistent 6s. Never too many in one over. It was never any blowout over. That was in the trees, though. Lovely shot. Picked up his toes there by Arslan. But it was consistent throughout the innings. They'd pick up the singles, and then they'd hit a 6. And that's Mohammad Arslan. This was that shot. Beautiful shot using his feet there from Zain Ali. Didn't see the best of him today. He only hit 15 odd. Whereas Arslan was the one who did most of the scoring, and he hit a couple straight. Those 2 players were quite wide straight, which means that they just have a lot of ground to cover. And then that was the end of another batsman. Ali Sadat came in and straight away started hitting. He hit a couple of big ones, but then didn't quite get going, did Ali Sadat, and he was bowled there. It's a good ball. Didn't quite get up as high as what he'd anticipated. But then Arslan kept on going. It's another nice shot over the top. Finally, he ended up falling to a neat catch for the keeper. End of a good innings, and there were good contributions towards the end. A couple of catches out there for Sanjeewa. It was very good and very safe out in the outfield. He lost a couple of wickets, but the runs just kept on coming. It was a really good spell from Jai Sakura in the middle to limit Chividate a little bit. All in all, it was a very good effort by the Chividate side. So just those boundaries, they couldn't stop them. Even right towards the end, that was their last ball, which was dropped, and then they did get that 3, sort of comical fashion, and then the direct hit run out right at the end. So a good innings from Chividate. I think they'll feel they've got enough runs. 106. Milan United will have to bat very well to get to that total. Here's the scorecard. Zain Ali at the top, 16 off 13. Not quite getting going. Kuljinder missing out again. It's a first baller. Mohammad Arslan, though, is the pick of the batsman, 43 off 23. Ali Sadat with a good little contribution, as did all the rest of the batsmen, scoring a few runs and pretty quickly. For the bowling, pick of the bowlers, well, Roshan Silva, only 1 for 14, but down the bottom, Stephen Jay Sakura, he dried up a bit of the runs for a couple of overs there, and took 3 wickets also. So, Jay Sakura there, 3 for 15 off his 2, but Mohammad Arslan is responsible for most of the runs there for Cividate. 106 for 7, 107 to win for Milan United if they want to get their first win on the board. Join us back here in a few minutes' time for this FanCode European Cricket Series match between Cividate and Milan United, and direct from Milan in Italy, from the Milan cricket ground. See you very shortly.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan, Italy, and a match between Cividate and Milan United. Cividate batting first, scoring 106, losing 7 wickets, but good score on the board for Cividate. And Milan United get their innings underway in just a moment. They're still winless in this competition. They lost their first 2 games, and they'll be looking for a bright start from these 2 opening batsmen. It will be Mohammad Arslan, who saw a nice innings of 43 in the first innings of this game. And Cividate, 10 overs to get the 107 they need. Here comes the first ball. And it's just poked down through the gap, down towards third man. I don't think it'll reach a boundary, will it? Yes, it will. It's a good start there for Milan United. Nice shot. Just poked it down there. There is a slip in, and there's a gully, but can't cover all positions on this ground, and that's a very important area. It's gotten quicker over the week as well, just that third man area. Of course, we only bowl from one end here in ECN games for various reasons. So you can see that it's quickened up significantly during the week. Comes Arslan again. And it's a good ball. Got him. Well, that's it. Hit the pad. And Jaya Cody, the captain, will have to go. So after a nice start with that 4, that's a big setback for Milan United. Let's have another look at it. Came in sharply, and it took the pad and then onto the stumps. If we get another look from the front, we'll have a look how much that came in. He came pretty wide from the crease, and it ducked in on him. Let's have another look. Wide of the crease, and you see the angle on the swing. And he hit the pads and went onto the stump. So a really good piece of bowling there from Arslan, who's right up there for the Man of the Match award already. Taking the wicket of the Milan United captain, Nishan Kayakodi. Brings out a new batsman. It's Roshan Silva. He did pretty good the other day with Roshan. And he'll have to start a little partnership that don't want to dig themselves into too much of a hole, Milan United. But actually, in all 3 innings we've seen in today, there's been an early wicket within the first 3 balls. It's a bit of a trend. So if it continues throughout the day, but at this stage, let's see if Milan United can form a little partnership. Here comes Arslan again. And, oh, big swing and a miss. That was good bowling, bit of pace too. He's right up for this, is Arslan. Look at this one. Oh, cut away sharply. That's what it'll do on this this pitch early on with the new ball. Doesn't tend to do that as much as the ball gets a little bit softer. As you can see, a good seam on those ECN balls. And the pitch will play a few little tricks. Plays a bit like a turf pitch, this one. That was too good for the batsman. Comes Arslan again. It's another swing and a miss. And you don't see this very often in this format. They've got 2 slips and a gully, also a point, and a cover point. So, a ring of fieldsmen out there. And let's see if he can find that edge, Mohammad Arslan. It's a bit of great bowling so far. Tough going for Roshan Silva. Suresh Silva, batsman at the other end. I think he's quite happy to stay there at the other end, seeing what's coming out of Arslan's hand at the moment. Comes again. And that one cut sharply in. Oh, how did that miss everything? Well, it's gone for 4 runs. It's not called a wide, it's just 4 byes. Have a look how sharply this comes back in. Just misses the stumps. The batsman had absolutely no idea where that went. And the keeper couldn't cover it. That's how far it went. So he's getting it to swing in a lot. But then he got the other one. The next ball he bowled. The first one to Roshan Silva, cut away from him. It's a mixed bag of fantastic bowling from Arslan. It did cost him 4 runs. Well, not him personally. It cost his team 4 runs. But also just missed those stumps. Comes Arslan again. It's going to come out this time. And it's more the same. Good bowling. Really good over there from Arslan. And still 8 from it, but also a wicket. And just see the ball duck in and just missed the stumps again. Well, so Mohammad Arslan ended up with 4 to his name, but there were those byes, so 8 runs off the over with a wicket. 9 matches, it's a golden ball. And it was an exciting game, that one. Although I'm sure we'll see more close games as we did in the first one. A little bit different. Could have been a golden ball off the last ball. In fact, they had 2 goes at it in the first game. Ali Sadat for Chivadate to win it. Couldn't quite get there over the Kings 11. They're in another game. And this time it's Musharraf Mufaza coming into bowl for Chivadate. And this one's been taken from off stump. There's a man out there, just be a single. And it's Suresh Silva who gets his first run. And Roshan back on strike. He's got some pretty good deliveries. First up from Mohammad Arslan. He'll see what he can do with Mohammad Mustafa. In fact, it's Musharraf Mustafa. Come on again. Doesn't quite have the pace or the movement that Arslan had. It's a little bit short. Couldn't put it away. Maybe a little bit indecisive in his stroke. He didn't quite know whether to pull it. Ended up just waiting on it a bit too long. Pretty good ball there from Muzaffar. He turns at his mark and comes back to bowl to Roshan Silva. And it's, again, the same thing. Didn't quite know what to do with it. And as Roshan Silva, he's eaten up and over already. So that's 10% of the innings that he's faced without scoring. And you've got to say that was pretty good bowling. Very good bowling from Mohammad Arslan. And it's been pretty good bowling here from Musharraf Mufasa. But just think that even though it was short, it was pretty straight from Mustafa. A lot of batsmen would have put those away. Roshan Silva just not being able to at the moment. Charges, hits that one through the covers. That's a nice shot, and that'll just race away to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there, good use of the feet, and it gets him going. Really nice shot, timed it well, and you can see the ground has quickened up a little bit since the start of the week. We did get overnight rain on the first day, which made it really slow, but that baking sun for the last few days, which has been great. Comes in again. This one is short and wide. Good pace as well. No run. Still persisting with that slip. And a gully. Still within the power play. Just 1 ball left of the second over. 13 for 1, Milan United. Bit different to the Chivadate scoreline at this stage. A pretty good start to Chivadate to this innings. And comes Mustafa for the final ball of his over. This one's been launched into the air. It should go all the way, and does. Didn't get all of it. It did Roshan Silva, but got enough. And after soaking up an over with no score, now Roshan is starting to get going, and he's 10 off 9. So end of the over, Mustafa goes for 11, and Milan United 19 for 1. 88 needed off 48, going about 11 and over. It's about the same target as what they needed. They're right on the run rate, pretty much. They'll need a couple of big overs though, because there is some pretty good bowling in this lineup from Chividate. As we see, Chividate 6th on the table. Milan United still no wins. Got a good opportunity today though to pick up something. And that's pretty good bowling right up in the block hole there. It's Mohammad Arslan to continue. It's been impressive. Right up in the block hole. I think there's a bit of bat on it. Last over of the power play. And those men back, one deep square leg boundary and the other at pretty wide long on. They haven't really looked like hitting through the line though, because the line's been moving, I guess, from Arslan. He's been getting a lot of swing, especially in, bit of cut away as well with one ball. Difficult to pick what's coming out next. It's a pretty good opening spell. Picked up a vital wicket as well. It comes in again, bowling to Suresh Silva. Nice area. It's gone through the covers, beaten both fielders. I don't think it'll reach the boundary. It's a chase on. They've come back for 2. And they'll look for 3, but I think it would be unwise. A good throw into the keeper. It's 2 runs to Suresh Silva. Got past those 2 fielders. Zayn Ali, despairing dive, so you wouldn't have to chase it. Ended up chasing it anyway. Still, it's positive play from Milan United. We've got to say it's pretty good bowling from Arslan. Comes in again. This one's hitting the air, just over the fielder. Good effort from Zayn Ali. Couldn't quite reach it. He's a tall man as well. Just out of his reach. And the bowler, bit of despair. It's good bowling just away from him. Good effort though from the big man. Ball seems to be following him a little bit today, Zayn Ali. He's a vital position where he is. He's just at he's in the circle at mid-off. And with a line that Arslan's bowling, now the ball maybe not swinging as much. It's a vital position. Slow ball, good ball, well defended. Very clever at this stage. He's rolled his wrist on it. It's no run to the batsman. He wants to hit it, but I think he did the right thing not going for that one. As you see, Munshi behind the stumps. He mentioned before there's a collision between him and a Kings batsman, Kings 11 batsman, where he really took one nasty one to the left jaw. Seems okay though. Comes in again and bowled him. Well, that was a beautiful ball. Pitched up right in the block hole, and that is the end of Suresh Silva. Quick, accurate, full, and fantastic piece of opening bowling from Mohammad Arslan, who has got his name all over this Man of the Match trophy that's not actually awarded, but you know what I mean. If it were to be awarded, he'd be holding it up at this stage, at the end of the innings. Mohammad Arslan picks up his 2nd wicket. Bring a new batsman out. That is Darudu Heshan. And Heshan, he looked good at some stages during the one of the innings he played. It was the very first game. And he'll have to bat well, get Milan up to a good total. Arslan still got a ball left. If I were Darudu Heshan, I would see this ball off just to get him out of the way, because he's right in the mood. Is Mohammad Arslan at the moment. 2 for 8. 1 ball left. He's been swinging it, cutting it. Last couple have been really full, good balls. And Heshan takes his time. Here comes Mohammad Arslan for his final ball of his spell. And it's a pretty good one, well left by Heshan. I think he must have heard me. That's the end of a great spell from Muhammad Arslan. 2 for 8. And Milan United 23 for 2. It's not a bad start, but I'll need to pick it up a little bit. Chividate at the same time at the end of the power play were 38 for 1, so they're about 15 runs behind. But there was a couple of overs in the middle where they slowed down, did Chividate in the batting with some great bowling from Stephen Jayasekara. This Chividate side with the new bowler Zain Ali. This won't get any easier for Milan United. What Chividate did very well in their innings is they had a 6 or a couple of 4s each over throughout the majority of the innings, which meant that they were averaging consistently overs of about 10 or 11 or 12. They didn't blow Milan United out of the water with any single over. It was just a consistently good batting performance from Chividate. Here's Zain Ali. He's hit straight back past him. And it's Arslan Hillfield. Muhammad Arslan did not have the greatest day with his hands earlier in the game against Kings. Put down a few. Ball kept on following him. But he's a good fielder. Zain Ali, we're bowling again to Taradu Heshan. Just down leg side, just poked around the corner for a single. He's a tall man, Zain Ali. Uses his height very well when he bowls also, which can make it quite awkward, especially going across the line here or even playing pull shots on this with this pitch. Can be a little bit difficult. It sometimes keeps a little lower than expected. Not something outrageous, just plays, as I said, like a turf pitch. Zain Ali comes in again. Gives himself a bit of room. Tried to fire it onto his legs. And did the bowler just be a single. Quite watchful, the batsman. It's pretty good bowling though, you got to say. I'll have to pick up the run rate soon. It's blowing out to about 12.5 and 0, the run rate needed. They'll need a good over somewhere along the line. Will Milan United. This one's just tucked around the corner. I think they're just watching the ball come onto the bat at the moment. The Milan United batsman waiting for the loose ball, but there just haven't been any from Zain Ali at all in this over so far. Just singles off each of the first 4 balls. Well, comes in again. A fairly short run. Charges as the batsman and misses. And starting to get a little bit frustrated, Milan United. Can't quite get this bowling away, but it's been a very consistent over so far from Zain Ali. Hasn't tried too much, just bowling a bit short of a length, using his height, so the bounce is causing a few issues for these batsmen. There's the final ball of the over from Zain Ali. Charges again. This one gets away. The player out there who takes it on the body. He's hit pretty hard, got a bit of a dodgy bounce out there. But again, just a single and a end of a very good over there from Zain Ali. It's a good fielding, got his body right behind it. So at the end of over number 4, Milan United 27 for 2. Chividate scoring 106, 107 to win, as you see at the dip in the graph there. It was looking okay at the start. They lost a wicket, still looking okay. It was upward, and now it's just gone down the last couple of overs, and over 13 and over needed. So they'll really need to get a bit of a move on. But next bowler is Kuljinder Singh. who's been excellent with the ball so far this tournament. This one's been hit over the top of backward point, and that's 4 runs. Good shot. Just waited on it a bit. Gave himself plenty of room. Took it from outside leg, actually. And got it into that area. Bit risky, exposing all 3 stumps. But a nice start to the over. So Roshan Silva with a boundary. They know what they need to do, Milan United. It's a very good bowler. They'll be trying to get away, and Kuljinder Singh. This one is hit nicely on the onside, and that'll be 4 again. Beautiful shot. Made it into a half volley. So he moves his feet forward, takes it off middle stump that time, and that's 4 runs. Well, Kuljinder Singh, he got a first baller in the Chivadada innings as opener. And he's been hit for consecutive boundaries here by Roshan Silva. It's never quite that simple in cricket. This one's just hit into himself by the batsman. Inside edge. And no run. It's pretty tense at the moment. Kuljinder Singh dropping that run rate slightly. This one is hit behind square. That'll be 4 again. Nice shot. Just down leg side, fired down leg side by Kuljinder. And just have another look. Charged it, turned it around the corner, and really nice shot. So another 4 runs. Not taking too many risks. Roshan Silva. He's on 25 off 17. This one's given a lot of air by Kuljinder. Good bowling. It's pretty brave as a bowler. After you've just been here for 3-4s in the over, to give it a bit more flight. It's got a pretty good fastball. Does Kuljinder as well. This one is hit straight. There's a man behind it. It's Arslan. He'll just cut it down to a single. And it's a good over there from for Milan United. 13 off the over. There's the umpiring crew here in Milan this week. There's Rohan, Shahid and Ali, who are doing a great work out there in the middle. It's a tough job, but they've been very, very good and very consistent all week. So well done to Rohan, Shahid and Ali for the good work. So Vinny, what do you make of the first few overs here in this game?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, it's a decent batting effort so far. I mean, but they can have to be more than decent, I think, from here on in. What I would say is they still have key batters there. I think this required run rate, if we'd already gotten to kind of middle lower order, I think it's probably beyond them. But both these two, you know, hit the ball well. That was a good over as well. Went for 13, but that is the asking rate now. So you need pretty much every over to be as good as that on average anyway. Ramsunil, I think he bowled really well earlier. He's good at jamming in the block hole. And yeah, Roshan Silva and Hishan batted really well the other day. I was impressed with him. Anyway, here we go. All to play for. Over number 6.
This one's hit down the ground. Just be a single. In fact, it's didn't time it very well. Just be the bowler doing his own fielding.
I think with Sunil, he's at you. You know, he bowls a lot of balls that hit the stumps, and that forces you to hit it. If you don't, you LBW, or you're going to be bowled. So there's not much you can do with that last ball. Punch it out for 1, I suppose. And Heshan faces the music.
Oh, good ball. Beats him outside off stump.
Felix saying, on ya, the umpires. Yeah, they do a great job. We'll have a change of umpiring crew for week 2. It's not because they've done a bad job. It's just things like the fact that the umpires do obviously have other obligations with work and family and these other things. And we'll have a fresh batch from Monday.
That's a lovely shot over the top and goes over the fielder out there. And that's 6 runs.
Good shot by Heshan. A lot of bottom hand in this. He needs it to get that elevation. Gets it over the fielder, gets 6. This game still has a pulse.
It does. Going back to the umpires, they're all local umpires, but under the guidance of Rob Kemming, who's vastly experienced. So the umpiring standard It's been lifted all around Europe. And that's another great shot. That's been absolutely hammered into the potato field. Well, Heshan.
This one was even better from Heshan, wasn't it? Again, just look at that bottom hand and how it comes into play here. It's really choking the bat with that bottom hand, squeezing it, and this one was pure from Toridu. And well, the batting 10 thought they were in danger. They weren't, except maybe from turning their heads around too quickly. So that brings it right back into the balance towards the kind of tour ball or so. But we know that sometimes their batting's fallen away when you break through the top 4. Let's see what happens now.
That's nicely played. Well bowled, right up in the block hole.
Heshan seems to have a good temperament. He seems to make pretty good decisions. He's not going after absolutely everything. I think he's naturally good the way he whips away the leg side. You saw that a couple of times there. And Ramsonil, I mean, these weren't huge misses from him, but they weren't quite in the block hole. It allowed the batter to get under it, essentially.
It's again well bowled and just poked down to the gully area. No run.
Good comeback.
Very good comeback.
You don't want to be rattled. Again, that 13 and over or so that was required. There's 13 off this over at the moment. And that actually is the end of it. So pretty much keeps the equation similar. 50 came up during that over as well. Milan United are 54 for 2.
Yeah, it's they're hovering at the moment, aren't they, Milan United? They have to keep this run rate up. All it takes is just one good over from Chivadate.
It would just really get Milan United's tournament going. It's only their 3rd game. They've had a couple of losses, but kind of similar to Kings 11, if they can start putting some wins together, then they can find themselves right up the top pretty quickly. Chivadate as well. They are a team that are kind of on the slide, I suppose, with that loss this morning. They don't want to lose 2 in a row. And Kujinda back for over number 7.
I disagree with you as far as the slide goes, because I think they were pretty close in that game, and they're pretty resolute this year, I think. Chivadate.
Yeah, no, I meant probably more results-wise.
Yeah,
you know, I think certainly the trajectory of their team is up across the board. We've seen them improving a lot, but I mean, if all they have is a 2-2 record to show for it, or a 2-3 record, that's even worse. But this is a decent effort from Heshan, who goes big again. He's peppering the potatoes at the moment. Maximo 6 more for Milan United. We might have another real close finish on our hands here.
That was a bit of rubbish there from Kujinda, who just put it on that leg stop line at a half volley, and you can't do that to Toridu Heshan. That's a beautiful shot.
What a shot. Yeah, hit with the spin, didn't he? See if he goes faster or slower here.
That's right up in the block hole, just hit to the covers for a single.
Yeah, so this is kind of my point. So Chivadate, obviously, they're seeing who they beat on Monday as well and how well they have played. But if they then turn around after 5 games and they're 2 wins, 3 losses, they'll say, hey, how's this happened? We've played some really good cricket here. Anyway, still ahead in this game, I think.
This one's hit straight, and it should be cut off. It will be. Zain Ali there, just a single. Hit pretty well, but not quite well enough.
I mean, ones are fine. I mean, every time the ball doesn't leave the ballpark, it's a win for Chivadate at this stage. They do have the runs on the board. 44 off 20 required now.
This one's hit wide through the covers. Should be 4. Will be. No, it's Zain Ali out there who is doing a lot of work. He had to move to his right for the first one, his left for the second. But he can't cover all those blades of grass.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. And it was a good ball. Kind of got the length wrong there, didn't he? Turned into a full toss. It's not quite high enough to be called, but top of the pad height. But I like that he doesn't hack across it. He finds the gap over cover. Good batting.
Last ball of the spill. And this one's been hammered for 6 again. Well, expensive spell from Kujinda, the captain, not having a great game. And Heshan waited on it, turned on it at the last minute. There's another one for the potato farmer.
Yeah, well, that one somehow sneaks through the tree into the potatoes. 19 off the over, 67 for 2. Yeah, well, there were 13 off the over before. There were 13 off that until the last ball that went for 6. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Match 23. This should be a doozy as well between Kings 11 and Brescia CC. Brescia CC, we haven't seen them today. Kings 11, we did see them account for Chivadate by 5 runs in the earlier game today to get their first points. Kings 11. Brescia CC winning the toss and electing to bat in match number 23. And that kind of bucks the trend. I think teams wanting to chase most of the time. Precious EC, they probably looked at their batting lineup, said, look, let's give these guys every opportunity to bat the 10 overs and bat without any particular scoreboard pressure. So that game's coming up in around about 35 minutes. Got to finish on our hands here, though, don't we? So with 19 off, that brings the rate down to 11.3 and over required for the last 3. And here is Zane.
Oh, it's a short one. Hooked it away, but didn't quite get enough of it. And,
Charges him. This looks like it. It's a weird one because you kind of have to judge where it would have been when it reached the crease. I guess it's hard to tell when he's that far out.
Yeah, I think you can't call that.
I'm not saying call it. I think, is that the bouncer for the over? And I'd say probably, yeah.
Probably.
Because would it have been above his shoulder if he was standing in his crease?
To be fair, there won't be too many bounces in this over, I don't think.
See,
this one's hit straight.
They've made the change with the straight fielders to pinch him a bit closer. They don't want anything going between them. I like that strategy.
Yeah.
Kind of forces the batters to kind of hit it a little bit across or hit a bit inside out. But no, straight is normally safe as a batter. So you're just kind of reducing the ability for the batter to get value. And I'd even say this is a pretty good ground to have that Southern Cross field on with a very straight fielder.
Yep.
And then the other two fielders next to him, slightly wider, long on and long off. Anyway, what a game. 32 off 16.
So now this one's going to be called a wide. The only runs that have been hit of Zayn Ali, some of the balls have been well hit, but they've only been singles. It's the first one that it's not been just a single. This one's a pretty obvious wide.
Yeah.
But even though they've been able to hit him sometimes, it's just been singles. And not a boundary yet off. Well, about to say not a boundary yet.
You've jinxed it.
There is one.
And it might pull up. Oh, well. That's the one bit of grass they didn't cut, and it stops the ball. It'll be 2.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Milan United. Because he swung pretty hard at it. Did come off quite quickly off the bat. But
Game this at the moment. Like I say, Milan United will really feel like they've turned the corner if they can chase this down. Cividante will be in a much better position as well. They'll go back to having a winning record, 3 and 2.
It's a lot on the line. It's still it's still pretty early in the tournament, almost halfway through.
But that's the thing, yeah, halfway through your group matches after this, if you're Cividante, most teams hitting the kind of 5-match mark out of 10 at the moment.
And this one's over the top of Gully, and they'll come back for 2. They will, pretty comfortably.
The thing about this, and it's probably not obvious when you're watching on TV, when you're running 2s, you're getting puffed out. I think that especially when you have to push for them. And yeah, aerobically, after running at 2 and you're facing up, sometimes the right amount is just right because it kind of relaxes you a little bit, but too much, a bit of fatigue can creep in. Roshan goes 2 and 2, and Zayn Ali, yeah, it's been pretty good. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but it only conceded 12 off 10 balls, which can't hit him to the boundary.
It's cracked down to the covers. Good fielding there, just a single.
It's good running, though, also to go on contact. I think sometimes some teams, I suppose, haven't challenged the infielders enough. I mean, that's one that if you both go straight away, you'd have to come up with a perfect piece of fielding to pick up and throw and hit one stump, and even then it'd be pretty tight. So well judged. But yeah, this is the partnership Milan United needed. We identified it about 5 overs ago, didn't we? We said these are the guys we think have to do a lot of the work, and right now they are.
It's been a good spell from Zayn Ali, though. He's got one more ball to keep this together.
Yeah, last ball, the 8th coming up.
Oh, good ball. Bit of a slower one. And that's end of a very good spell. Wicketless for Zayn Ali, but only 13 coming from the 2 overs, which is what they need every over to Milan United. So let's have a look. It's pretty even, just a little bit below the line. Did dip a bit at the same stage. 2 overs left. And chasing 107 to win. Milan United at 81 for 2. All happens in the 9th, as we always say. And there'll be a lot on the responsibility of these 2 batsmen. Also to the bowler. As coming in, and it's Baba Azan
Yeah.
We haven't seen today, actually. We didn't see him in the first game, I don't think.
Been a good. I think we had one over, I think, towards the end of the first game. But yeah, he's a good closer. I think that's why they bring him on here. Yeah, 26 required off the last 2 overs. Yeah, he bobbed 1 over for 9, but he was the 6th bowler used. They do like him at the end of the innings, so he'll just get the 1 over here again. Here's Babar Azan in the second last over.
It's been hit just over the bowler's head. Just be a single. Good start for Chivadate.
Pick up and throw. But the benefit that they've got, I suppose, they've got 2 batters that are in. So they're not too worried about who's facing.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of equally confident. If anything, I think Hishan is the one you want on strike. You look at the strike rate difference. 133 strike rate versus Hishan. He's like 242, I think.
He's been whipped off his toes, and there's a fielder out there. Just be a single.
That's the other thing. You do need to try and at least look to be pushing for 2s on the fumble. Good thing for Chivadate, though. They haven't had too many fumbles of late.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good performance out there on the in the field. It's there's no drop catches, and they've not really had to put any pressure on the fielders as we get the 12th man coming on, just getting the helmets.
Something about second games of the day when I'm with you. I mean, we had match 12 on Wednesday. It was that crazy golden ball game.
Yeah.
And second
Are
game
you
today.
getting a tingle, Vinny?
I've had a pre-tingle. Anyway, I'm liking this. I'm not for batters not wearing helmets, but if you are not going to wear a helmet, if you look that good, Rambo style, then I don't mind it. Again, this is one that's probably only one. And Arslan gets the ball really quickly, so 23 off 9. I mean, shades of the last game where Chivadate were actually batting, not bowling. Ali Sadat took 20 off the last over, but when they needed 26 to win.
Yeah.
Anyway, just look at it.
Tell you what, it's very good bowling from Baba Azan.
Yeah. That's why they like him at the end of the innings. He's been accurate. Can he hold his nerve against Hishan?
Nope. This has gone for 6. Well,
what a shot. Powerful bottom hand again. And, well, I'd like a slow motion of just his hair when this was hit. It's 80s music video style. Get out the big fans. Well, I'm a fan of Hishan. He bangs that down the ground for a maximo.
and look at the swag afterwards as well, walking down the pitch. Looking great.
Get some closer, 17 off 8. Huge couple of deliveries coming up in the ninth. It all happens in the ninth. Milan United creeping closer. Just missed the block hold, didn't he? And that strong bottom hand of Hishan taking over again.
Oh, it's a full toss.
No.
Could be a no ball.
They might get 4 here. That's got a long way off the bat. They will. No ball plus 4. Game breaker. Not just a game breaker. This is almost a face breaker. Look how high it is. Very high. Yeah, well, where he hits it is well above the waist. You can see that. That's a dangerous delivery. And 4 and a free hit.
Did you see right afterwards? Have a look at the batsman. He's not only it was a full toss. Have a look. Have a look what he does. So, oh, I'm going to get hit. I'm going to hit. Where's the ball going? Oh, my face is still there.
I think he might have flicked his hair on the way off the bat. But yeah, he was worried because he got that kind of an edge. Did it actually get him a little bit?
I think it might have got him.
And it's still gone for 4. Yeah. Because the way that it came off his bat, it was the top edge, right? Has it hit him as well? Let's have a look.
Oh, it has.
Yeah, it's come off his headband for 4. Well, that's some powerful hair. I don't know what product he's using, but it's still, look how far that ball's gone. On a slowish outfield, it is flown. It's bat to Alice band. It's not called an Alice band, is it? It's just a headband to boundary and a free hit to come.
I like that he's called for a drink and not a helmet.
Oh, wow. And so his response is he's just tied his hair up into a ponytail. And now he's gonna call for the cap for that little bit of extra protection.
Does that mean he's getting angry?
Oh, what? And look, that's 5 free runs, 12 off 8 now, and crazy stuff. I mean, I didn't pick this up. I didn't actually think it was possible because of how fast that ball went to the boundary. Normally, when it hits your head, it slows it down.
I tell you
when
what,
it goes sideways.
He was incredible incredibly lucky. That could have gone anywhere. And that's why you wear a helmet, kids, because all it takes is a top edge. It wasn't a ball that Baba Azan wanted to
Pace
bowl.
ball, though, anyway. Should be wearing it. Look, the thing is, if he was wearing a helmet, it might have gone for 6.
No.
And off his head, it raced for 4. So this is a free hit. Heshan, 43. Tied up the locks for now.
Oh, good ball.
Oh, no. Well, that would have been out, you know, because he was looking for a run.
I don't know. Was he back?
Well, might have been back, but I mean, you can't get stumped off a free hit. He plays this shot and then takes off for a run that's not there. And he might have just got back. Yeah, but that's crazy if he was to get run out like that. 12 off 7.
This is an important ball. And it's not called.
He's just in. I had it just inside live. That's what the umpire saw. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Yeah, it's good
just
bowling.
okay. Good umpiring as well. Credit where it's due. So, everyone, I have a full-blown tingle, and it's spreading at the moment. It's the end of 9 overs. It's 95 for 2. 12 runs to win. That means if there's 11 runs, we'll have a golden ball. And it's been pretty much exactly 48 hours since our last golden ball.
It wasn't game 2 again, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was game 2. It was match 12.
Very different games, though. But it's going to be a very tight finish. Here we
Golden
go.
ball 45 was 2 days ago. Trentino Aquila against Cricket Stars. A game where 20 wickets fell right now. 12 to win. Roshan Silva on strike. He bangs the ramp down the ground. Arm's coming back for his second over. The midfield's going to be 4.
No.
You would not read about it, Danny. Oh, this was decelerating. And, well, Arslan, who's been so good in the field, but just a little concentration lapse. And you hate to be dramatic, but is that the misfield that cost them the game?
Zayn Ali's just had a little chat.
We've seen everything. We've seen balls bouncing off batters' heads and going for 4. Madness, 8 off 5. Surely Milan United in the driver's seat now.
Oh, it's got him right out of the ground. Well, a full toss, and that is going to be very difficult for Chividade to defend this now.
He can't overestimate the importance of the first ball of the over because it would have been 11 off 5 with Heshan on strike, who's coming off 2 swings and misses and a head knock.
Yeah.
Instead, it is Roshan that puts this one well over square leg. They'd have to fall over to lose now. You've got to bring almost everyone up, I think. But it's going to be tough against 2 batters that are motoring. Any single will tie the score. 2 wins it now for Milan United.
And this one's a well bowled. They'll look for one. They'll get one. Just prodded down in the middle of the pitch.
Well, now you've pretty much got to bring everyone in. Maybe you leave one man floating back in the deep mid-wicketish region.
For a catch.
But you've got 3 chances to win the game, and Heshan has looked so good. I mean, your best chance is probably to get him out.
Yeah.
Maybe a popped-up fly ball, and then you might be able to dot up a new batter. But with 3 chances to win, it'd be a minor miracle if Chividate could hold on. What a game.
Oh, what a game. Wickets or dot balls here for Chividate. And they won't get either because that's been smashed over the offside for 6, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah, finish on 49 not out. What a performance. Milan United turn it around at just the right time, and they salvage something. They get their first win of this European Cricket Series, but what a chase. And they showed, look, with the bat, they have the hitters, don't they? Chividate, they're soul-searching. They come up empty-handed after 2 matches this morning.
Yeah, they were very close in both games. And after an excellent start to this tournament, Chividate have just lost 2.
This is what's coming up next. Kings 11 versus Precious EC. This is about 20 minutes away. You don't want to go too far. And that is our 260th European Cricket Series match of the year. News from the toss. Precious EC winning the toss. Electing to bat and saying, OK, we're going to buck the trend. We're going to bat first. We think we've got a good lineup. And Kings 11, well, they did pick up a win only just in the first game by 5 runs. Those 2 separated by 2 points. If Precious EC win, they put some distance between them and Kings 11, but Kings 11 can catch them with a win. Let's go back to the highlights. And, well, Milan United, they weren't really in the mix early, were they? Didn't seem like anything was going their way in this second innings. They were 41 at the halfway point. They were 28 off the first 4 overs. They had to get a move on, but they did. But early on, there was some joy for Arslan. His day was about to take a bit of a turn late in the piece. He was cutting the ball significantly, that seam movement, doing the keeper as well. 4 runs there. But yeah, Milan United, I think that gives them a lot of confidence going into a couple of tough matches because they'll play 3 matches today. They'll feel that they've gotten their day off to a great start.
Couldn't have got for a better start, really, with a win. That's a big relief for Milan United, but Cividate played 2, lost 2 so far today after a good start on Monday. There's some good bowling from Arslan, who was very good today on an individual basis. Cividate couldn't quite get over the line in either game they played.
It was just some really good batsmanship that kind of got him out of a mess. Also, I suppose, a few Gundy balls in there as well. But I love the bottom hand play of Hishan. He just seemed to be able to lift balls out of the ground with more power than other batters have been able to, and his timing was spot on for the most part. Had a few dramas late in the piece, but it was these big hits in the kind of middle overs, start of the second half, that got them right back into the contest.
Yeah, there weren't really, again, no blowout overs, but it's just that the 1-6 of the boundary and Hishan hitting a couple into the potato field in 1 over, that they were just hovering around that 13 runs and over mark. It was what they needed, and this was the one where he copped one in the head.
We couldn't believe this actually hit him in the head on the way to going for 4, but it did hit him on the fabric, so it gave him a little bit of protection. Well, don't know if Kookaburra are going to start making protective headbands that are that width, but this one really hurt. I mean, it's a case of what might has been. It completely changed the game, and then salt was rubbed into the wound pretty vigorously next ball, as that made it 2 to win. Then there was a single, scrambled, and then that brings it up. You can see how much it means to Milan United. They are right back in the mix.
Yeah, they well and truly are, and they're a good side. We know they're a good side. In fact, there are no bad sides in this tournament.
The thing is, the 2 teams that were 0-2 at the start of the day, Kings 11 and Milan United, they come up with wins. It just shows you how even the top 10 sides, I think, at the moment are in this competition. Well, they both miss out on half centuries, but I don't think they will care at all. 48 not out from Roshan Silva, 49 not out for Thridu Hashan. It was that partnership that just got them where they needed to go. They came together with their side in a bit of trouble. And like I say, they're not too worried about the milestones. I think they'll be very, very happy to get over the line. They end up putting on 89 for the 3rd wicket, unbroken. 2 for 8. Arslan was great early. But Kuljinder Singh a bit expensive. He wasn't the only one as things fell apart. The power of partnerships, Danny, and I think the power of batters getting in and staying in. Yesterday we had so many players out between about 12 and 18 and playing a couple of good shots and getting out. But if you can get a couple going at the same time, that's what can happen. Big chase of 107 completed for Milan United. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Take you into the 3rd game of the day. Should be a really good one as well. Kings 11 versus Brescia CC. 2 very good cricket teams going head-to-head in the middle match, match 23. Just around the corner. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. See you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Time for the middle match of the day, match number 23 on the way. Kings 11, fresh off a 5-run victory this morning, taking on Brescia CC. Great to have the captains here. Rob isn't here, so I've got the responsibilities once again. Here is the special ECN coin. It's your call. Call it in the air. Colour? Heads is the call, and it is heads. What would you like to do? Okay, so Brescia CC electing to bat first, interestingly, because it kind of bucks the trends of teams wanting to chase. I can understand why, though. They've got a really good batting lineup. You've got Yasadula at the top of the order, got Ali Raza Islam as well, and Baba Hussain back in a green shirt as well. They are 2-1, but they did lose their last game the other night. Let's not forget that. Kings 11, though, well, they've put something together today. They've got 2 points on the board. This is a crunch match because Kings 11 are 2 points behind Brescia CC. They could catch them, or Brescia CC will have a 4-point lead. So really interesting game. Let's go over to Danny Hu to check as we get ready for the start of match number 23. With Brescia CC, they have won the toss and they're going to have a hit. Over to you, Danny.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everybody from around the world to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan. And a very interesting game coming up between Kings 11 and Brescia CC. Brescia CC pretty impressive the other day. Probably looked the most solid of all the units so far, especially with the batting they have. Also, Kings 11 having a good win today at the start, with Jagmeet being the star with the bat and the ball. But Brescia CC, I think it's a good toss to win, and their top few batsmen, well, in Dulu, Ali Raza Islam, and also Baba Hussain, who hasn't really gotten going quite yet. Look at posting a decent total here. And there's the spin attack of Kings 11 with both Jagmeet and also Kamaljot will be vital. And as you can see, the expected score according to the supercomputer shows that Kings 11 are the expected to win, but I think it's going to be a very, very tight game between these two sides. Both good teams. Kings 11, they're just starting to come to the party. Brescia CC, it's the first game of the day. They're a good solid unit though. And just about to get play underway. I'm just getting through a few little warm-ups. The umpire calling to the batsman. And it will be the opening bowler, Sabjit Singh. So starting with medium pace, but the keeper's keeping up, which is very interesting. Keeps the batsman honest. That's a good tactic. Very brave from the keeper as well, with a new ball that does a little bit. So they'll be keeping up the stumps for the majority of this innings, I'd say, because they do have 4 spin bowlers. So getting used to it. And yeah, very brave move. So as per usual, it will be Yasadulu and Ali Raza Islam. In fact, it won't be. It's Dulu and Ishan Ullah has been bumped up the order. Starts with a wide. It's an interesting move. And listed on a team sheet as coming in at number 11. So maybe coming in as a pinch hitter. Maybe something we don't know about him towards spin bowling. So I know the Kings attack pretty well. This one's short on the next side, called a wide again. Not a great start from Sabjit. And especially with the keeper keeping up, you don't want to rifle anything down leg side. Vinny.
Yeah, interesting one. Yeah, Isanullah is a new player with Brescia CC and a young player. So I think they're just giving him an opportunity because he hasn't really been able to do too much so far. As this is catching him more or less in front. And so Dulu, I think, gets away with this because it's heading down the leg side, heading well down the leg side, in fact. Yeah, but yeah, what an opportunity for Isanullah. We did see him playing on their first day of matches, but like I said, he didn't really get an opportunity. So they're throwing him in the deep end here a little bit, but let's see how he goes. They do hold him in high esteem. It's just fairly recently into Italy. Now, that's one way to do it. He lifts this one sideways. That is a lumberjack job because that is timber. First runs for Dulu, and he gets 6 of them.
Yeah, he's a very clean hitter of the ball, is Yasadulu, as he's proven then. And everything's been angled a little bit down leg side, and all he's just done is gone with the direction of the ball. And he's had a bit of a look at Sabjit, and he's decided that's where I'm going to aim at. And it's pretty justified.
Yeah, what a shot. Loves that in movement. Good adjustment though from Sabjit. I like Sabjit. I like this. Don't know if it's a realistic appeal, but I didn't see a real bat slide there from Ihsanullah. Let's have a look what happens.
Could we see our first diamond
Is it a
duck?
back plug? No, he's absolutely fine. They're way too excited about that. I thought might have been a rookie error there of just running through without grounding the bat.
We haven't had a diamond duck, have we? Did
No.
we get one yesterday?
We haven't had a genuine diamond duck.
We did on the first day. We had 2 in one game.
Yeah, but I need to show you something because you might have missed it. Anyway,
Oh, no,
this
I
is
saw
going to be the first runs for Ula, and it's going to run away for 4. And not that convincing, but he does swing hard, and when you do, those edges go further. 4 runs for British CC. So you did see the diamond duck?
I saw the
graphic?
diamond Derek. Yeah, I did.
Diamond Derek, yep.
That looked very good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yet to see it in action, though.
Get to see it
in
genuine.
reality.
Well, both these guys have avoided that fate. They won't get ducks at all. Subject got 13 of just 4 balls. And this is hit straight, but is it far enough? Fielder comes around and takes the catch. Well judged. So it's no good for Ula on his journey to the top of the order. It's Jasvinder Singh. He's so reliable for Kings 11. So the first wicket of match 23. Brescia CC are 13 for 1.
Yeah, really, really good catch there. And well, the experiment with Ihsanullah didn't really come off. It did get that streaky 4, but good catch there from Jaswinder. First wicket goes down, and it's again similar. We've seen wickets go down in every first over of the innings so far today.
Yeah.
So this one a little bit later, and a few runs on the board. 13 for Brescia CC at the moment. But Yasadullah looking in good touch. Baba Hussain, the next batsman. So there are Ali Raza Islam, who hasn't been hitting the ball super well, has been pumped down the order a little bit.
Yeah, so it's Ali Raza Islam that isn't at the top of the order. He kind of started middle order in the ECL and worked his way up. They had Imad Khan opening, and they still got him up their sleeve. But Baba Hussain, despite the shuffles, he keeps his spot at number 3. So, yeah, well done to Subject, sticking with it. Good catch by Jasvinder. First one is a little dab. I don't know if that goes all the way. Oh, it's a tight one and almost creates a run out, but end of a pretty action-packed first over. It's 14 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, it's a good over. Even though they did lose the wicket, good over for Brescia CC. Wickets are not necessarily the most important thing to hang on to, especially when I think with Ihsanullah, you're probably not looking at a recognised batsman. Certainly one we're familiar with. Obviously, they back him in some way, Brescia CC, but I think partly the reason why he was put up the order is that the form of Ali Raza Islam, where I think when the ball's moving, he's maybe not as impactful on the game. So later on in the innings, when the ball's not moving, even within the 3rd over or 4th over, I think he'll be better off coming in around
it's
that
funny
time.
because he had such good ECL. You know, he's right at their top 2 or 3 run scorers. So you'd think, well, if he can handle the new ball against those guys, he should be able to do it here. But against slightly different conditions, not able to pick up those 4s as easily. It does feel, even though they're not, it just feels like these straight hits. You have to hit them a bit better to get 6. Anyway, time to start new over. Abdullah comes into the side for Kings 11. Here he is bowling over number 2. So they do have an extra paceman this time. Starts by spraying one down the leg side.
Yeah, a little loose from Abdullah. Yeah.
Just looking at the Kings 11 side, and yeah, we've got Ullah Habib also in there. He holds his place. But just checking their bowling options. Kamaljot Singh still there as a spin option. Jaipal as well, the captain. And Jasvinder, another spin option.
It's interesting they bring him in, actually. I guess I mean, partly to do with availability, because all these players have got real lives outside of cricket.
That's right.
And it's good also to get. I mean, these lead-up games get you into the semi-finals. But if you rely on the same 3 players, which is what most of these teams do, to be fair, they've got 3 big players. To bring in other players to see what form they're in, if they can make a difference. And we've seen that with quite a few.
That's gone Miles. He's picked that up and he's deposited it. Maximal. The way that pace is going, they might want to switch to spin sooner rather than later. And they do have 8 genuine overs of spin. We saw that earlier, but Dulu, that's exactly where he likes it, in the slot. And abracadabra, that one disappears.
He doesn't miss much when it's a hittable ball, does he, Yasadulu? It's, I think, a bit of a characteristic of his game. If it's anything he can hit, he'll just go through with that shot.
Oh, gets lucky this time with the pace. That'll probably run away for 4 as well. It does. So Dulu up and away. That one not convincing, but it's effective, as the seam's been putting to the sword here in the power play.
Yeah, it's Abdullah. He's not been too economical yet. It's don't know about the tactics. It's worked pretty well for them, and especially this morning with the spin bowl, especially of Jugmeat. Well, we'll see. There's obviously a reason why he's in the team. Abdullah seems a pretty tidy bowler, but he's being
well, there's
hammered.
more of it. All the way as well. Maximo Dulu. Magical start for him. 23 off the stick and just 6 balls. I suppose what you would say is they bowled 8 overs of spin last time. They could still bowl 8 overs of spin this time, with subjects over not quite going the way they wanted this time around. But yeah, you feel like they need a change of pace. I mean, Dulu's not an easy guy to bowl to. We've seen him do this against some very good opposition, including Carlton, the Scottish champions. Had a very good knock against them back in ECL 22. Helped elevate Brescia CC into Championship Week in the Group C final. Anyway, a couple to come in over number 2. Can't finish quick enough for Abdullah. Oh, I reckon that could have been a chance, you know.
I think you're right.
I don't think it bounces, and I don't think when he misses it. Yep. Well, you can't really see there, but I think that reaches because Coomer on the full, gets a mitt on it, but can't hold on.
I think you're right. I think he did get a bend on it, and it did come pretty quick and low. So it would have been one that just stuck, especially with a hand down like that. It's not easy for a keeper. If you try to scoop it up, it's probably better, but reaction was just to put a hand down there. Stood up a little bit too quickly too. But obviously, inside edges are difficult to keep to. But, bit of respite for Abdullah. Dot ball. Comes in for the last ball of his innings. And, good slower ball. That's much better. Just be a single. Right up in the block hole. Slightly slower ball. And you can see the relief on his face.
Yeah. He's certainly happy to get away with it. But Javed jumping on that one pretty quickly. End of the second over, the score 33 for 1. Looking at the table, Kings 11. I know they haven't really made that much ground yet, but we mentioned that if they were able to get 3 wins today, they'd be right up there with teams like Gina Brescia and Bergamo CC. Brescia CC, though, I mean, they'll have their own ambitions. If they can get a couple of wins today, then they probably go to the top of the table, depending on how much they win by, because they would have a 4-1 record and they would match Fresh Tropical and Jandra Brescia. So plenty to play for. And yeah, the longer this tournament goes, that top 4 starts to take shape. And we'll see who the contenders are. Anyway, it is time for spin, and it's going to be Jugmeat. And over number 3. Just cut away. And it's a long chase, and it's an unsuccessful chase for Farhan Javed. 4 runs, and so spin comes on. It doesn't stop the bleeding. This is a late cut away from Dulu, and he gets 4.
That was a really nice shot, and he just waited on it and played the correct shot for the ball. And whereas a lot of players try to go across the line, and especially left arm coming around, he's angling it in slightly and they'll move it away. And he's a very, very good bowler. He's Jugmeat. He's in again. And that one beaten outside of stump. And that's what I said before. It's a lot of players try to hit towards the onside. They hit across the line, and The ball will naturally be spinning away from the right-hander. Comes in again. This one's been just hit. Slight inside edge onto the onside, just be a single. It's up to Simran. He's patrolling that boundary. As Vinny mentioned earlier, he is a fine fielder out on that boundary. And so anything that goes to him should be snavelled. Comes the bowler again. Right in the block hole. Good bowling from Jagmeet. He's done. Even the first ball was a pretty good ball. It was just a good shot from Dulu. And the rest has been pretty tight.
Yeah, well, it's been better, hasn't it? The one boundary, but certainly slowed down a bit. And you can see there as well, just forcing Dulu to change his game a bit. And you can't bat as instinctively, I think, against spin, where when you have a bit more time to think about it. And got a feeling he wants to get after this last ball of the power play. And it works. So spin to win. Jagmeet, who's a good player, gets it up in the block hole. And he silences Dulu, but not before a spirited 29 from the opener. The power play finishes with a highlight for Kings 11. And the score is 39 for 2.
That was a really good over from Jagmeet. And Dulu, he just had to play that one just slightly differently. You could see he's probably getting frustrated, even though it's just the one over from Jagmeet, and one over he couldn't score from. Dulu goes, and that's another wicket down. 39 for 2. Brescia CC after the power play. It's a pretty good one for them, but they would have preferred not to have lost that big wicket of Yasser Dulu. And he goes for. Scored the majority of the runs for Brescia CC. So 39 for 2, and it will be Kamaljit Singh, the new bowler. Again, a very good bowler. Did go for a few in the last game, and you could see it on his face. He didn't particularly like that, as most players don't, but especially a bowler of his quality to get treated pretty savagely. And bowling to Baba Hussain. Ali Raza Islam is the new batsman. Will be at the non-striker's end. This one's hitting the covers and just taken one. It was a bit of a misfield, and it was relatively close. Ali Raza Islam not taking off straight away. It did hit the cover fielder. It's Abdullah just on the shin. So yeah, they managed to scramble one. So let's see if being put down the order a little bit will help Ali Raza Islam, who's a big hitter of the cricket ball. Tries it, but doesn't work.
Well,
and he gets a first baller.
There you go. Golden duck for Ali Raza Islam. They dropped him down a little bit. And it is Kamaljit Singh that does the trick. So that's another big wicket. Kings 11, they're on today. Tries to take him leg side. And that natural kind of curve in. He doesn't turn the ball a lot, Kamaljit Singh. He didn't need to. Ali Raza Islam misses that one. Plays it on length, but he's going to have to go. And there's the golden Derek. It was expertly pimped out by Kirill's while you're away, Danny. That is a shiny golden one for Ali Raza Islam. 40 for 3.
Yeah, it's good bowling. I like his bowling. In fact, Jagmeet and also Kamaljit, I think, are probably the two best spinners we've seen so far in this tournament. And Kamaljit, he's very experienced, but very rarely a bad ball. You're always wondering what's going to come out. And Jagmeet is just, again, just quality. So it's 40 for 3. And Ali Raza Islam is back in the sheds. And will bring out the new batsman, Imad Khan, who is also no slouch of the bat. He is very, very good. And a little bit shorter in stature. But he'll have to bat well against these two spin bowlers. He'll dry up the runs as well. Run rate's pretty good, but they've lost 3 wickets. And, good bowling there. Kamaljit. And And so Ahmad Khan off the mark. There's a late cut through the keeper's gloves, I think.
Yeah, well, it's very late. Better late than never, though. Ahmad Khan is a guy that I just think is due to go big. He's been quietened for too long now. Gets a good opportunity here. It's the thing sometimes with this pressure CC lineup. You see this turn around in the corner. Don't think it'll go to the fence, but we'll get two. Fairly easy two. Is sometimes when they play well, some of these middle order guys don't get too much of an opportunity. So they're very, very capable. Ahmad's one of those. Let's see how he goes. Plenty of batting to come as well with Navid Chowdhury. He's been pretty good. Riaz Madassa also can whack it around. But still, Kings 11 so far. I'll be really happy to have those 3 wickets. And their spin has been dramatically different to pace.
We really haven't seen the best of Baba Hussain. He did get a 30-odd the other day, but it was a bit sketchy and very watchful. It's not the free-flowing batsman we normally batting we normally see from Baba Hussain. And that's a nice shot.
It is, and that's going to be 1 bounce and 4. So yeah, Baba Hussain, he is a class act. There's an ECL century to his name. And yeah, the thing that certainly strikes us about Baba is he can go both sides of the wicket, and he doesn't overhit that, but it still flies off the bat. End of the 4th over. 47 for 3, so despite the 3 wickets, that run rate's still pretty healthy for Brescia CC.
Yeah, it's those 3 wickets, but if these two can get a partnership, and that's pretty much been the story of today. Has been good partnerships to get up to scores of around about 100 in both games, and that's what they'll need here as Brescia CC, which I don't think they've really had yet. It's not been good partnership. It's been one individual innings and then a little bit of a scatter around.
It's a new over. Jagmeet's back. Jagmeet's a guy we saw play for Italy in the ECC last year on the back of some good performances domestically. And you know that from Czech Republic as well and many other countries. Obviously, we're seeing a lot more domestic cricket put under the microscope. That's affecting national team selections. As this is whacked away towards the sweeper. It's handled out there by Abdullah. Yeah, so I suppose ECN cricket is a great way to see how people perform under pressure. And then those that qualify for national honours are getting more opportunities. Certainly something we've seen in Spain as well. I know here in Italy as well. And yeah, obviously all the more reason to try and perform in these tournaments. This one's going nowhere pretty quick, and Jagmeet continues to keep them tied down. Remember, he went for a 4 first ball, but since then he's only allowed 3 runs in his last 8 balls.
He's been very impressive today. Jagmeet, he was fantastic against Chivadate in the first game. And again, look how watchful the batsman is.
Yeah, just can't do much with it. I think Baba is respecting Jagmeet here. He feels like might not be the moment to attack him, and maybe there's another option, but it's going to be a bit of same, I think. As far as the kind of bowling you'll get, won't be maybe quite as polished as Jagmeet. And there you go once again. See, it doesn't really turn, it just kind of bites in towards the right hander. Ahmad Khan knocks it away for 1.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and I think Yasadulu, in losing his wicket really in the last ball of the power play, was a big one, because it was just not the greatest shot. That was Jagmeet. As you can see, they're very, very watchful.
Yeah. Well, that's a great spell from Jagmeet in the end. 1 for 9 of his 2 overs, and 4 of them came first ball. And the 50 has come up, though, for Brescia CC. It's 50 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Danny Hudacek, and hopefully you're enjoying the action. Beautiful sunny day. Pound for pound, I don't think I've ever had better weather in a couple of days at an ECS than here. It is perfect, and we've got a great vantage point here. It is Peacock Friday as well. Happy Peacock Friday. Happy Peacock Friday to all of you out there as well. After this ball, I know I had another request to see the shoes, because I threatened I'd show them last innings, and I didn't. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air, and it's going to fall safely. Little plug. And, well, it's going to be 4. Abdullah lost the race, and he didn't seem to want to get off his feet there to kind of go the face-first slide and maybe hack it back to his teammate. And, yeah, across the rope it goes, 4 runs. Well, yeah, here's my Peacock Friday shoes. Thanks, Andrus, for capturing these. I feel like that could win some photography awards, even though I just snapped it on my phone. What do you think of the little flowers? It's a nice time of year. It's spring in a nutshell. Anyway, right now, Imad Khan is breaking out, and we said that he's a guy, and I said due some runs, as Kunwal hasn't had it all his own way with the ball today. He's had some rough moments. Right now, he's in a battle against Imad.
Going back to your shoes, they're pretty nice shoes actually, Vinny, to be honest. I don't know how many are made and sold each year though.
I don't know.
Is it?
Well, that's the beauty of them. Yeah, what do you think? It's you can't, from a distance, maybe you can't pick out the detail.
It depends on how many chameleons they can skin.
So it doesn't bounce at all. It's better from Kunwal, a little bit fuller. Yeah, these ones are a bit of a different cut in that they've got a bit more of a boot cut.
Yeah.
So I won't break my ankles in these, hopefully. Wow, there's the reverse, and it's such a great shot from Imad Khan. Reversimo! Well, this should be worth 12 if you're this good. He absolutely spanks that, takes on the fielder, and wins.
You should have seen the look on the bowler's face. Kamalja just standing there. He's got his hand up on his face going, well, that's not happened very often to me. As he comes in again.
And now he actually bunts the ball. It would have been a wide. Well, Kunwal's almost out of the kitchen. He's got to get one more ball out the way. 22, he'd probably settle for that. Fake footwork. And then straight up in the air. Anyone there? Dropped. Just never looked confident under that, Ullah Habib. Oh, and well, Kunwal should have had the Richie Beno special 2 for 22. But he doesn't get the wicket. This is frustrating. Imad thinks he's a goner here, but he just didn't look confident from the time. He kind of took a little stumble with his first step, Ullah. And so that's the end of the over. Frustration for Kings 11. 65 now for 3 after 6. But yeah, against a team like Precious EC, you can't be dropping good plays, especially when they've just ripped out the highlights reel in the 6th over.
Well, I mean, let's see how significant that is. So it's 65 for 3, and Imad Khan is 18.
It dropped on 17.
Yeah.
And it really should have been taken. He'll know that. Now, Jasvinder, who we saw opening the bowling before, converted to off-spin this year. Just said had some shoulder problems. Plus, I think they've realised spin's been really effective. So, yeah, he's certainly done well so far in that change. But he's running into 2 batters that want to take him down with 7 wickets in hand, only 4 overs remaining. Jasvinder to bowl the 7th. And he gets escorted out of the ground first ball. That one's a tree buster. Knocks a few branches on the ugly tree on the way down. And what a shot that was. Took it from outside off stump and deposited it for 6. Imad Khan already making them pay.
I hope there are no birds in those trees, because you can imagine just having a restful sunny day and then a cricket ball flying into them.
I think if there were, there aren't any more since about Monday. Anyway, what a shot that was. Remember, dropped on 17. He's put on single and then 6. And this is the thing about Imad. He's not getting absolutely everything. He's been a bit selective, picking his moments. That reverse was remarkable, though. And I think Kunwal was bowling a lot outside the off stump. And that is a good counter if you've got it. But it's a really difficult shot to play. It looks easy when you watch someone else do it.
Well, it's often badly played. Them and ram shots, but
exactly.
There's been a couple of batsmen that have been able to it. And there's a little fumble out in the field. And I look for 2 and never really on.
That's good communication, though, because you know what they do here? They actually look at each other, and there's actually a call. So there's some debate about whether it's there or not. There almost was. But look how, because they're looking at each other, Imad gets the message to turn around. So often we see batters putting their head down and running, ignoring their partner, or kind of watching the ball for too long. And yeah, that was good running, even though it looked a bit like a mix-up. It was crisis averted. Well, this doesn't quite have it. And 2 fielders are going to converge, and they're almost going to spoil each other, but it's going to be taken. That's a great catch by Jagmeet Singh. Well, everything he's touching is turning to gold. And it was a funny little moment out there, wasn't it, on the deep cover boundary. It was high enough that 2 fielders would be close to each other. Sarmchit was the man coming around to his right, but Jagmeet avoids the distractions And Emad finally goes, so it cost some 8 runs in the end. He goes for 25 and it's 73 for 4.
Yeah, he just got about the toe of the bat and got most of the way to the boundary. If it had been off the middle, I think it would have gone way over because he did it pretty well, but just off the toe of the bat. And there's a really neat catch out there from Jugmeet, who's having a fantastic day today.
He sure is. So, Naveed Chowdhury, another good hitter, pretty good. Time for him to come to the crease as well. And that man's shoulders are so wide. I mean, he could be number 1,000 and he'd still fit it on his back. And he does like whacking boundaries. Comes in with the third of the innings remaining. Jagmeet bowled Jasvinder Imad Khan, falling for 25.
Talking about big numbers, I saw the return of PinCode Kumar yesterday.
Yeah, but he wasn't wearing his regular shirt. I wonder if he has a PinCode shirt. That's well fielded. That took a weird bounce. I looked up his number. I think it was 5166. Now I'm going to have to look it up again. But let's see next time we see Albano if PinCode's playing, whether we see him in his 4-digit shirt.
They've got a new kid, Albano, so maybe he didn't revert to that.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe the kit manufacturer said they didn't have those kind of facilities.
Maybe also that the scorers over there have said, no, we're going to run out of printer ink if you if you insist on a 4-digit number.
But I'll give you a trivia question then, Danny. I don't know if you know this or not. It's going to miss.
Is it cricket related?
Yeah, it is. Jasvinder is going to sneak it up through. Goes for 9 and that over. Does get a handy wicket though. And at the end of the 7th over at 74 for 4. Coming up on ECN, more cricket. And this is just the tip of the iceberg because after the double dose you'll get from Thursday to Sunday next week, and we'll have the ECN Gibraltar T20 International as well as the finish of this ECS and the European Cricket International from here in Milan. We'll have 2 weeks in Austria, then Bulgaria, plenty more locations. And there's all sorts of things in the works. We're hoping this year, it's not confirmed 100%, but we'd love to have a women's ECC as well, perhaps towards the end of the season, which would be the first time we've held that event. There's all these other things that are in the works. But yeah, pretty packed schedule this year. The most matches we've ever done in a year, looks like, in 2023. Yeah, PinCode Kumar, I think it's 5911, that's right. 5911 is his normal shirt number.
So if you get hold of his bank card, I think you might get some.
Well, I thought originally it was like a date.
Yeah.
5th of September 2011. He says worked away, and I think that'll go for 4. It does. Bubba has said he's kind of been batting within himself a little bit. Shades of the old mojo. This is one that kind of uses the power of the bowlers. They go back to pace. And it doesn't have a very good result as Ullah Habib gets a bowl here in the 8th. This may be a case of just trying to give a few people a bit of a go and make them feel part of it, because
I think with Bubba Hussain, though, he's such an integral part of this this lineup for British CC, but he just hasn't looked fluid. And if he can get a bit of fluidity in his batting, it'll really be good for them towards the end of the tournament.
Well, this could be a chance. Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't quite carry. And now, as he runs around the ball slightly, they're going to get 2. That's good running. Rizwan Tahir couldn't quite judge that.
It's really not timing it well. And there's a lot of it has to do with confidence. Sometimes it's just that word form, which it just comes and goes. You know, you can't keep good players down too long, though. And so see if you can get back into form before the end of this this 2 weeks.
Ooh, it could be gone, you know, if there's no bat in it. I'd like to see this, because I had a little glance at it, corner of my eye. Umpire's actually paying attention, so let's see.
I think it was going down leg side.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's down leg side, Vinny. Difficult one to call. He's come wide of the crease as well with the angle. Is it your stomach rumbling after lunch?
I think if that was missing, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Remember the...
Start climbing
doesn't have
your
to
tree,
knock it out
Vinny.
of the ground, which I think it was going to do, even if a little bit of the ball hits the stumps.
Oh, you can justify that, but I mean...
If you take the batter out...
I think it's a good decision. because he's coming wide of the crease. The angle of the shot he was playing was down leg side, and it hit him on the outside of the pad, I think. That's a nice shot.
Agree to disagree. Anyway, down the leg side this time and turned away. I'll get a couple.
So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's the umpire's decision. Ultimately, in the end, that's what he felt.
You know, sometimes with LBW decisions, you just go, that's out. Right?
Yeah.
And it's just something that didn't convince me at all that was, you know, as an umpire, you have a distinct sort of look at it and you think, well, I think that's out.
Yeah.
Right? Or
No,
that is out.
Absolutely. Yeah. Pretty good keeping, actually. Because Kumar up to the stumps. This is a short ball. It's pretty good with these upstairs ones, Vikas. Probably up to the stumps. It's the low ones that test him out a little bit. Anyway, 84 for 4 at the end of 8. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. And yeah, I suppose sometimes I do this little thought experiment where I try and visualize that ball if the batter wasn't even there, because there's no doubt it hits him in line. So the only real question you've got is if it's hitting the stumps or not. For me, I thought it was hitting. But again, it's the umpire's decision. And as long as they have a rationale for the decision, that's fine, because it's a judgment call. I probably get cranky when there's processes that aren't followed, or the rare occasion if an official doesn't get a rule right. I mean, that's something that you can criticise. You can't really criticise judgment.
No.
You know, you see it how you see it, and so British CC get the rub of the green on that occasion. Anyway, it's going to be Jasvinder coming back for a second over. His first one was pretty good. British CC kind of tracking towards around about the 105 mark at the moment. Kings 11, they'll feel that's a total they can chase, but again, British CC, all Italian champions in 2021, a very good cricket team, but then again, so are Kings 11.
Let's see if Bubba Hussain clicks in those last couple of overs. I think he's going to throw a bit at it.
He will. Does it find the fielder? Doesn't carry. And it's one of the longer boundaries, that pocket at the wicket was onto here. It looked like he wanted to go for it, but I think he knew he wasn't going to be able to get there before he hit the ground.
With the Kings 11 kit, it's a very early sort of 1980s, the yellow and brown. Probably more 1970s, even though it wasn't really into the coloured clothing, but I like the brown. I think it's a really good touch.
It's actually, the Kings 11 kit reminds me a lot of Western Australia in the domestic one-day competition in Australia, actually, with those yellow shirts with the dark numbers. So I had something I didn't go back to earlier, which was talking about high shirt numbers. All right, so we're talking about 5911, higher than most, which I think is the second highest. So I want you to have a guess at what the highest shirt number we've seen on ECN is.
Well,
Do you know this?
No, but it has to be 9999, doesn't it?
Doesn't have to be.
Well, it could be.
Tell me if you know this in the chat. I'll be super impressed. I'll give you round about till halfway through the 10th over. Okay. Highest shirt number.
Yeah, that's my guess, Vinny. And it's not about being the closest. It's just something that I'm sure someone has dug up.
It's the best guess so far. Okay. Anyway, this has been brilliant from Jasvinder. He's really taken to off spin like a Derek Tawada, hasn't he? Last ball of the night's coming up. It's another one through. As it takes us to the end of the ninth over, the score 88 for 4. I like the bowling of Jasvinder as well. He takes a bit of time at the top of his mark to actually have a think and visualise what he wants to do. He doesn't just rush in and bowl, go through the motions. So that's a really good spell. 1 for 13 off his 2 overs, especially at this point in the innings. So now, I mean, they've bowled 6 overs of spin here. They haven't bowled Jaipal. The captain hasn't bowled himself. I think they might go back to Habib. They end up only going for 9, so they are bringing pace back in the last over.
Interesting. I think, is that going to suit the batsman? I think it might. Again, I was saying not looking as fluid as what we're normally seeing, and Naveed Chowdhury's been chopping up a few balls. It's 3 off 7 for Chowdhury, so you'd expected a score of just over about 100. It depends if they get going. just be a single here. And that's Bubba Hussain again, who can't really get going in his this innings. And Chowdhury, 3 off 7.
It just hasn't been clicking for him. Maya had a few good points before we go back to the high shirt number answer, which I'll reveal in a couple of balls, about women's cricket. And we're talking about potentially having an ECCW this year. This is bowled him, I think. I don't think anyone realised the batter Chowdhury might have heard the death rattle. Yeah, it's just flicked the leg stump, I think. So Habib gets a wicket, well bowled for him, gets a good player out. And so Kings 11 storming back into contention here. Let's see if we can pick it up here. Yep, it just flicks that leg stump. You'll see it here. It's definitely not anything else except the ball. And Vikas knows, he's just relaxed. He's got to be careful you don't get a ball in the back, though, when that's happening as the keeper, because the fielders don't always realise. Anyway, well bowled by Ullah Habib. It's 89 for 5. Yeah, so I don't know if you knew this, but the first World Cup in cricket was actually Women's World Cup in 1973. And that happened before first ever Men's World Cup in 1975. And the other thing, he says, it was a woman that invented overarm bowling due to it being easier than underarm bowling in a skirt. And that, and her brother, who she was bowling to, said, yeah, this is quite difficult. And then they allowed it sometime later. So it just added new elements of length and it changed the angles a little bit. So originally it was all underarm bowling, and then that's why you have to still have a straight arm. And then slowly the rules were changed. You could bowl, but not above the elbow. So it had to be below the perpendicular. And then they said, you know what? Keep your arm straight and do whatever you like. Swing it over the top.
Now, of course, you can't bowl underarm. Jeez, that's been absolutely hammered.
That's Riaz Madassa. And no good deed goes unpunished. Habib removes Chowdhury, but another threat looms. Madassa goes maximum, and that was absolutely crunched.
It wasn't. I don't think it was a bad wicket for Precious SC to lose Chowdhury, because he really wasn't going.
Didn't happen.
But Madassa, we've seen earlier in the tournament, can hit the ball a long way.
Yeah, and then Chowdhury has been pretty destructive earlier in the tournament as well, but it's funny. Some games you have it, some games you don't. 2 to come after this ball. I'll give you the end of the shirt number quiz question. In the air, Simran takes it. So we'll have a bit of time to chat. 6 and out for Riaz Madassa, but the 6 was a good one. It's a yellow heart for Simranjit Singh and a 6-wicket 95 for 6.
Yeah, so you were saying about...
Okay, so the highest shirt number is actually 666,666, and it was Mukhtar Singh from Bulgaria in 2020. He managed... I've got a photo. I'll try and find it in the break, but I've got a photo of it. And I think it's because he had hit 6 sixes in and over. Yeah. Not in an ECN game, but previous to that. So remember, this is quite early in ECS cricket. Yeah. Back in 2020. So yeah, he played an ECS with that shirt number 66666. And here's the thing: couldn't get a run in the series. So I'll see if I can pull that out for you, but it'll take some finding. Anyway, Club Sajjad, the captain, comes out and gets 1 delivery. Bubba Hussain, yeah, he's been a little bit on screensaver mode, hasn't he? At the other end, 23 off 19, but it's not a bad innings, I guess. Can Club set them 100 or more by hitting a boundary? Nope, he's bowled. Yeah, it's just flicked the other stump this time. And so Habib will get a cheeky little 3-for. What a good last over from him. Yeah. You see here, actually flicks the off stump, ends up in Vikas Kumar's gloves. You can see it rattle there. This will show it pretty well, I think. Yep. And so, well, 96 to chase. Kings 11 already had a win. It's a similar kind of score, I suppose, that we had in the game this morning. They held on, Kings 11 93 to 88, but it won't be an easy task against the Precious TC team that they have the need to win for their own reasons, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it was a good start for Precious TC, and you could see it was a very, apart from losing that early wicket, it was a really good power play and a really good start, and a little bit of luck there maybe, but it was the wicket that went down. It was a good catch in the outfield there. It was Jasunga Singh taking that good catch, and there was a little partnership. It's never really, again, fluid. Yasadulu, though, was looking pretty handy as he always is, really. So having a pretty good tournament, hitting the ball pretty cleanly. Did pump the score up for them. Hit 29 off 13 in the end, and but it was tough going from the other end. Baba Hussain really not as fluid as what we've seen him, as I mentioned before. Some good bowling in the overs there for Jagmeet, and also a good start for Kamalajot until Yasadula really had a bit of a go at him. There was also the reverse sweep, which we'll see in a minute. It was Imad Khan. There we go. Look at that shot. Absolutely beautiful. Bowler didn't quite know where to hang his head. There's another look at it. Really nice shot. And then that's when Imad got dropped. We did say that put a little mark on 17. He ended up on 25 off 13 to Imad Khan, so it didn't cause too much more damage. Got that drop catch. Wasn't as costly as what it could have been. But they kept on building on that early run rate. The run rate was pretty good early, and then they slowed down a bit. There was some good bowling towards the end from Jagmeet, and also Ullah Habib right at the end with 3 for 16 on a wraparound hat trick. It was an innings that threatened to go big for Brescia CC and never quite got to that mark. There was some lusty hitting in the middle. There was a good start, and it was that catch. And just once in a while, you could just tell that it was brought back by the Kings bowling after a few big early overs. So, as I mentioned, Yasadulu, best of the batsmen, 29-13, but a good contribution from Imad Khan, 25 from 13. As we see the overhead shot of the lovely Milan cricket ground, surrounded by trees here. And this is the tell of the tape. Yasadulu up the top, 29 from 13, batted really well again. He'll go on with one sooner or later. Baba Hussain, 23 off 19. Again, not as fluid as what we've seen, but he hung in there, and then there were good contributions from, Imad Khan with 25 from 13. And then Mudassar, that big 6 and out. With the bowlers, Subject was pretty expensive off the first over. Did take a wicket, but again, the pick of the bowlers, Jagmeet with 1 for 9. And right at the end, Ullah Habib with 3 wickets for 16. Jaswinder and Kamalajot also picking up wickets. Kamalajot a little bit expensive in the latter part of his spell. So, in match 23 here from the FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan, match between Brescia CC and Kings 11. Kings 11 need 96 runs to win this. It's going to be a good run chase. They'll be actually right up for it to get there. They were very impressive earlier in the day, and we'll see if they can get that 96 they need very shortly when we come back for this game between Brescia CC and Kings 11 in a few minutes' time. See you then.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Italy for this FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan. And it's a game between Kings 11 and Brescia CC, the third game of the day, game number 23. And we've seen Brescia CC post a pretty good target of 96. Thought they could have got a couple more, but then some good bowling towards the end of the innings by the Kings limited them a little bit. And the Kings, they had a good win this morning against Cividate. They want to make it another one right now. They'll need to get 97 to win against a very good Brescia CC side. And Kings 11 is Vikas Kumar and Rizwan Tahir, the opening batsman. It'll be Javed Mohammed, who was brilliant in the first over he bowled here in the tournament, and it's just away from the fielder, a little bit uppish. It's a comeback for two. It was pretty much what he bowled earlier with really good outswing. Had the batsman stretching, he just dangled the bat out. Probably a little bit lucky that it didn't go to a fielder. It was the batsman Vikas Kumar. So he bowled probably the best two balls seen for a long time. And did Javed Mohammed, bowling fantastic fantastic outswing. And that's probably going to be called a dead ball, I think. It's called a leg by. There wasn't really a shot played. I'm not sure about that. Let's have another look at that, because he just pulled away from the shot. It was not out, definitely, and he just didn't play a shot. It should be a dead ball, I think. I think the umpires are having a bit of a chat, and it'll, well, interesting, because I didn't think there was a shot played at all. Oh well, and we're called leg buys. So Javed Mohammed bowling for the first time to Rizwan Tahir. And just dabbed down into the point area, no run. Well onto that was the fielder. It'll be a good run chase. They wouldn't want to lose too many wickets early. We've seen every game of the day, every innings of the day, a wicket fall in the first over. And Tahir would like to not be the first victim of that. It's been hit on the leg side. No run. A little bit tight here for the Kings batsman to go for that single. Good bowling from Mohammed. Only two so far off the bat. Comes in again. This one again has been hit to the leg side. It's well, confusion. And it was Vikas Kumar who was ball watching. Probably one in there if they ran well, but running between the wickets and, with some of their teams can be a little bit dodgy. Just hit pretty firmly to the player out there. That's Ali Raza Islam. If they'd gone early, they might have made it. Last ball of the first over. And this is, well, going to be called a wide. Have to bowl it again. It's been a pretty tidy over without being spectacular. Pretty tight. And quite a bit of outswing for Javed Mohammed. So Kumar were the only batsman to score. Tahir is facing, still off. Yet to get off the mark. And have to wait for the last delivery again. As Javed Mohammed just pulls away from the ball. So Kroom in the chat. Not really evasive action. Should have been a dot ball. I agree with you. I think it should have been. And this is probably going to call a wide as well. It's, well, hopefully it won't get down to the final ball, but obviously the umpire had something in mind. Here's one to here. Still not scoring. He's faced 3 balls. It's been pretty good outswing bowling from Javed Mohammed. Got the last couple wrong. Just tying his shoelace, just delaying things a bit. The umpire looks on. He's still trying to tie his shoelace. There we go. As this hopefully will be the last ball of the first over. Comes in and again not very cleanly hit. And this hit gets them a pretty easy single there to end the over. And the score is 6 for no loss. Bit of a slow start there from the Kings. Couldn't really get any clean stroke making done off the bowling of Javed Mohammed. It's been 10 matches since the golden ball. This might go pretty close actually. It's a good score to be able to defend, but it is also a score that can be gotten with some good batting, good little partnerships. That's what I think is seen today. Is there've been good partnerships all throughout today, and the scores have been pretty good. 95 for Brescia CC. They did lose 7 wickets, and it was Yasadulu who got most of those runs, as well as Baba Hussain. So it'll be their new bowler to bowl to Rizwan Tahir. Again, it's just that offside line. It's Hassan Naveed. Also had a pretty good tournament so far, Hassan Naveed, with the ball. And Tahir just can't quite seem to get bat on ball at the moment. The only one he's hit has been a dodgy inside edge, which went on the leg side for a single. Nothing cleanly yet, but he is a talented batsman, is Rizwan Tahir. Here comes Hassan Naveed again. Again, got a dodgy inside edge. They'll look for 2. I don't think, well, they won't look for 2. Just a comfortable single in the end. The keeper chased it, as did the man for the third man. Just an inside edge. Just missed the stumps. Keeper couldn't hold on to it. This bounce in front of him was a difficult one for him to take. And another run for Tahir, but not very convincing. Apart from a couple that have been struck firmly through the offside and stopped, nothing's really come off the centre of the bat yet for the Kings. Another one. It's good swing bowling from the 2 opening bowlers. Hitting the ball pretty wide, but also it's going wider, and not much footwork from the batsmen. They're just having a wild swing at it. And, there's a bit of frustration creeping in from the Kings, not only from the batsmen out there, but also from the bench, looking on intently. It's pretty quiet over there. Comes the bowler again. This one's been hit pretty well. It's over the top of the fielder, and it's gone for 6. Again, not the cleanest of hits. Just lifted it pretty well over the man who's quite short at mid-on. And that's the first 6 of the innings. That'll hopefully get them going, the Kings. It's that boundary there. And it's been difficult to clear for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's to do with the pitch and the way that the ball comes onto the bat. But Kumar, he managed it and put the man back now. It's Ali Raza Islam on the boundary. Would have gone straight down his throat the last ball. This one's going to be called a wide. So that 6 affecting the line of the bowler. He doesn't want to get hit again. 14 for no loss, the Kings. And they were winless until this morning in the tournament. They only played 2 games, but they got one over on Chivadate, who've lost 2 already today after a good start to the tournament on Monday. Here comes the bowler again, and again it's wide. Just losing his line a bit. He's starting it wide, and it's going wider with a swing. And this could be a pretty long over. has been already. You have to keep an eye on the time as well. There are only 40 minutes per innings, and it's gone down to pretty much 31 overs. And we're only in this 31 minutes, sorry, and they're already it's only in the second over. Comes the bowler again. Short, cut away, good fielding out in the at point, and no run. Couldn't he hit that much better? The batsman Kumar just low on the ground, but good fielding out there. So, still one ball left in this over. It's been a long one from Naveed. 15 on the score, no loss yet for Kings, which is a positive thing. Then again, and this one's over the top of the field. That should go to the boundary for 4, and it will. Pretty safe shot that, just lifting it over the cover region. As you can see, just a safe shot. There's no one back because of the field restrictions. Normally there would be a sweeper just about in that area, but of course there's only 2 players allowed back outside of that 30-metre circle within the first 3 overs of the power play. See the table here. Brescia CC 5th at the moment, playing 3, 1-2, lost 1. Kings down the bottom, but it can change. They are playing 3 games today, and they would love a win here. That would pump them up towards the middle to the top of the table. After losing their opening 2 games of this series, and it will be the bowler Javed Mohammed to come in again. Oh, how did that miss everything? Big swing and a miss between bat and pad. Considering normally the swing, let's have a look. Oh, I'll tell you what it did do. It cut off the seam into the batsman. If it had continued on its line, I think it would have hit leg stump. So unlucky there for the bowler. He comes in again, bowling to Tahir, and he's got him this time. Oh, that was a pretty ordinary shot. Wild hoik across the line, lifted his head, and that's the first wicket down. And it's the bowler Javed Mohammed who gets it. And just wild hoik of a batsman who's really not hitting the ball very well at the moment in Tahir. And he was almost celebrating before it hit the stumps, was the bowler, when he saw the shot coming. So, 1 wicket down for 19 after 2.2. And the Kings, not the start they wanted. It's not really the greatest with the 1 wicket going down. The run rate's not too bad, but they will need to bat better than what we've seen so far. Vinny?
Yeah, you're right. They'll have to up it a little bit. That's a fairly even start, I suppose. Something for Kings 11. Obviously the wicket is handy. I think it's Kumar there. He is a match winner on his day. I forget the first time we saw Vikas. He essentially, almost by himself, took 68 off the last 3 overs to win a game. In a game where they were 72 off 7 overs. They chased down 138 to win. And they did it with the ball to spare against Branca Prato. And that was the first time we actually ever saw Kings 11 on the network. But, yeah, he's going to need some help. I've liked this move of Jagmeet Singh up to number 3. He's just taken a bit of pressure off Simran, who came and played some nice shots of his own. I think conditions as good as they're going to get for batting as well. There's no real signs of dew anymore. Outfield is as quick as it's going to get. And it's a bit disconcerting when your first role as a new batter is to assist in the reconstruction of the wickets. But Javed Mohammed, he's having a pretty good series, isn't he? And they're having a bit of trouble getting him away at the moment, as you can understand.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of movement, sideways movement. And he probably missed out on a wicket for the previous ball because it did cut into the batsman quite a bit. But, we'll see how this goes, because Jagmeet's been having a very good day.
Yeah, I mean, he's no tail end, he's no slogger, Jagmeet either. He's got a pretty solid technique. He's just able to extend his strokes. I like him at number 3. It's a bit of a surprise move, but I think it's a good one. Javed Mohammed, though, they're not getting a lot of hooping spin, but he's just kind of threatening to shape it. That's what I used to sometimes say to my batting partner. It's not really swinging, but it's kind of threatening to swing, which says there's just a little bit in it. This is one that's fairly straight. Jagmeet keeps it out. So I think they've made a bit of a conscious decision that we're not going to go after Javed Mohammed too much, and we're not going to kind of threaten losing wickets. There might be a couple of other bowls we might be able to get after. But Bresh CC, they're a champion side, not too many weak links. I think Kalab Sajjad, the captain's, bowled really well with his leg spin in the middle overs. But, often you'll see batters attacking this third over, as it is the last over of the power play, but when you lose a wicket, it's natural you might go into your shell a little bit.
We saw the other day that the Bresh CC, they didn't bowl. Sajjad only had 1 over, as did Javed Mohammed.
Yeah.
So they do have a bit of depth in bowling. So it's not as they're super reliant on a top 5. They've got, I think they bowled 7 that day. Javed comes in again, down leg side this time. They're spending a lot of time each over. I'm just looking at this shot clock. It's down to about just under 25 minutes.
Yeah, so they've taken
15 minutes.
Going to go ahead a little bit and say it's probably going to take them 17 minutes to bowl the first 3 overs. So yeah, a little bit too much. They can make it up with a bit of spin, of course. But yeah, sometimes they won't bring Javed Mohammed back at the end with an older ball. That's why he didn't get a second the other day. This one again fairly straight. They take it on. Good piece of fielding. He launches it. Stumps would need to have been about twice as high for that to be a chance from Riaz Madassa. Good backing up though. Good teams back each other up.
They do. Actually, the backing up's been pretty good so far this week. There's been a couple of dodgy throws that have been fielded well, and there've been a few overthrows, but nothing crazy like we've seen in the past. So generally, the fielding's been okay. This one's outside off stump. Good shot through the covers.
I think that's gone. It is. Yeah, really good shot from Vikas Kumar, and a decent knock from him will be really useful for Kings 11. We're trying to go 2 out of 2 as we get to the end of the power play. Nice little bonus one, I think. Little kicker, 25 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, it's just a couple of nice shots at the end. And Javed Mohammed, a really good opening spell, 1 for 11 off 2. And at the end of the power play, 25 off 1. 96 the target. They're a little bit behind what, well, quite a bit behind what Brescia CC were at this stage. 39 for 2 were Brescia CC. But that shot clock's down to 23 minutes. And normally I don't notice it, but it was a long second over from Hassan Naveed. And there's been a few wides from most of these bowlers.
This is a big couple of overs from Kalab Sajjad. Oh, that was pretty adjacent first up, and he's gone. So Jagmeet out of patience before it starts. The way he looks, he's got the look of someone that might have a little edge that no one picked up, but maybe it's just a disappointment. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Certainly my instinct was he's going across the ball. It was fairly straight. Yeah, no, that's out. There's no bat in that. It must have just been disappointment from Jagmeet. Hits that right next to number 11. And, well, I was 110% sure that's going to hit the stumps. Sajjad breaks through immediately, 25 for 2.
And he's such a good bowler, is Sajjad. And again, a player playing the wrong shot off the first ball of a bowler. And that's another wicket off the very first ball of the spell. So Sajjad, he's too good to just try to hit across the line straight away. He's a very, very good bowler.
The thing about him is he has a lot of balls that pitch on the stumps, hit in line, and will hit the stumps. You know, he's not a big side spinner of the ball.
Yeah.
If anything, he just kind of hurries onto you.
It does dip as well. He's got that overspin.
because of that overspin. Yeah, it does dip. I think it's what does Jagmeet there. But here's Simran. Again, these two very, very capable of taking the game away. But won't be easy. Kalab Sajjad does it again for Brescia CC. And this one hurries on. Simran doesn't get it away.
The other thing with Kalab Sajjad is that he very rarely bowls a bad ball. He's always there. He's always attacking. It's difficult to get him away, but there's just nothing too loose. That's again a really good ball, a little bit quicker.
Dooley back behind the stumps for Brescia CC in this game. There's Husnain, who's done some of the keeping. He's not in the 11. Pretty brisk work from the keeper. But I don't think Simran ever left his ground. Great over this. half a maiden. Well, jinxed it now. He throws this one a little bit wider. Yeah, so we were talking a little bit earlier. Talking a bit earlier about that shirt, right? As this one's lifted away. And I'll just get a single here. I found it, went through the archives. Muktia Singh, 6-6-6-6-6-6-6. This is the best I could do from the stream. From November 2020. He's playing for T10 Sporting Club. Actually, it was in Italy. It was in Rome, playing for T10. So Muki, and you see the 6-6-6-6-6-6. And that really takes me back. That's the Roma side. And yeah, how about that? So that's how you fit 6 digits on your back. So that one put even pin code to shame, even though I have heard sometimes there are 6-digit pin codes now.
And the thing is that look at you saw the batsman. He had a big number as well. He had 111.
Yeah.
Right.
111 is easier
They
to
were
handle.
big. They were big. You could see it.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
With my eyes, I'm looking at the monitor there. It's a pretty dodgy quality. I wouldn't have said it was 6-6-6-6-6-6. So for somebody, in fact, is it called a no ball?
No ball, I think, for encroachment from the keeper. So it would have been a wide anyway, because it was called a wide. And yeah, so the keeper getting, well, not actually in front of the stumps, but he's not behind the stumps the whole time until the ball passes the stumps. And that's why it's no ball instead of a wide. It didn't really matter because free hits just hit for 1, end of 4 overs, 30 for 2. So that is the power of the internet. I had to go hunting. I remember it was Muktia Singh. Same thing as Bulgaria where there's another Muktia Singh, but he was playing in Rome. That's even before I was on the tour full time, because that was during Corona times. I wasn't on the tour in 2020. And yeah, went and found it. There's so much live cricket. Sometimes I wonder about future generations. We're going to have, already we have something like 6,000 plus hours of live cricket on the internet. That doesn't even include all the highlights videos and the player of the match videos as well and all the other bits. Oh, he's gone. Doesn't really bounce. Riaz Madassa breaks through. And what a game he's having. He was clonking him with the bat, and now he clonks out the middle stump of Simranjit Singh, 30 for 3.
I'd like to find out, just today, right, how many times, I mean, I'm sure you've got the stats there.
Yeah.
How many wickets have been taken on the first ball of a spell?
Yeah.
From players just playing the wrong shot.
Yeah, not waiting to have a look around. You can afford to have at least one look, I think, at a new bowler. I mean, obviously that's 2 in a row just then. And, yeah, earlier in the day, we had a few occasions as well. Jas Sakara got a wicket first ball of his spell in the previous game. And earlier on today, Jagmeet Singh got a wicket first ball of his spell. And before that, there was a run-out first ball of Mohammad Aslan. I suppose you don't count that. But still, yeah, you're exactly right. Just, I think, poor shot selection. Trying to pull the ball that's bail high or below, and that's difficult to do, especially earlier in your innings. And with a slightly less bounce, I think, on this pitch, I mean, that's the kind of length that often it will bounce over the stumps on another pitch. But you're not so lucky this time. So it will be Jasvinder Singh coming out at number 5 in over number 5, and he's facing Riaz Madassa. He's off the pad, so it won't be a wide. And the umpire just making a little mini signal to let everyone know it's not a wide. It came off the pad.
That's good umpiring though, just to indicate.
Yeah, it's like a
courtesy.
Yeah, it's a courtesy signal, isn't it? It's just okay. I could tell you this, but I'm showing you. Oh, another one. That one keeps down a little bit. Madassa has it on a string at the moment. Middle and leg is splayed, and Kings 11 losing a few in quick succession. 30 for 4.
They're in a lot of trouble now, Kings 11, and it's just not very good batting. I mean, you can see just looking to. Well, the ball's pretty pitched up. It's coming into you.
He doesn't really cover the line with his footwork. Kind of goes away. So even the back foot slides a little bit towards leg. And that's why it just doesn't cover it. Can't deal with the sideways movement. Madassa Riaz, formerly of Pac Lions Getty. Yeah, he's doing a good job. And that is a sad end. Second baller for Jasvinder. And 2 for none. Where's Madassa? What a start for him. 30 for 4. Abdullah comes to the crease now. Someone has to stick around. I mean, Vikas Kumar is doing a good job, but he's going to need a bit of help.
Yeah, well, that's it. They need partnerships, and that's not what's happening. It's been poor shot selection and good bowling for Madassa, who's right at the pegs.
Just looking in the chat, Shobit Bhatia is watching at the moment, saying greetings to Danny from Prague. Missed you at the quiz last night. I believe that it was Phil G that covered your quiz last night. Is that right?
Yeah, he did a good job. I got a phone call from Shobit last night about how to connect everything up. Oh, that's pretty close.
I think it's just hit him outside off, and he got a long way across there. But yeah, Madassa almost out of third. Checking out the replay.
Yeah, it's outside the line.
Fractionally, yeah.
Yeah, Shobit gave me a call because it's a bit tricky to put everything together. There's an amplifier and an HDMI cable and all sorts of things.
Stuff.
So the quiz started on time and it went well. And thank you to Phil G for doing that. And I know that I can rely on him in future. I knew that before as well. I've been to his quizzes, and he does a very, very good job. He's also doing a hot wing challenge.
Oh yeah, heard about that as well.
Did it on Monday night.
Go back to quiz chat in a minute. I've got something to reveal after this ball that we kind of did last night unofficially. So I'll get a single off the last ball. So CC fighting back in the second half of the first half of this innings. It's 32 for 4 after 5. And yeah, last night we were able to reveal the ECC group. So there we go. Now we have the confirmation. We've got 31 countries being represented this time. Netherlands 11 as the previous champions. They go straight through championship week. It's exactly the same format as the ECL with 6 groups of 5. We'll probably go into those in a second, but first let's go back to the action. So let's just concentrate Group A for now. Spain, Isle of Man, potentially. It's a first match we'd like to see, but I tell you what, Kings 11 like to see this. Vikas Kumar is still there, and he's making his bat heard maximal. That one was miles over the trees.
Yeah, lots of little white potatoes out there in the potato field, because that's just got absolutely hammered over the trees. And Vikas Kumar, we know he can bat, and he's showing us now.
Yeah, short boundary square of the wicket as well. Looks to go again this time. He misses out. Yeah, so we'll probably have a look at that in a second. But let us know what you think in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. So from memory, it's 10 countries making their debut in ECC cricket this year. I think it's sensational. Really has hitched his wagon to that leg side boundary. Let me see if I can get you all 10 quickly. Ready? So we've got Isle of Man, Greece, Croatia, Bulgaria.
In their first group?
I'm just talking about these are teams that are playing for the first time. Okay, so we should have 10 first timers at the end at the ECC. First, let's look at Sajjad. Gets a long way across.
Might get a bit high.
Yeah, you'd think so, but a lot of balls are crashed into the stumps off Sajjad. Let's have a look. Gets a long way across, but I suppose he's probably hit him outside the line and climbing above, I think, anyway. Now he decides there's an offside as well. And this is going to roll and keep rolling. So Kumar probably thought he was going to get 1 for that, maybe 2. He ends up with 4. So a decent finish to the over, but still a lot to do for Kings 11. They are 42 for 4 after 6. Okay, I'm going to try and find the 10 that we're going to see for the first time. Isle of Man, Greece, Croatia, Bulgaria, Gibraltar, Estonia, Turkey, Cyprus, and others. Who did I miss in there? But yeah, we had 21 last year. This time we are going to have 31 countries. Anyway, wow, that's the proper Tortuga. This is the Super Tortuga. This has hit the rim of the old running track.
Yeah.
And you won't find how to field this one in the fielding textbook. Check out this. And that last bounce, as we come back to live action. Next one's down the ground. This will be 4. So good batting. Abdullah goes back to back. I still want to see the first one, though, about how it went over the fielder. It's quite remarkable. I mean, this is that ball, which is hit really well down the ground. But that is one of the all-time great Tortugas. Kings 11 getting some luck from the man upstairs. And now some more luck. Now how far is this rolling? Not an easy one to cut off. And he does just. They do get 2, so 10 in 3 balls. Kings 11 getting moving. 50's come up in this over as well.
Yeah, we've got...
Yeah, look at this. This last one. Bang. Oh, boy. You can't really criticise Ihsan Ullah, who's playing in his first ECS. He's probably wondering what is going on. Just one this time, not carrying down to Ali Raza Islam. I don't think I've ever seen a Tortuga quite like that. They did have the old crocodile rock here, the concrete blocks, but they've been covered up with AstroTurf now.
Yeah, they haven't really played much of a part. But that's the first time I've seen the running track actually have any effect on play.
Yeah, exactly. The old running track is what happened.
Because it's basically an athletics track around. There's a football field in the middle originally, and the running track has a band, like a strip around it in concrete, about probably 5 centimetres wide, and it's on the front part.
Ooh, that's pretty close, and that's gone. So Abdullah has a cameo. I don't think there's too much doubt about this. Look, it was last ball of the over, so I don't think it's a bad idea for him to swing for the fences. They do have batters still to come. Check it out here in the replay. It's a pretty easy decision, I think, for the umpire. And so Madassa ends with 3 for 14, and he picks up a 5th wicket. It's 54 for 5 after 7. But yeah, I mean, better than nothing. Let's have a look at what's coming up in match 24, which is Brescia CC versus Milan United. Well, Brescia CC going back-to-back, playing right now. Milan United, what a chase that was. Thuridu Hashan and Roshan Silva were brilliant as they chased down 107 against Chivadate. That game's coming up in around about 35 minutes. Join us. Still 2 matches after this on day 5 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Ali Raza Islam, pretty handy bowler to bring in now. No full toss. Absolutely crunched. That could be 4, and it is. Well, that's hit so well. Vikas Kumar is a match winner on his day. And I know that fielding is questionable sometimes on the field, but Shub told me he's going to field everything. He does block it, but then pulls out the 360. Don't think you'll find that one in the coaching manual either.
Imran Naveed's right in front of us. He's having a bit of a spit at the fielder out there. Don't quite know why.
Oh, look, everything's running Kings 11 at the moment. That's another boundary, this time off the edge. Kumar keeping his team in it. They move past 60 in the 8th over.
It's bit of luck, and this ground is getting much, much faster, isn't it, Vinny?
It really is.
Just we've had good sunshine all week. There was a little bit of rain on one day, and there was the overnight rain on the very first day.
I tried to give the ground a bit of a haircut as well. Not sure how effective that was with a little mower. You don't take too much off either, because then you risk it coming apart.
There's very little moisture in the outfield now, I think. So it is getting harder.
It's a pretty good shot. Drills it. And I suppose all things considered, that's a decent stop.
Yeah, save 3 runs, I think.
Yeah, so tell everyone a little bit more, just quickly, about what you do in Prague with your quizzes. Some people may be new to the broadcast, don't know.
Yeah, I run a couple of quizzes in Prague and have a hand in a few others. There's a regular one at the Globe. It's a bookstore and cafe. So we get about 95 maximum there, 85 maybe.
That's probably going to go for 4 as well. So Sargit is another guy. He's better than your average number 7, isn't he? He comes out, plays a proper shot, bludgeons it through extra cover, and Kings 11 coming with a wet sail in the late overs.
Yeah, looking good, Kings at the moment. They're scoring regularly. It's been a big over so far.
Yeah, I must say you're a very good quiz master. I've been to quite a few of your quizzes.
Thank you.
And they're fun. That's the
main thing.
It's meant to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, people like to win and I know all those kind of things, but people really just want to have a good time.
You know, you don't want to go for a nice night out and get out of a quiz thinking, like, I know nothing. I'm a bit,
that'll be 6. And that is about a knee-high full toss. Sargit catches up with it, has fast hands there. Yeah, and about chin high even. Did well to go and get that. Had to be perfect timing, and it was. So trouble at the old mill for Brescia CC. And suddenly, this game is under attack. 23 off 13. They brought that rate right down to 10.6 at the moment. Last ball of the over. There's been 19 off this one so far. Make it a magical one. As they think of two. Vickers Kumar was keen. And now they'll think about it again, but they won't get the second run. I guess they didn't want to risk a wicket because both these guys, I think, are potentially able to strike the boundaries they need. Checking this out, I think he gets back, unless there's some sort of drama. Only just though, but safe. So end of the over, it's 74 for 5 after 8. And there comes, well, here comes the white line towards the red. And yeah, still, this could be another pressure-filled ending. We've had a few of them here in Milan.
Yeah, it's a very good indication of how the this second half of the innings has gone. From over 5, you can see there's an upturn. And there's only one wicket gone down as well. And it's a very good partnership between these two, between Vikas and also the other batsman, Sabjit. And it's, yeah, it's been very handy. And it will be Imran Naveed.
Yeah, death bowling specialist. He'll only get the one over here.
It was interesting. He's right in front of us, and every time the ball went to the boundary, you could see him getting more and more frustrated.
Well, I think he might be frustrated because he knows he won't get 2 overs here. And so, if he bowled the 8th, maybe he would have. But he's normally really reliable. He's at the stumps or close to. So, yeah, 22 off 12. Good old-fashioned, genuine toss-up, I think. Should be okay for time with 4.5 minutes to bowl 5 balls. But yeah, Subject's come out. This is the skill, hey? Hitting boundaries straight away. And he's found a way to do it. And loads up on this one. Imad, very good fielder. Make sure it's just one. So it's ace versus ace here. I think Imran Naveed versus Vikas Kumar coming up. You want to get that down to kind of maybe 13 or even less if possible. I wonder who'll get the last over. Otherwise, Islam probably not going to get one after that last job, so it might be Hassan Naveed to come back. And Imad, really good attacking fielding. He slips and still fields it fine and then bowls in a perfect delivery to the keeper.
It's a very good bowling here from Imran Naveed. It was a low full toss, and I think Vinny always says it's better to, if you're missing the Yorker, it's better to bowl a low full toss than a half volley. And that's exactly what happened. Comes in again.
Takes it on and wins. What a shot. Wasn't the worst ball from Naveed. Well, they've been doing a fair bit of catching practice over there. He might bite the grass there, but what a shot that is from Sabjit Singh, who just has come out swinging. Often he does open for Kings 11. They've held him back, and it seems like they've timed his entry perfectly at the moment.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just what they needed after a first couple of very tight deliveries.
14 off 8. Now it's short. What a shot. This is absolutely crunched by Sabjit. Maximo. Back to back. He rolls the dice, comes up double sixes. It was Naveed that went upstairs, but it was the batter that put it into the stratosphere.
Great shot. And it's so different to their fortunes in the first day. The Kings 11, where they lost 2. They look pretty likely to get 2 from 2 here so far today.
Helix has his crystal ball. He had said 2 sixes will make it interesting. Well, Helix, I think you're spot on. Hello to Wayne as well. Nice to have you with us. And yeah, Wayne's a huge supporter of European cricket. Hello to Kroom. Anyone I missed as well in the chat. Right. I mean, they're not there yet. We'll say that. Imran Naveed, last ball of the 9th. Slow ball, but it gets through the keeper. Just gets through the keeper. I don't think that's a bad buy at all, because right now you've got Sabjit, who is so hot he might melt as we get to the end of the 9th over. The score is 89 for 5. So they need 7 to win, 6 to tie for last over.
It's going to be a very good finish. It's going to have to be a very good last over to stop this this King's side from getting to the total. The tingle, Vinny? Maybe.
You'd think with 2 batters set, even though Subject, he came out set, didn't he? You'd think that they should get these 7. But you got Hassan Naveed, as predicted, he comes back. He bowled the second over, went for 13. The thing here, if you score off every ball, you can't lose in regulation. I suppose 6 singles. But you feel it's only dot ball or a dot ball that can get you into trouble. So you don't necessarily have to look big shot. But I think the way the Subject's going, you probably will. So he does. So that's the only way you're going to get yourself into trouble. Some big swings and misses. I know it's hindsight's 20/20, and if he hits it, that's great. But, another big swing and miss, and the pressure then switches back onto the batting team, especially if it creates a wicket.
Yeah, very true.
And you've got heaps of ones out there at the moment because they're still protecting the boundaries. And obviously, Bresh CC super concerned about conceding a boundary as well if you put the shoe on the other foot. Another great game, though. 7 off 5. They'll get 1. Don't think they'll be able to get 2. So 6 off 4. Oh, another game, another tingle, Danny.
I don't feel a golden ball for some reason. I think Kings will get over the line, but if there's good bowling here from Naveed, I'm just going to, especially the next couple of balls, it'll put pressure on them.
I like Hassan Naveed. He's been really good option, pace option for Brescia CC.
Good bowling.
Yeah, so I like that. Doesn't get into trouble. Himad Khan, though, is solid as the day is long, and make sure it's only 1.
It's just good bowling, death bowling from Hassan Naveed. We saw his quality. He did get a bit of stick in his first over, but throughout the tournament so far, he's been very, very good.
Now what does Subject do? Does he back himself? And he's looking minimum 1. He wants to finish this, though. There's a swing and a miss. They're going to take on the bye. If hits, I think he would have been gone.
It's a good run to take, though, I think.
Yeah, I think you had to take it on the fumble, but Vikas Kumar, I don't know if he would have got there because the keeper recovered, and yep, he was a goner. But Subject's as hot as he was right now, he's not. He's had 2 big air swings in this over. 4 off 2. A boundary. Any boundary wins it for Kings 11. 2 to come. And it's going to be a dirty little 1. And now Subject is in the situation where he needs 2 to tie the game and a 3 to win it. Well, 3's probably not going to happen. But at least if you can get it to the outfield and run a 2, and this is almost golden ball-like because Vikas at the non-striker's end, he's going to be coming for 2 no matter what.
Yep.
If you get into the outfield, you've got to get on your bike and force a golden ball. And you're still in it. Obviously, a boundary wins it. Number 1, he's got to get the ball out of the infield. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Last ball of the game. And he swings and misses. And Precious CC get the points. And, well, credit to Subject. That's classy from him. He says, well bowled to Hassan Naveed. And it's a thriller in Milano as Brescia CC hold on. It's the same scoreline as the 3rd match on day 1. It's 95-93, but it's Brescia CC that hold on by 2 runs against Kings 11.
What a fantastic last over there from Hassan Naveed. And the pressure's on him, but every ball was right on line. And from 2 batsmen who had been hitting pretty well, that's a top last over.
Yeah, I got to say that's really classy from Subject to control his emotions and congratulate his opponent on a really good last over. Will say, though, I said it, it started the last over. If they scored off every ball, they couldn't really lose.
Yeah.
And so he went for broke, didn't he? Went for broke trying to hit the 6 to bring up an easier win. In the end, got themselves into trouble with those swings and misses. Brescia CC, they'll be happy with that, and they'll take on Milan United, who won a pretty entertaining game earlier in the day as well. So 2 successful teams on day 5 going head-to-head in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at this chase. Another match, another really, really tight finish. You wouldn't expect anything less here in this Milan series.
No, so many evenly matched teams, and Brescia CC, they've got a bit of quality about them, as do the Kings 11, and it's not much between them. I think Kings not really getting off to the greatest start. Not that they lost too many wickets, so just peg back a little bit from very good bowling from the Brescia CC side. And as we see the LBW there, it's pretty plumb. And then just a few wild swings in the middle. And not really anyone getting going. Judd Mead also, who was so good earlier, really missing out. But it was really when Subject came in and formed a really good partnership with Vikas Kumar that they started to get runs and regular runs and big runs, and that really forced the pace and got them up to a position where they probably should have won it in the last over. There's that
had some
bounce.
Tortuga assistance there. Abdullah came out. Okay, he swung pretty much from the bootlaces, didn't he? And put together a fairly quick 12. Vikas was still there. Abdullah wasn't after that. Plum LBW was given correctly so. But yeah, Subject came to the crease. It's hard to criticise him at the end because in a sense he was the guy that got them back in the game in the first place. And it's a tough one once you decide, you know, you've got this kind of all-out attack strategy in the last over. You kind of got to stick to it, I suppose. That's what he's thinking. And yeah, when this happened, you know, the back-to-back Maximos, you felt Kings 11 well on top. But again, those runs aren't going to make themselves. You've got to say it was a really good last over from Hassan Naveed. He only conceded 4. One of those was a bye. And yeah, this was the situation, wasn't it? Just not enough bat on ball. Probably where he's trying to hit that wasn't quite right. I mean, he'd already established he can hit the ball through the covers. Just got a bit carried away with that mid-wicket targeting. And 95 to 93. Again, kind of reinforces to me that mid-90s is around the average score. Just a lot of scores around there. 41 not out for Vikas Kumar, bats through the innings, but doesn't have a lot of the strike. Only faces 22 of the 60 balls in the innings, 25 off 12 Subject. But yeah, he'll be just disappointed. Got them so far, but couldn't get them across the line in the end.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Good innings there. You can see there's just in the middle overs, well, even up the top, there's a good contribution up the top, and then a couple down the bottom.
Yeah, probably batters 2, 3, 4, chewing up a few balls there. Kind of got them in trouble in the first place. 3 for 14, Riaz Madassa, wickets for Javed Mohammed and Kalab Sajjad. But Hassan Naveed, you'll never see a better none for 16 than that, because when the pressure was on, he rose to the occasion, conceding only 4. And it meant that Precious EC scraped in by 2 runs in match number 23. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to take you into the 4th match of 5 today. And Precious EC will continue. They're taking on Milan United. Precious EC batting first. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Danny Hoodcheck. Hope you're having a great day. Happy Peacock Friday. We'll see you after this for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back. Peacock Friday here, and we're at the Milan Cricket Ground. Time for match number 24 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Two teams with a lot to gain from this match coming up. Brescia CC, former ECL representative team of Italy. Milan United have some points after an epic chase in the last game. Ishan, it'll be your call, Milan United to call. Here we go with the coin toss. Heads is the call, and it is tails. Okay, so Brescia CC batting first. Okay, no, they've got a big kind of bulky batting order. It's hard to kind of work out exactly how they want to work it, but I think Dulu is a lot to open. Maybe Ali Raza Islam gets back up there again. We'll have to see. Baba Hussain a little bit muted in the last game, but let's see what Brescia CC can do. Milan United weren't they great as well, with Hishan and Roshan Silva putting together a match-winning partnership. 107 they chased down to get their first points, but it will be a big challenge against Brescia CC. Let's see what happens as we go to the first ball. It is Brescia CC winning the toss and batting in match 24. Over to Danny Hudacek. He'll take you through the start of this one.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from lovely Milan as the umpires walk out. And it will be a very interesting game between these two very good sides who have won their games narrowly today. Brescia CC in that narrow victory, as you just saw before, against Kings 11, and Milan United having a good win over Cividate. So Brescia CC electing to bat first, which is a good idea, I think. Yasadulu, Ali Raza Islam has missed out a bit. Baba Hussain starting maybe to get a bit of form. Imad Khan also looking good. And Milan United with some very good bowling. Stephen Jarisakara has been excellent with the ball. And we Tarudu Heshan with the bat, who was looking very, very handy also. So it's going to be a tight game. Milan United, they won their first game. They're a different team to what they were a couple of days ago, where they couldn't take a trick. They had a very, very good win against a top team in Cividate. As you can see on paper, looks like a comfortable win for Brescia CC, but that's never the case really in these type of games. 11 really top teams in northern Italy playing here in Milan, and there's not much between them. So we're just waiting on the first ball. And Brescia CC, again, their skipper, Kalab Sajjad, has won the toss and elected to bat, and I think it's a really good move. They did pretty well last game, and they got up to 95. They could have got a few more. They were just restricted a little bit by some good bowling at the end of the innings by the Kings 11. And Milan United, they chased down a total from Cividate, so it's a bit of Groundhog Day for both these teams. And it will be Sanjeewa, the opening bowler, who's been excellent for Milan United all tournament. He'll be bowling to Yasadulu. Comes in for the first ball. And it's wide outside off stump, but in that tram line, you can see a line right near the level with the crease. You can see it just coming out from the crease, and that's an indication line. It's not really always a permanent guide. Just a hello Wayne in the chat. Good to see you there. So they're persisting with Ishan Ullah as well. He missed out a little bit with the bat. He was quite good with the ball, though. Good pick up for this Brescia CC side. As this one goes high in the air. The player under it, should take it, and drops it. Well, that was unfortunate. And Dulu knows he had a chance, because that was high in the air. There's a player back there on the deep cover boundary and just put it down. It's Gayan Silva. And it's an opportunity missed for this Milan United side. Just outside our stump, it's got past the keeper. It's going to go towards the boundary. And just to show you how quick this ground has become over the week, That has reached the boundary, even though got a good piece of the keeper. Just hit him on the pad, and it's quickened up a lot. So that's not the start the Milan United would have liked, but just a bit scrappy. And, only 1 run off the bat, but 5 runs in total. And also the massive drop catch there of Yasadulu. Sanjiwa comes in again. And this one's in the air again. Same man under it, and takes it this time. Well, it's Ula this time, and it's a second baller for Ula. And that experiment is really not working. They're having an issue as who to open with Yasadulu at the moment. And comfortable catch taken out there. So it's a Derek the Duck for Ishan Ula. Not a great result with the experimentation with pumping him up the order. Yasadulu is still there. He's lucky to be there though. And Brescia CC a 5 for 1. It is Baba Hussein will come out, who's, even though he's stuck around, has not looked very fluid. And it's not many better sights in Italian cricket than watching Baba Hussein when he's in full flight. And if you can build a partnership with Yasadulu, I think that Brescia CC will be fine. But just that top middle order has not really worked much for Brescia CC. It didn't win the last game, just honestly dabbed to point, no run. It's been good and tight from Sanjiwa as usual. Very reliable is Sanjiwa. So again, a beautiful sunny day here in Milan. Another cloud in the sky. Bright sunny conditions for cricket. Not too warm either. Just about right. Couldn't get any more perfect. Sanjiwa comes in again. And a big swing and a miss. It's missed by the keeper, but there is a man back there who's a bit of a backstop. I think he hasn't got the kindest of bounces as the keeper so far in this innings, as we see the day-by-day run rate's a bit higher than that now, I think, today. It's went down 9.6 in the first day and steadily gone down. I think it was a bit of an outlier yesterday, but it's much better today. Probably an average score in about 95 today. So it's been pretty good batting. And in most games there have been batsmen that have got a really good start and have gone on with it. No 50s yet, I think. Maybe one from memory. Can't think of a 50 today, actually. I'll have to have a look at that. I'm sure Vinny, when he comes back into the marshmallow, can tell me if there are any 50s. Quite a few 40s. I think one game there was a 49 and a 48, but no 50s. So, keep on going with this, and it's a catch that's gone. Well done. In that sort of gully area. And again, it's the first ball of a spell. Jai Cody this time takes the wicket. Nice catch out there. Juggled a little bit. And looks like Hassan Naveed. Sorry, looks like it's Ravindu Senavirathan. No. I always have issues with Sri Lankan names. But it's a really good catch out there. Took it on the second grab. That's a big wicket. And that's that of Yasadulu, who has had a chance. So often Yasadulu is the mainstay of this innings. And Baba Hussein is still yet to score. So it's a really good start here for Milan United. Two of the big names. One of the big names out. The other, Ishan Ula. A bit of an experiment, I think, at the top of the innings. They need to solve that issue as who to open with Yasadulu, I think, Brescia CC. But they're a really good side, and they've got lots of quality batting. So the new batsman is Ali Raza Islam, who hasn't been in great form. He is a devastating batsman when he gets going. But that's a wide. He just sort of poked at that. There's no real conviction to his batting at the moment. Just have another look. He just sort of wafts the bat out there for no reason, and it was always going to be wide. So neither of these batsmen have scored yet. Jai Cody 1 for 1. And it's, oh, that's a good ball. And ties him up. Good start here for Milan United. Just a very dangerous side in Brescia CC. Got an inside edge onto the pads. As I said, no real conviction in Ali Raza Islam's batting at the moment. This one's in the air, should be caught. Man coming under it. It's the bowler, takes it. Another wicket down. And it's a first ball, a couple of wides he faced. In fact, second ball, another duck. And let's have another look. Just to hit it straight in the air. And the bowler, Jai Cody, the skipper, takes the responsibility for it. Takes a nice catch. Looked a little nervous under it. Did go high in the air. And that's another wicket down. Well, Brescia CC. That's his second duck of the day. In 2 games, Ali Raza Islam, and it's nothing clicking for him at the moment. Just went high in the air. And the bowler, you can see him fumbling around with his feet, nervous, and takes a good catch. Well, Brescia CC are 6 for 3 at the moment. And Milan couldn't have started this game any better. Comes in again to the new batsman, Jai Cody, and this is a wild swing. It's outside off stump. And that's Mudasa who can hit the ball. We've seen Mudasa with one particular really good innings the other day. And he'll join Baba Hussain, who's still yet to score. In fact, well, Jai Cody is now 2 for 2. And those 2 have been wides. Comes in again. And it's going to be wide. In fact, might even be a no ball. It's called a wide. It must have been after the crease that it hit the edge of the pitch. Let's have another look at it. It was very wide. No, it should be a no ball. I think it's been changed, has it? Just have a look at what the umpire is saying. I think he's called it a wide. No, he hasn't. He's called it a no ball, and it's a free hit. So Jai Cody just getting a little bit wrong. And it's hit nicely onto the leg side. That should be 4 runs. Just dropping a little bit short, Jai Cody and Madasa. And that freedom you get from a free ball. And I should drag that from off stump to a square leg for a boundary. And that's well, the first runs off the bat for Madasa. So in fact, the only other batsman who scored anything was Yasadulu. Well, comes in again down leg side, spraying him now a bit, Jai Cody. You can't really blame fatigue. It's their second game of the day, Milan United, but they're pretty short games. And they get a little bit of time to rest. They played the first game of the day against Chivadate. And it was a good win. Comes in again. This one is dropped. Wow. Unfortunate there for Tristan Silva, the keeper. He's a really good keeper. Took a fantastic grab earlier in the tournament. Let's have a look at this one. Came quickly to him and should have taken it. Well, that's a chance there for Riaz Mudasa. Jai Cody, he's putting him in the right areas when he gets it on the pitch. Comes in again, this time bowling to Bavasen, who's yet to score. This one is called a wide outside of stump. It's a long over again from Jai Cody. And we've had 10 minutes of this game. Still in the second over. Of course, it's a 3-over power play. So got another over after this of the field restrictions. But, Milan United putting a lot of pressure on this Brescia CC top order. And it's pretty good bowling again. Bit of an inside edge and no run. And what was a successful over 2 wickets from it. And Brescia CC are now 15 for 3. As you see the table, Brescia CC, they're up the top 3. If they win here, they'll be equal in with points with Fresh Tropical and Janjua Brescia, which were the place they'd like to be after the end of today's play. At Milan United, they lost 2 games earlier in the week, but they had a good win against Cividate this morning, and they're off that their duck. 2 points on the table. It would be Sanjeewa to continue. This one's outside of stump and not called wide this time. The batsman reaching. Let's have another look. And it's inside that line. It's a good ball. Did cut away off the pitch. That line, not only just an indicator, but I think it's a fair reflection. That's a wide. It's a fair reflection of how far a wide should be. The whole concept of it is that, like any limited form of the game, you really need a strike zone for a batsman to be able to hit the ball. Otherwise, it just causes defensive bowling. And you could say that this is defensive bowling, but at the same time, it's very clever bowling if you can get it right by skirting that tramway. And this one's hit pretty nicely. It's in the air. Players going back. We won't get there. They'll just get the one. They're looking for 2. Oh, confusion. And that's going to be... Oh, what did he do? Well, ended up being a run out in the end, I think. But it was on at the bowler's end, and he turned and threw it to the keeper. I think that might be gone. In fact, I think the batsman is walking. So let's have another look at this. It was put in the air over the fielder. Have another look. And so it was hit in the air over the fielder. It plugged. The fielder ran over it, slipped, and they looked for a second one. They threw it in, but have a look at the batsman. It would have been out if he'd taken the stumps at the bowler's end, and it is out at the keeper's end. So in the end, the same result. But, well, that's another wicket down for Brescia CC, and not having the greatest starts to this game. The team at number 3 at the moment just shows you how close these teams are in the inability. And that's another duck. And that's Baba Hussain, who's a big batsman for this Brescia CC team. Let's see, hit over the top, and he slips. And as he throws it in, you can see that he leaves his crease. The bowler could probably take the stumps at the bowler's end, but it was a neat throw to the keeper and takes it. So, Vinny.
Wow.
It's been an exciting start.
Well, same, but different. Riaz Madassa would have been run out if he'd just taken the ball as the bowler's end, but he bounces it to the keeper. Baba Hussain's out for a 3-ball duck. Interesting. I mean, Baba actually, I think, goes for the 2 and then actually sees the bowler's already got it. So he turns around and says, hey, I don't want a part of that.
Yeah.
But then, of course, he couldn't even get back to the keeper's end. So 17 for 4. Sanjeev, the man, throws it back in, but not before a bit of a slip.
No. So Imad Khan is the new batsman. We saw him bat very well in the last game. He'll have to do that again, and he's gone! Well, how's that one?
What's going on here? I mean, it was Fahad Mohammed actually started that chain of events because he was one that threw it to Sanjeev and then threw it to the keeper, Trishan Silva. And next ball, Imad has 0 patience, and there's a golden for you. So Brescia CC, well, welcome to the Collapse Club. There's a few members in this series so far. 17 for 5 now in the 3rd over.
Having Milan United come back as a different team today. The first day they were here, they looked a little bit off the pace. They weren't very sure of themselves. And now they've had a good win this morning, and they have Brescia CC in all sorts of trouble with that golden Derek and most of the recognised batsmen back in the shed.
Low on the bat. Doesn't get over it. These are the best catches. You don't have too much time to think about it. You know, the high ones. I mean, there was a really good one earlier, and that caught and bowled. He had time to kind of make a sandwich and cut it into quarters, but that was just an instinct catch. Fahad Mohammed involved 2 balls in a row, and Imad goes without scoring. He's looked dangerous today. Chowdhury comes in. He didn't hit his straps in the last game, but he's the sort of guy. I mean, he could still put a lot of runs on the board. So 2 big hitters still there. That's the thing with Brescia CC. They do bat deep.
Well, team hat-trick here And good ball outside off stump. Sanjeeva's been bowling brilliantly all tournament and today especially.
Yeah, for sure. 2 for 3, and then you add the run out into that, call it 3 for 3. And, it's not just the fact they've taken 5 wickets, but also the fact they've restricted the run so well here, Milan United. That's what a win can do. I mean, they came from behind to beat Chivadate earlier today, chasing down the 107 target with just 2 balls to spare. A couple of good high 40s not out scores, getting them across the line.
It's a bit short. It's in the air. There's no one back there, though. And will it reach the boundary? It will reach the boundary. 4 runs. Just a bit short. And Chowdhury takes advantage. And the pressure's been relieved a little bit for Brescia CC.
Yeah, it's a bit of a plugger, wasn't it? Straight over Crocodile Rock. The surface formerly known as Crocodile Rock. It's a good.
We had 2 of them. What was the other one called?
We actually changed it up a little.
It was William the Concreter, I think.
William the Concreter. Last year we had a few different ones that we kind of rotated through. But to me, yeah, William the Concreter is my favourite. The other one.
It's going to be called a wide. Sanjeeva continues. He's got 1 ball left in his spell. That's the one negative, I think, for the bowling for Milan United at the moment is that they've bowled a lot of wides already.
Yeah. And most teams have been pretty good with this. Not all. But I remember early in the Cyprus series, we had, I think, 170 extras in a day. It wasn't the greatest. Just an average of about 17 per innings in a 5-game day. Anyway, what a power play. The 22 is serviceable, but the 5 wickets not really for Brescia CC. Sanjeeva, he certainly did a very good job, didn't he? And he'll finish with figures of 2 for 8 off his 2 overs. 22 for 5 after 3.
Yeah, great start so far for Milan United. And saying yesterday the average score was 8.5. Today it's 9.8 per over.
Yeah, 9.8 for this game. So, of course, second game had a reasonably high run rate because of the 106 Chivadate made it 10.6 and over. Then Milan United finished 112, finishing with a Maximo with 2 balls in hand. I just want to say a quick hello to Nish, who is in the chat right now.
Hi, Nish.
Saying it's great to hear Danny back. Hope you had a good day off, Danny. Hope I have a good weekend off. Yeah, and enjoy the wedding. I will. Thanks, Nish. He's watching from Cardiff in Wales, where he's currently doing his studies. But of course, born and bred in Cyprus. That's why he's our Cyprus specialist.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of the Nish in Cyprus, and it was nice to hear his voice.
So it's nice to have I say specialists. Obviously, you're kind of our Czech specialist, but it's nice to get you out of that landlocked land sometimes to get you over here to Italy.
Another thing I did, I wandered through a market yesterday just by accident, and there was this seafood that I just wanted to buy and cook.
Okay.
But with living in a hotel, I didn't think they'd let me into the kitchen. It looked amazing.
There's a lot of good cuisine here in Italy.
Oh, the produce as well. It's just
yeah.
Anyway,
yeah,
we'll do food talk later in the day.
Yeah, food talk's on the way. I don't mind starting early though. The word is, I'll actually extend an invitation to you in a second. First, you're going to see a pull shot which is banged out of the ground. And that is the shortest boundary here because those trees are not moving for anybody. There's Chowdhury. He's outscored his earlier effort already. That's not particularly short, but he just swings across and gets plenty of it.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice shot. And considering what the score is at the moment, they needed that Brescia CC just to kickstart them a little bit.
Yeah, so I'll come back to that in a second. Nish saying Milan United all over Brescia right now. Long day for them. They've really been on it these first couple of games, it's true. There's a few momentum swings around, and this is another big swing that's going to be out of the ground as well. We didn't learn his lesson, did he? Roshan Silva had a good start to the over, but it's gone off the rails now. Back-to-back Maximos.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just turned it off his hip. And I was outside off stump, and there you go. Go and fetch that one.
So tonight, the word is that our fantastic crew here, Artus as well as Kirill's and Andres, they may be going to all-you-can-eat sushi. So there's a chance that some of the blue crew might join them. Are you ready to go back yet, or just not yet?
I was a little bit. I would have liked to have done it maybe on Wednesday night when I had a time that I could sleep in all day. We'll see, Vinny. We'll see. It was pretty spectacular the other day. And yeah, I have to see.
We'll have to. Okay.
It's good value though. I've got to
yeah,
say.
it is. It's 27 euros, which sounds like a lot, I suppose, but considering you can order unlimited high-quality food, it's pretty good. It's
Good sushi too.
It is really good, but there's still the confusion. You don't really know what you're ordering, and you don't know if it's what you ordered. You end up just picking at everything. They need to make the tables bigger, that's all, to fit all the food on. Right down the leg side. Louis the Bruce is in. Louis Bruce from Gibraltar saying, hi guys, tuning into Italy for the first time. How long is the grass in the outfield? Pretty long. He's seen a couple of balls literally just stop the opposite of Portugal. Yeah, Louis played in Portugal for the Gibraltar national team.
Then it's really long.
For Newtonian cricket physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and this is the opposite.
All I can say, it's spongy on a foot, but it's getting much faster because we've had a lot of sun.
It's getting quicker. You should have seen day one.
Oh, that's gone. Has to be. Yes. That was absolutely plumb. Kept quite low. That's the end of Chowdhury.
It's an interesting one. Chowdhury seems comfortable pulling balls that are off the stumps. This is a bit fuller as well, though. It just had the look of one that got him neck and crop. Bang. As far as decisions go, yeah, the bowler, he inquired politely, but he was already in his victory trot, wasn't he? So you see Milan United get a 6th wicket now. And a bit of everything in that over. 36 for 6 off 4.
It's a nice little cameo from Chowdhury, but they need a good partnership. Madassa's a good batsman. If you can build an innings around him, someone can stay with him.
I think that's a good trade-off. I mean, there are 2 Maximos in the over. 14 come off that over from Roshan Silva. But he does get the wicket of Chowdhury. He's a guy who can really hurt you down the stretch. So I think the value of that 6th wicket is huge. 36 for 6 after 4. Madassa Riaz still there, though. Maybe a bit lucky still be there after he could have been run out if the bowler had simply looked what was going on earlier. Here's Guy and Silver bowling over number 5.
Yeah, it's a good bowler, Guy and Silver as well. Be coming in front of the umpire. Or is he going behind the umpire now? He's going in front of the umpire, yep. And that's a good start. So the skipper is Kalab Sajjad. Sajjad is joined Madassa at the crease. He's a very good quality cricketer, is Sajjad as well.
He is. He's no bunny with the bat either. But I need to mount a rescue job. Not even at the halfway point yet. 6 wickets down.
Comes in again. Quicker one. Kept low. Squeezed it out. There's a man out there. Just be a single.
Pretty good batting, actually, to get as much bat as he did on that, because it certainly shot through a bit lower than he thought, but still good start to the over. .1. Going Silver with his left arm spinners.
Coming again. It's bowling to the skipper for Brescia United. Or Brescia CC, and he's got him. Well, played all around that. And
he's bowled. He doesn't realise yet. We'll see it in a second. He's wondering, is he stumped, what's going on? But I'm pretty sure this has hit the top of the off stump. See it here first, and if not, we'll see it from side on. Check it out. It's just hit the top of the off stump. There it is. And gets a fair piece, the off stump, actually. So another wicket goes down. What is going on here? Brescia CC have lost 7 in the first half. It's 37 for 7.
Crazy. I mean, look, often teams do come back and get a score of in the 60s or 70s from this point.
And that might be enough, you know.
You never know.
With Brescia CC's bowling lineup.
But someone has to stay there with Riaz Madassa. He's faced 9 balls for 8. But apart from Chowdhury, who hit a couple of 6s, no one stayed more than the few balls. This is a bit of a crazy innings. And I've got to say, though, Milan United have really come out to play today. And they probably weren't very convincing, and probably weren't very convinced of what they were doing the other day. And today, just a completely changed side.
I said this has happened before. I mean, Brescia CC, they got rolled, I think, by Givadate early in the series once in Brescia. So even the best teams from time to time, you know, they collapse and make a low score.
He's been left outside or something. And Sajjad did get a golden, didn't he? I didn't notice the Derek walking off
We
him.
got distracted by the fact that they were having a look at it. It was a golden Derek. Still no diamond Dereks. Hassan Naveed. Nice ball the over.
It's a Test match cricket at the moment.
It is. End of the 5th over, 37 for 7. Welcome into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximum here with Danny Hu to check. So many things happen on ECN. I think you're going to see a bit of everything. It's so unpredictable. And if you really break sport or even life down to its science, they say that unpredictability is what makes things interesting.
Sure.
So for all the predictions we make, who do you think's the favourite? Who do you think's going to win? What's the expected score? I mean, you never really know, and this kind of exemplifies that point.
Well, Brescia CC, I think I probably said on the first day, they were the best side we saw. They're very consistent. They've got a lot of quality with the batting and with bowling, but they're being spanked here by Milan United at the moment.
They are, but I mean, still, you wouldn't put it past them to get a kind of ugly 70 on the board.
Yeah, you're right.
And then really put the shoe on the other foot. And it's not like Milan United have been super convincing. And maybe with the exception of the last game where they had that big partnership that got them across the line. If you can get through them, you maybe hit a few people that are low on confidence. Jay Sakura comes in and loses the first one down the leg side.
I think
that'll be 2 wides.
They've bowled a few wides of Milan United. It's not meant too much off the bat. But
yeah, so that's 9 wides, or 9 runs in wides and a no ball and 4 byes. So that's 14 extras. So it could have been 25 for 7.
But he's a good bowler to bring on at this time. Jay Sakura, he's been excellent so far in this tournament. Oh, nice shot in the end. Fell over it a bit. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, takes a chance there, doesn't he, Naveed? Gets off the mark. Needed to hit this, didn't he? Gets a long way across. And well, hit it he did. Otherwise, that was crashing into the pad, which would have intercepted the ball before the ball went into middle stump.
It was a nice shot in the end. But I wouldn't want him to try that again.
Especially with 7 down. The value of a wicket is huge because he potentially can rock and roll them here well before the end of the 10 overs. Jay Sakura with the comeback.
Well played.
It's nice to see how teams react under pressure, though. And Brescia CC, well, they're used to pressure in Brescia. I think we know that there's a lot of high-quality teams in that area. We've seen Brescia CC go all the way to the Champions League of European Cricket as all Italian champions in 2021. They represented Italy in the European Cricket League in 2022 against all the clubs from other countries.
Almost took out the umpire. It's been hit straight, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot.
I mean, and that's your number 9 batting. So, again, it shows you that Brescia CC are a talented cricket team. He's known for his bowling. I don't think he was planning on doing any batting here. Hassan Naveed, but that's a crunched, elevated straight drive, straight over the umpire's hat.
You know, I haven't felt it, but is there a rivalry between Milan teams and Brescia teams?
I suppose yes and no. I think there's more of a rivalry between Brescia and Brescia teams, you know. Maybe as a group. But, yeah, I feel... Oh, look, I think all these teams is a healthy rivalry. But I'd say, you know, your rivalries are kind of the Jandra Brescia, Gina Brescia, Brescia CC triad, if you like. There's one is a real kind of traditional rivalry for bragging rights of the region, and also they've had some success, obviously, at higher honours with Jandra Brescia and Brescia CC representing Italy in the ECL before.
It's a dodgy inside edge. It's kind of a man there, but just a single. Yeah, no, there's very good quality cricket up in Brescia, and you look at the Milan teams. I don't know if many of the Milan teams have done well in tournaments outside of the Milan tournament.
Yeah. I mean, it's a strong region. I mean, and Brescia really is kind of part of the same region. It's kind of an hour in it. But, yeah, a lot of great cricket in the north. This is going to be sliced away down to 3rd man. I was talking to Mr. Ahmed of Gina Brescia, their skipper, and he's really proud of their facility. They have 3 cricket fields back-to-back now, and obviously, hey, with the rise in player numbers requires an investment in infrastructure as well.
Sure.
You feel like that's slowly coming along as well. Even the improvements in this ground since you were here last year, 2 years ago now, with the Crocodile Rock being covered up, for example.
That's coming around the wicket. I think that's a good call of not out.
Feel, or 2 things. No, not out. Ball didn't hit stump. But pitch it. Oh, where does it pitch?
I think it pitched outside leg.
You felt like it had to pitch outside leg, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, there it is. Because it's so short. And you get... And then at the end, we had a bit of Is that over or not?
Fake fielding.
Well, fake overcall. I think the batter thought it was over. But then, to be honest, the ball never hits the stumps. He hits the stumps with his gloves. A bit of chaos to finish the 6th over. The 50 does come up during that over for Precious CC. 50 for 7 after 6. Like I said, though, if you replaced the 7 with the 3, you'd say, okay, it's kind of slow going, but they can still get 10, 10, 10, 10 off the last over. And with these batters, they could still do that and get up to about 90.
There's still another 4 overs left. They're going at a decent run rate at 8.33. So you're right, but someone has to stay there with Badassa, and that's what Hassan Naveed has done. And he is a good batsman, Hassan Naveed.
Yeah, it's kind of skydiving without a reserve parachute now with 7 down, though. If you lose another one, 8 looks like you're on thin ice. Anyway, Guy Silver with his left arm spin coming back. His first over was brilliant, 1 for 1.
Kept low outside off stump.
That's the zone. That's where we saw the reverse sweep earlier, which is a pretty audacious shot.
He went first ball though, Imad Khan this time.
But if you can play it, that's a good counter to that kind of bowling.
That's missing off, I think.
Yep, outside off stump. Your umpiring's pretty good, Danny. I think they have to get you out there sometimes.
Oh, yeah, I'd rather sit here than stand out there.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Can't talk about food and
you and me both
and stuff out there. And the other thing is, I mean, it's a lot of pressure on umpires. There's there's a lot to look at. You've got to count balls and look at lots of different things. Yeah, I enjoy umpiring, but I don't think I'd really want to do it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blessing and a curse umpiring here, because you do get some help, as in you get some technological help that you wouldn't have otherwise, but also you get ruthlessly analysed perhaps for years after a game. But if you speak to the guys that do it all the time, I mean, they don't really watch a lot back anymore.
Yeah.
I think when they first start, like everyone, it's kind of stars in their eyes a little bit.
Well, we get a good look at replays and things, and we often get umpires come and say, "Oh, what was that LBW call? And what was that? How was that?" And usually, I've got to say, I haven't seen there's probably one this morning that might have been out. That was but apart from that, I've seen very, very few. I haven't seen a bad LBW call. Put it that way.
Fair enough.
So there's been a couple of wide
The
calls.
other thing is, umpires that are out there, these guys are setting high standards themselves. They are really trying to get as many right as possible.
Oh, yeah.
If they feel they've got one wrong, they'll stay awake at night, long after you and I and everyone else has forgotten about it.
Yep.
We might kind of gripe about it for a couple of minutes.
It's a good ball.
But, they'll come to me the next day, sorry about that one or whatever, and I say, what are you talking about?
These are all umpires who are amateurs who give up their weekends to umpire local cricket. But, Vinny, I think this is important. You should,
let's take a break from that discussion for a second to talk about the ECC 2023. The groups are out. Take a screenshot there if you're watching on your phone, maybe. And let's talk about Group A first. Good workplaces up. Spain, Isle of Man. Don't forget, Spain bowled out Isle of Man for 10 in the T20 National, then chased it down in 2 balls last time they met. France were amazing with the ball. Need to find some runs this year. Czech Republic, your guys, of course, Danny and Greece in Group A. The Czech Republic, again, I'm sure they'd love the services of the beast, Sinesh Wickramasayakara and Haruna Shokin back this year. And a couple of other players I think have qualified in the last 12 months as well.
I think hopefully Riaz Afridi, who's a
Riaz
good
Afridi
fast
from
bowler
Brno.
from Brno. That's another wide.
And Greece potentially have some talent as well. I mean, Ari Carvelis has been playing in the county system now on a contract there. And actually one of my ex-club mates, Jeremy Futuros, he made his T20 international debut. He captains my first grade club that I played for in Australia, Subiaco Florian. And he qualifies on account of having a Greek passport. Maybe we'll see him there. Oh, what fielding.
I think everyone with a Greek name is eligible for a Greek passport, from what I understand. So, and there's quite a few. I used to play in a team with, I played in a band with Greeks, and then my good friend George Spannell, so I've got lots of George Spannell stories, by the way, started playing cricket for us, and then he brought a lot of his mates, who I think are probably still playing. Always ones out in the outfield, that'll be 4 runs. They're probably still playing. Jim Levas is another one who played for us, who was a good fast bowler. It was funny. Jim Livas, we were expecting him down at the ground, and but his wife was in labour, and the captain got a call from him, and all we could hear is in the background was like Jim was saying, "Oh, I'm going to be a bit delayed," and all you could hear in the background was screaming.
Rockstar lifestyle.
Oh, lovely shot. Turned around and smashed into the potato field. Well, this is what they needed. They needed to get a little partnership, and now they're getting a decent score.
Oh, this one came with a bow on it, though, didn't it? It was asking for trouble. It was too short. And that one's gone but not forgotten. Madassa gets above, run a ball again now. And, yeah, you better not miss if you're going for Brescia EC, because they still got 3 wickets in hand. They still got 2 guys there that can bat. And Milan United finding out the hard way. They've got to finish the job.
They do, and Roshan Silva, he's taking a bit of a pasting, 125. Yeah, started off very well. 3 balls left in his spell. So swing and a miss. So anyway, Jim Livas, about an hour later, turns up at the ground. We're still batting. Turns up at the ground. So Jim, you just had a kid. You see, yeah, look, it's the second one, and all the in-laws are there. I just wanted to get out of there.
Fair enough.
So
Priorities right. Couple to come here in the 8th.
This one's hit hard, and it'll be stopped. A bit of a fumble, and they'll look for 2. And it's good thinking, and that's exactly, I think you pinpointed it a little while ago, a little early in the day. The batsman look for a fumble, look for just a misfield. That's Sanjeewa
Just
down
gives
there.
you like a shared understanding that you know what to expect. Especially in indoor cricket, where running between the wickets is magnified, if you like. We had a real kind of set of fairly structured rules about when we would and when we wouldn't.
There's almost no such thing as a no in indoor cricket.
Yeah, well, it's funny. The game's changed a bit that way. As we get to the 8th over, the score 66 for 7. And so in indoor cricket, it used to be that way. But then now, I think people have learnt, okay, if you hit straight to a fielder, it doesn't make sense to just give up a wicket. So the calling is, most things are still a yes. But there are times, for example, when you hit on the legs or if you kind of play a defensive shot straight to the infield, that it will be a no. So indoor cricket, this is the kind of version that started in Australia that we're talking about. I played for Australia in a few years ago. But, yeah, what it does hone your skills as far as that's concerned. And actually a lot of those kind of skills transfer to this form of the game. Anyway, Naveed getting moving, and that's gone a long way. Maximo! Well, the naughty number 9 coming out, and Brescia, they're rescuing this innings from the ashes.
Lovely shot there. It's the skipper, Jai Cody, who came back on and just got blasted. Yeah, going back to indoor cricket, I played at a decent level for the centre I used to work for, playing reps, but nothing at the same level as you. And this one's the inside edge. And
Not 2? Maybe not, 'cause I think it hurt him.
And I don't. The feeling wasn't at the same high level. You see these indoor cricket, like the high level indoor cricket, and the fielding is absolutely insane.
Think of this fielding, the scene in The Lion King where Simba goes in and the hyenas are all around him.
Never seen The Lion King.
That's pretty much. Just imagine all the hyenas just kind of closing in on you when you're batting. That's what it's like.
I've never seen The Lion King, but I can totally imagine that.
Good movie.
Yeah, I've heard.
Is it one of those movies that you feel like you should have watched, but everyone made such a big deal that you haven't watched it that you'll never watch it?
No, I never got around to it. I will watch it one day, and it's one of those things where my friends are like, "You've never seen The Lion King?"
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I mean, I was at the same time I was watching things like Pulp Fiction rather than The Lion King. So,
understandable.
I just didn't need.
And
I don't like musicals.
I was 12 when it came out.
I don't like musicals.
It's interesting. You like music, but you don't like musicals.
Yeah, it's a little bit like I don't like opera. I've seen a few operas in Prague. The only one I've enjoyed, I saw.
Is it over when the fat lady sings?
That's
that
not very PC at the moment, I think.
Okay.
But no, look, opera it's sometimes it's spectacular, but if you follow the story, and you should, and that's going to get down towards the boundary, it'll be stopped unless it gets one of those those bounces, a bit of confusion from the batsman. If you follow the story, it's so slow that I saw Romeo and Juliet in Vienna, and it was just super slow, and it was in French, so I could understand it. And it was this an argument was like, yes you will, no you won't, yes you will, no you won't, and it was
2 hours later
painful to watch, you know. And I've seen some. There's some pretty good quality opera.
That could go, maybe not. Just quietly, this innings has sprung to life with this eighth wicket partnership, hasn't it?
Well, that's what they needed. They needed someone to stick with Mudasa, who's a good batsman, and that's what Naveed's done.
He's done even more than stick with him. He's scored of his own bat as well, hasn't he? Can't get better to run a ball. But yeah, I must say, there are certain things which I know some people enjoy, like opera, ballet, for example.
Oh, ballet's great. Yeah, ballet, because it's all about the movement, and it's just it's beautiful to watch.
Sneak in for time here as well.
Oh, that's been launched into the potato field again. Just too short from Jayakody, and I don't think it's lodged in the tree, unless they're all balls up there.
Well, I don't know if there's any monkeys native to this part of Italy, but they can't live in that tree. Too short again, and the more things change, the more they stay the same. Mudasa to 30, and end of the over as well. It is 84 for 7 after 9.
Where did that come from?
They're going to make an average score, something in the 90s. 20 extras, though. You identified it early. Just kind of handing a few too many extra runs in this innings, Milan United.
Yeah. Oh, well, going back to musicals, I had a good friend in Australia who was doing high-level musicals. She walked on as in Hello Dolly.
Oh, yeah.
As Dolly, I think, as a replacement because of the illness and all these other things. She was in Hair, that I saw her in Hair, and a few other things. And it was entertaining. It was just a bit sort of, how would you put it?
I've definitely been to some shows where my mind drifts and it becomes a bit of a meditation.
Yeah.
Because I can't get my phone out. And
It's got nothing to do with that.
But I start drifting, so my mind I kind of stop paying attention to what I'm meant to be watching.
Yeah.
And I start thinking about other stuff.
Musicals are super popular. But
True.
This is in the air. Play going back. Don't think he'll get there. And they'll come back for a pretty comfortable 2.
They will. Thing is, it might end up being a kind of par score. And Milan United would probably say, look, if you offered us to chase 90 or 90s against Brescia CC, we'd take it. But the manner of this, you feel like they've lost the momentum, and Brescia CC have the momentum at the moment. And that can kind of carry into the second half.
Absolutely. This is going to be wide again.
Centre Ratner coming in to bowl now. And over number 10, his only over of the innings.
So they'll be in the 90s, going at 9.5 at the moment, and this one's hit just over the top, out of the reach of the fielders.
It's been a bit of one factor as well in this. I mean, a few of those kind of balls have looped just out of the reach of the fielders. Some really good shots too, but a couple of French cuts down, past the stumps. Interesting they're going to spin the last over here.
Yeah, very interesting. It's been a good over so far. Been 4 from it for a death over. This one's hit along the ground. Just be a single.
Just the one. It's been a great effort. And you do remember when these two came together, they were in a bit of trouble, to say the least. 37 for 7 they were, so they put on 52.
It's been really good, this partnership.
And Naveed really showing some skill with the bat.
Could be out, I think, off a wide.
Yeah, wide and out.
Yeah, good stumping there. It's end of a pretty good innings by Naveed. In fact, a very good innings in the context of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And they're probably happy to get rid of him. Maybe they'd be happy to spend 1 run to get rid of him, which is basically what happens. It won't count as a ball because it is a wide. Sees him coming, so floats it wider. Yeah, it's a good call from the umpire. Good call from the other umpire as well. See, yeah, he was gone by a long way, but they'll get a run for it, like I said. And the partnership is broken at 53. The score is 90 for 8, and there's still 3 balls remaining. Here comes Imran Naveed. Again, he's not a bunny with a bat, and especially in this situation where you just got to swing. Let's see what he can do.
It's a really good recovery and a very competitive score.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, Brescia CC have got they've got a good all-round team and they've got a good bowling lineup.
Good teams find a way, right? They were really in a lot of trouble and found a way out thanks to that fantastic partnership. Still 3 to come. Probably would have thought about running there, even if you sacrifice Naveed. But then again, I suppose you don't want to get bowled out. Once you're 9 out, you got to be careful with running. So,
well, there's only a couple of balls left, so it's not really going to do much.
Well, he wants to hit this over the trees. The eyes don't lie. In fact, he's looked both ways. So I don't know where he's trying to hit it.
Comes in and it's missed it again. They will take the single this time. And,
yeah. I thought they might have done last time.
It's funny. Things have changed. What's gotten better is the bowling's been good. The outfield catching has been pretty good, apart from that one drop catch, and they've taken a lot of wickets. But then they've bowled too many wides, and I think the keeper's not having the best game.
That one took a bit of a deflection, so it's a tough drop catch if you want to call it that. Anyway, Madassa with the curtain call. Last ball, skied. This is probably falling safely. And they'll take on the 2. Stumbles as he fields it. So they will get 2. Madassa, 33, not out. And he is the kind of foundation which they build this around as he stays the course. And they're going to finish with 93 on the board from their 10 overs. Another one of these scores in the 90s. And, well, every chance could be a close game. Milan United, again, this is where the rubber hits the road for them. They've got a chaseable target against a very good bowling team. It's the kind of target which Brescia CC were able to defend in the game before against Kings 11. But it was a tight one. Let's see what happens. But, I mean, early on, that one went down. But despite a few early wobbles, including the run between the wickets from the batters, who almost ran into each other there, there were an incredible 7 wickets that fell in the first half of the innings. So at 37 for 7, it was looking bleak, and it was all happening for Milan United early on.
Yeah, it was a good start from them. It was just a few wides and byes, but very little off the bat. And it came on the back of good bowling, and here's the skipper there taking a catch, Jay Cody off his own bowling. And there were just a constant run of wickets. There was an odd boundary, but it was very slow going. That was a drop catch there. Sharp one to his right by the keeper. But then, this is the run out. A bit comical. Baba Hussain went to the bowler's end. Should have been out at the bowler's end. And then he turned around and threw it to the keeper. Just bounced off the pitch and a nice take. And it just kept on going downhill for Brescia CC, with Imad Khan getting a first bowler so good in the last game as well. And then there's another one. This one went to the boundary. So there were a couple of boundaries, but it was slow going for the most part. But it was Chowdhury who hit 2 big sixes, but then couldn't stay with Madassa. He went out, and that was as plumb as plum can be. It was really tough going. That's another wicket down. That was the skipper. It was Sajjad. Got a first bowler, and this one just somehow got a bit of bat on it. But the wickets just kept on going down. But then eventually there was a good partnership between Madassa and Hassan Naveed. And that got them a pretty good score. That's a lovely shot there into the potato field again. But they've got themselves a good target to bowl at do Brescia CC. Milan United, maybe an opportunity missed or just good batting. That was Naveed being stumped off a wide. But that was the final wicket. And I think they'll be happy with this. Brescia CC really lost a lot of wickets early. As you see, a lovely shot from the ground up top. And the scorecard's going to look a bit strange. So look at that. The top 4, only 1 run off the bat between them. Then Madassa comes in and steadies things and builds a partnership with a few of the batsmen. Imad Khan got a first bowler, as did Kalab Sajjad. But Naveed Chowdhury with a couple of big sixes pumped the score up a bit, and then that partnership at the end with Hassan Naveed, I think, got them to a very very defendable total. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Sanjeewa, as usual, brilliant at the top of the innings. 2 wickets to 4. 2 wickets for Jai Cody. Took a bit of stick in his second over, as did Roshan Silva. Kayan Silva, though, took 1 wicket for 4. And right at the end was a wicket for Senarira Thana. Oh, those Sri Lankan names. Bresa CC, 93 for 8 after 10 overs. Pretty par for the day. 94 to win for Milan United. In match 24 here from the FanCode European Cricket Series for Milan. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to see the second innings of this game, that of Milan United, see if they can get the 94 runs they need for victory. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan, Italy. Match between Brescia CC and Milan United. Brescia CC in all sorts of trouble at the start of their innings and ended up with a pretty respectable score of 93. They did lose 8 wickets, but that's not a real factor. 94 to win for Milan's United, who chased down a score by Cividate this morning. So they're in the mood. I've got to say, though, there was some good bowling from Milan United, but it was pretty scrappy as well with a lot of extras, and that helped the Brescia total quite a bit. But there was a good partnership right towards the end between Riaz Madassa and also Hassan Navid to get a very respectable score, a pretty average score here on this ground for Brescia CC. So they'll have to bat well. Milan United, they've got some depth in the batting. It will be Suresh Silva at the non-strikers end and Fahad Mohammed. Bit of a change up top for Milan United. See how he does. Danuka hasn't really been that impressive, and probably be handy to get him down the order a little bit. He's a good batsman, but maybe a little bit out of touch and going a little bit early in his innings. So 94 to win. And it will be that man, Javed Mohammed, to start again for the Brescia CC side. He's a very good outswing bowler, bowls with good pace and usually good accuracy. He started off a little bit full, poked the man at point, no run. Just a low full toss. Just prodded away there to point. So, as I said, Brescia CC in a lot of trouble. Their top four only scored one off the bat between them. It shows you how much on top Milan United were at the start. This one's been hit to the same man again. It's gone through him though, and that will go towards the boundary for 4. That was a bit scrappy there. Pretty much the same shot, maybe hit it a little bit harder, nice and full, and hit through the man there at point. First boundary, that's Fahad Mohammed. We haven't seen any wild hoiks yet, which is a good sign. It is very typical of a lot of these batsmen to hoik things off the stumps. These were just outside off stump, and they were played pretty much in the right direction both times by Mohammed. This one again, he plays it all on the ground. This one goes to the covers for no run. You can see what Javed Mohammed's doing though. He's putting it right in the block hole just outside off stump. And there's very little that the batsman can do. There's no one deep at third man, and there's a gully in who might be able to stop some of those from going through. This one's down leg side, turn around the corner. It's a nice shot, and it's the keeper that's chasing it. He won't have to, I don't think, because it's just rolled over the rope, and that's another 4 runs. Just got it 2 straight there and turned neatly around the corner. There's a pleasant simplicity about Fahad Mohammed's batting early on, at least. He's just kept everything along the ground. To quote Don Bradman, you can't catch it if you hit it on the ground. So Fahad Mohammed is 8 off 4. And it's a good start. Here comes Mohammed again. This one is played a little bit across the line. So Gary Wheeler's asking a question in the chat. I think I'll wait for Vinny for that. I'll come back in a couple of overs. It's about switch hitting. But I did see a little message before from Nish, who hasn't seen The Lion King either. So there's 2 of us. Oh, it's a big hoik. And the wrong shot to play. And I bigged him up a little bit, saying he was playing the correct shots. But, went across the line then. It's been 11 matches since a golden ball. And we had close games today. Any of those games could have really gone down to a golden ball. And this will probably be a really close one as well, I'd say. 93 is about average. It's a fairly good start from United. It's 8 for none off the first over. So I think Kroom has answered Gary's question about switch hitting, but for bowlers. I know a couple of bowlers who can bowl with either arm, which is interesting. Sid Gowd from my club, Vinarati, is one of them. That's a nice shot over the top of that gully area, and that'll be 4. Just lifted over that man, took him on, and it was just a bit short outside off stump, and that's a really nice shot there from Suresh Silva. Again, not trying to hit it too hard, just guiding it over the top of that player. And that's another 4. Very different to what we saw earlier in the week, where it was really hard to get boundaries. 6s were more likely. And now, I'm starting to see this ground just speed up a bit. That probably would have plugged and stayed in the field of play and, on day 1 and 2, days 1 and 2. As Naveed comes in to bowl again and tries the same shot. A little bit close to him that time. So Naveed is a very, very good bowler. We saw him in the last over of the last game defend, I think they needed 8 off the last over. And he managed to keep that down to 4. And Brescia CC got over the line against Kings 11. Comes in again. Short, pulled away, past the man, another 4. So we were saying that there were very few 4s hit in this tournament. There have been 4 already in this innings, and we've only just started, only in the second over. And I've got to say, it's pretty good risk-free cricket from Milan United. And it's a good start for them. 16 for no loss, halfway through the second over. Naveed is a good bowler, especially with a new ball. And he's got to get this right. To be fair, he's not doing much wrong. This one's hit just back to the bowler, no run. But they're right on line at the moment. As Vinny always mentions, either a 6 or a couple of 4s in an over will get you to a run rate about between 10 and 12 and over. And that's good enough to win most games. You don't have to hit everything for 6. As Naveed comes in again. And this is hit in the air over the field. Places, the fielder's going back. He overruns it. Bit of fancy footwork. He jumped from outside, so I'm not sure if that's going to be 4 or not. Let's have another look at it. So he's overrun it. He's outside. He jumped from outside the field of play. So let's have another look. Let's have another look. So he goes up and it should be 4, I think. I'm not sure. There's a bit of conversation. And has it been signalled?
I'm back. I think that is 4, unless his foot hit the ground before it hit the ball. I guess if there's doubt, it's not 4.
Yeah.
Because, doubt goes to the fielding side.
Someone's pulled away on the leg side. There's a player out there. Should just be a single.
So let me explain the rule, because there's some confusion about this sometimes. And some of the rule doesn't make sense, but this one kind of does. It says that if you leave the field of play and you haven't touched the ball yet, you need... Okay, actually, no, hold on. Does he touch it the first time?
He does touch it
because that
the first
actually
time.
changes it. Okay, then this isn't 4. This is why nothing
no, he
makes
doesn't.
sense.
He
No, he
doesn't.
never touches it. Yeah, because it's his first touch. So because it's his first touch, then he would have to re-establish a foot in the field of play first. But to me, it looks like he hits the ball before he actually touches the ground, right? It's a really weird one. But if there's doubt, I suppose it's not 4. If there's doubt about if he hits ground first or foot first.
Yeah.
What is weird, and it's honestly one of the worst rules in cricket, is if you've already touched it. So say he'd pulled it back once, then that rule flips. Then suddenly it doesn't matter. You can jump from outside the field.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, well, not really. I'll tell you what. because we've seen
Chance for a run
trouble.
out. Oh, he's got him. Oh, great piece of fielding. And that is Riaz Madassa. Can't keep him out of the game. Picked up the ball and threw down that stump. And he'll have to go. That's unfortunate. They're looking pretty comfortable there, Milan United. Let's have another look at it. Hits it straight to the player, who picks it up and throws it in one go. And that was very, very good cricket.
Took him on and lost, didn't he? I mean, it had to be a perfect pick up and throw. It was. And he had a fairly good look at the stumps, didn't he, from that angle.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a one-stump situation. So the first one is out, 19 for 1. So the rule I'm talking about is if you've already touched the ball, so it depends. Are you off the field having touched the ball already or not? So there's a different rule.
Yeah.
So say you take a catch and then you throw it up, but you've accidentally thrown it past the boundary. You can actually then leave the go outside the boundary, jump and throw it back in play.
Yeah.
And then land again outside the boundary. But that's weird. You shouldn't be able to be outside the boundary and like jump on the spot.
But
You know what I mean?
maybe I'll see it another way. Now it's just over the fielder and should get to the boundary for another 4. Riding his luck a bit there. That's Roshan Silva facing his first ball.
Yeah. Okay, talk to me more then. What do you think it should be?
Okay, so say for instance, there's a difference. Say for instance, the ball's going for 6.
Yeah.
Right. You've got to try to balance yourself towards the boundary to take the catch, and you're wondering. Right. Now, what I think the rule is stopping is from a player to go outside and then jump in and get a leap at it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right. Now, not that, I mean, it's skillful to be able to think about doing that.
Yeah, for sure. It does make it fair, but it's
But
skillful.
if the ball's going high in the air, then if the fielder goes back, they've got to run at it, all right, and then they can jump and take it, okay, and they'll land in the field of play. Now they've taken off from outside the field of play, right? So which I agree with, but if a player does what you said, I think it's fair. I don't think it's a problem as long as they're in the air. Oh, it's a catch. It's gone. Another wicket. Got the toe end of the bat, and that's the end of the batsman Roshan Silva. He took a chance first ball, hit a 4. That one, nice catch in that sort of 4th slip area, and another wicket. Really good bowling there from the impressive Javed Mohammed.
Yeah, wicket's been tumbling in this game in the first halves of innings. Okay, I'm going to show you one, and I know, and you tell me if you think this is fair. This is what I'm thinking about, where this is the Nisa catch in the Big Bash. For some reason, it's playing really slowly. It's going to take a long time as the second wicket falls.
Yeah.
So, do you think you should be able to do this from all the way out here?
No.
See, that is actually out.
Okay.
So that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Which is where you can, if you're jumping from outside the boundary and landing outside the boundary, you can actually do that as many times as you like.
If he'd thrown it back over into the field of play and taken off from outside the boundary, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But the fact that he's thrown it up again while he was outside the field of play, even though it was in the air, it's like
Doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right because
technically it's the rule, but it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right at all.
So yeah, kind of what you're saying there is what happened then. Even though it wasn't a catch, it's an unusual one because he's run out of the boundary because he's overbalanced, and then it certainly looked to me like he touched the ball with the toe before the foot landed. But yeah, I suppose even knowing that rule, if you're not conclusive, the procedure is that boundary stops. If there's doubt, it goes to the fielder. So maybe that was the call.
You couldn't tell whether his foot landed before the ball or at the same time as the ball, or if he hit the ball. So that's so that one I think is fine.
Good debates here. Yeah, but there's a few. I mean, look up the Nisa catch. Also, I think there was a Matt Renshaw catch or something a few years ago. Matthew Wade got given out, and all the players even in that situation didn't think it was out either, because it doesn't feel right. Like I know you'll say, well, it's out because the laws say it's out, but I mean the laws are not set in stone. You know, sometimes it takes a while, and especially I think boundary fielding laws. haven't really caught up to what the modern game is. It used to be a fence 100 metres away most of the time, and these things would never really happen. But now they're happening a lot. It used to be that if you left the field of play and you could come back on, you could still catch it, but it wasn't a boundary and it wasn't anything. It just wasn't out.
Yeah.
But it would happen once every 10 years.
Do you remember the Steve Waugh catch? I mean, this goes back a little way.
I'm going to say yes without hearing it. Are you talking about the one where he ran behind the sight screen?
Yeah, I am.
My favourite bit of fielding ever, and my favourite bit of commentary ever from Tony Gregg.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was the first season I watched cricket that year, and it was Roger Harper sending one into the heavens, and Steve Waugh running behind the sight screen, which you used to be able to do. Again, that's how big the boundaries were.
Sight screen, yeah, they were big, weren't they?
And it's the end of the power play, and Milan United are 25 for 2 at the end, or 25 for 2 at the end of 3, unless maybe it's not the end of the power play. Maybe we've been distracted. Let's have a look. I think we might still have one more. I'm going to show you another one, and you can watch this while I talk. This is the other one, which I don't think should be out. It's the Matt Renshaw one, catching Wade. Again, depends if you touch it first.
Yeah.
Opinion?
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it, really? He's in the air, he's jumping in the air, but I think that once you're outside of the field of play, right, you can't...
It's
It's to do with the surface more than anything. But then again, if you take a catch over the boundary and throw it in, as it's been hit down the ground, just for a single, if you take it over the boundary and there's no invisible plane, or there is an invisible plane in a sense where it's 6 when it goes over the boundary, but it's only when the ball touches the ground that it's actually 6, right?
If you look at other sports, like basketball rules is where I always think was kind of what cricket is these days, which is if you take off from the field, it's fair game. But once you leave the field, you got to come back on the field before you touch the ball again.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I feel.
I'm sure they'll change the rule eventually, but it's just, to be honest, it's really been in the last couple of years where fielding's just gone insane.
Bigger bats, small boundaries, not just in our cricket, but in cricket across the board.
The level of fielding, I mean, again, looking back, to me, you're talking with Steve Waugh and also Mark Waugh. There is a reason why I think that Australia were dominant, and apart from having great players, but those two as fielders, coming from indoor cricket.
Indoor cricket, you're exactly right. I was just about to say.
That just amplified the close-in fielding, I think. Or not close-in, but their
reflexes and their general skills close to the bat. And, it used to be so-and-so's a good fielder, and you'd have like one in a team. I think, you'd say, this guy, back in the 70s, 80s, 70s, a bit before my time. But, certain people were oddities because they were really good fielders. Yeah. But then it's become the norm, hasn't it, now?
It has to be there.
Anyway, it looks like they've fixed up that little technical issue. Now, Club Sajjad is going to come on. And is this out? No, it doesn't slide off the edge. So, back to the game here.
It has to be. I mean, that's the big improvement. And both in European cricket, but in world cricket, is the fielding is just insane now compared to how it used to be.
Hello, James Stewart watching from Estonia. How's the weather up there, James? I remember some of my Estonian friends, and I do spend a bit of time up there. And they were saying, they tried to. As we wait for this, which should be gone. Imad doesn't drop catches. He's not going to start now. So that's the big wicket of Heshan, who only makes one here in match 24. And it's Sajjad that has the golden arm, doesn't he, the captain? Another wicket for him. Put it with the rest. Milan United 26 for 3.
No, he's a really good bowler, Sajjad. I'm very impressed with him this week. And he just doesn't do much wrong. It's, he gets that dip on it. It's very difficult to get away, especially because, he doesn't get much sideways to him, but there's a dip on what when he bowls. He's got the good variation. And I haven't really seen him get hit.
Yeah, it's just, like I say, he's not a big side spin of the ball, but he's at you, isn't he? And a lot of balls hitting the stumps, and a lot of balls, you're backing yourself to drive. It's what I'd call kind of a challenge length. If you hit in the middle, it can go for 6, but if you miss hit it, you're going to be gone. And that's exactly what happens to Heshan. He's a pretty strong bottom-handed player, as we saw earlier. This will bring the captain, Ishanjai Cody, to the crease. So firstly, I just want to say a quick thank you to Tim Reedman, who's donated £1.99. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Tim. And he's Also a paid subscriber on our YouTube channel supporting the network. Hello to Josh Sayers as well. Hello to Kroom. And yeah, I'm going to come back to Gary's question from earlier as well, remember.
Yep.
Joe Cody gets off the mark. Throws himself for this one. And gets a single. And so, yeah, hello to Nish as well. He's saying, yeah, it's kind of similar to basketball, and he agrees. And yeah, so as far as the batter being able to switch hands, yeah, come back to that in a sec. This one's called wide. It's a little bit too wide. Occasionally lose one out here. He's kind of hoping the batter spoils that and maybe knocks it for a single, in which case it's a win. But Kalupsi also gets through his overs really quick, which is hard to carry a conversation when he's bowling. It's just outside the line. And now they're going to go the long way. No, they scramble through. I think it's going to be a leg by. Yeah, signal now. Where's the impact here? I think it's just outside the off stump.
Yeah, it is.
And here it comes. Yep. And end of the over, 29 for 3. So as far as the bowler being able to change hands, well, they can't do it as a surprise tactic. They can do it, but they have to tell the umpire. So right now, the laws say you have to tell the umpire the hand you're bowling and your the side of the wicket you're bowling.
Sure.
Okay. Now, I would probably be in favour of experimenting because people say, oh, well, it's not very fair. The batter can switch, but the bowler can't. So the batter can switch as a surprise tactic late in the piece, but the bowler can't. Number one, I don't think it's that unfair because it's hard to do. So if it was easy, that's one thing. But
it's hard to bowl with your other arm as well.
that's true. So this is what I would like to maybe say, is the bowler would have to nominate a side of the wicket they need that they're going to bowl from, but they don't necessarily have to nominate the hand.
It would be interesting, especially you could get disguise balls where you look like you're bowling it, and, and it's come over a second time.
This is Riaz Manassa. Now look, that'd be interesting. The reason I say I think you have to nominate a side is because there's certain logistics. Like the non-striker has to be on the other side normally, unless it's an extreme example where there's a lot of wear and tear on one side of the pitch. We've seen that Cardimer a couple of times. So I think, and also the umpire needs to know which side he's looking out for, right? So there's a few logistical reasons. But I don't know. I kind of like the idea of a bowler bowling right-handed, and then if he's good enough, if he runs in and looks like he's bowling right-handed and then switches hands and bowls, I'm like, that seems like the equivalent of the reverse for the bowler, doesn't it?
But I don't see an issue with it. As I do agree with there should be bowling from it's a big shout. Umpire's not convinced. Yeah, I do agree with you. And if they're good enough to be able to bowl left-handed, it's going to look weird, though.
We've got, I reckon I've seen 4 or 5 ambidextrous bowlers here on the European Cricket Network. Oktay Gulami is one. He's played for Sweden. Also seen him playing in the Landskrona ECS. Smian Nayak, our very own, is one. That played for the Lathbury Lightning in the ECL. Normally we're talking about spinners, but there was a bowler. There was a Safi up in Landskrona, and he could bowl heat both. Yeah. And he was such a talented guy. He was a player of the tournament back in the 2021 ECS in Sweden. And he just bowled heat. And then this one game, we just realised he's just bowling quick again. And we realised he's bowling left-handed. We didn't even notice the first few balls. That takes a lot of skill. So, yeah, I think that would be an interesting one. The thing is, it's not going to come up very often, right? Because I think most batters know what hand a guy's going to bowl with. Maybe not the first ball, but you can normally get an idea from the way they're running in and stuff. And maybe that's one way you give something back to the bowler if they're good enough. End of the 5th over.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting little spice onto the onto that scene, I think. The bowl. It would be interesting to see.
Yeah, maybe. And if you're good enough, though, 31 for 3 or 5. A big thank you to the umpires. We're talking about some of the rules and stuff, and I suppose laws. I always think cricket's a bit pretentious when we talk about laws, because I feel like if you break a law, you're meant to go to jail. And, you know, if you break a law in cricket, it's not that extreme.
To me, it's if there's a law broken, it's like the Lords from the MCC. Oh, could be a chance for a stumping.
Like the umpires should then have hammers like judges, right?
Ooh.
Oh, he missed.
Oh,
he swung and missed at him, Dulu. Oh, yeah. Oh, dear.
Yeah, no, I could imagine the Lords from the MCC just looking down and seeing, like pointing fingers.
You are accused of of stepping over the front line. How do you plead? I mean, I know they're called laws, so don't write in saying that's just what they're called. I know that. It just seems a little bit, I suppose.
I think it's changed. It's a good shot.
well, he might be rung up for grievous bodily harm on the cricket ball. That time it's a rare, shortish ball from Sajjad, but what a shot that is. So they're kind of where Kings 11 were, in a way, chasing a similar target. They need to get a move on.
And that's not going to help. This is going to be out. And an easy catch taken there. That's Riaz Madasa. Can't keep him out of the game. And that's another wicket for Sajjad.
That's both protagonists from the last chase that Milan United pulled off now that are gone. 6 and out situation. That's the kind of slider, comes out the front of the hand, doesn't really spin. It's straight on, rushes on. And Riaz Madasa probably could have caught that with his eyes closed. So Russian Silver goes for 8. Milan United, oh, they're taking the long way home, aren't they? It's 39 for 4.
Yeah, it's I mean, you never know, because there's some good batting. Sanjeewa's just coming out and he can hit the ball, and that's what we saw with Precious CC. It was a good partnership right at the end. Madasa and it was Naveed, Hassan Naveed, and they got them up to 93, and it was just one really good partnership with big hitting, and you could see that from these two as well. Jay Cody can bat, and Sanjeewa, I think it's pretty key here, especially being a left-hander.
Oh, Sajjad now does do a left-hander in Sanjeewa.
It's a lovely shot over the top, and that's going to be 6, I think. Yeah, it is not a bad one to face first ball, and it's the left-hander against the leg spinner. Just push it across him slightly, and that's a beautiful shot. Very safe as well. No man out there. Leg spin again.
Sanjeewa is a player, isn't he?
He is.
He's really tried his guts out for Milan United. End of the over, plenty still to do, but I mean, they're going to have to double their score in 4 overs, but it's around about the 2 ball mark required. Still a ball to go, I think, for Sajjad. Just fixing up the stumps, but yeah, Captain Jai Cody has to get moving. But I think they'll be pretty happy that Sajjad's bowled his 2.
Yeah, for sure. And there's only still 4 overs after this. You said a 12 and over after this ball. Unless it goes for some. That's a nice shot. There's a sweeper out there. Just be a single. And so Milan United 47 for 4 after 6 overs. Target's 94. They'll need 48. 47 off 24. So about 12 and over. And as we see the scorecard, it's everyone's had a little bit of a start.
Go 1-800 dial a hero. That's what you need. Maybe Sanjeewa will pick up. Yeah, it's a good 6 to start him off.
He can bat, Sanjeewa, and being a left-hander as well, will play on the line. These bowlers. And there's Riaz Madasa, as he said, can do nothing wrong at the moment. Comes into bowl. And that's just down leg side, called a wide. Well, he does something wrong. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's very kind of eerily similar to the last chase, run rate-wise at least, in the second half of the game. And that's Riaz. He's having a very good day for Bresh CC.
Comes in again. This one's hit down the ground. It'll just be a single. Run the first one hard. And Sanjeewa turned early, looking for the second, just in case it was a misfield. Brings him back on the strike, left-hander. And we've had a lot of wides. I haven't seen that many wides for a while.
Yeah,
not in this tournament, at least, from Milan United.
You'd expect the bowlers to be getting more on target as the tournament progresses, but also get a bit sore, I suppose. Can lose a bit of control with fatigue. Change of angle now. For where's Madasa? Sanjeewa. 6 and 1. What's next?
It's tried the pull shot.
He's got a bit of pace, doesn't he? I mean, Sanjeewa's late on that shot. Brings up the 50 now for Milan United. to a ball required. It's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible either.
Well, it takes
Milan
one
United.
good over just to really spring them up into a gooder position. I was about to say a better position. And Madassa, it's been a good spell from him. This one's just tucked away on the leg side. Looks like it'll just be one. They'll look for two, and they won't get it.
So Naveed was so important, wasn't he, with the bat? Unlikely hero with that 50-plus partnership for the 8th wicket. Not something we see very often in this form in the game.
But Madassa, there's a quality about Madassa. He just seems to do something, whether it was with the ball or the bat or both. There's a wide, but it's just he's very consistent, and he'll always contribute something to the game. That one just darts it down leg side. Once again, it's the left-hander coming into play, and it's difficult bowling around the wicket. It's just been prodded away just to that short cover area just for a single. But Madassa, I've been very impressed with him, especially I think today's been very good, but just all in all, just always contributes something to this Brescia CC side, who are very good and will be up there, I think, in the reckonings for the top 4. This one's off the toe of the bat, and a bit of poor fielding there. It's a bit tired looking from Javed Mohammed out there. I think he's having a bit of a rest and a bit of lazy fielding. Just sort of stuck a leg out. And that's 4 runs. They need that. And do Milan United. They need some more boundaries. It's been a very good over so far from Madassa. A bit unlucky to give away a boundary.
Yeah,
Gone for,
keeps him in the hunt, doesn't it?
does. He's gone for 10 off his spell so far. And that's another nice shot. There's a player out there. There'll just be one, I think. Good pick up and throw. And Milan United are 58 for 4 after 7. 3 overs to go.
Coming up, last game of the day, Kings 11, Milan United. So 2 teams have come of age today. Kings 11, though, I'll be disappointed. They weren't able to complete the chase in the 3rd match of the day, but they did have a good win in the 1st match of the day. Their first points of the series, Milan United. I mean, we'll have to see if they have the same record as Kings 11, if they go down in this one. I mean, this is right in the balance. Kings 11 winning the toss and electing to bat. So a good confident move to get the runs on the board. Watch out for the coin toss, because I'm in charge of the coin tosses today with Rob Away.
Yep.
And I did our highest coin toss ever,
Ah, okay.
if I do say so myself, in match 25. Worth the price of admission. Anyway, let's go. Over number 8, Imran Naveed. I think he wants to bowl the 8th because he wants to have the chance of bowling good over and then being able to come back. That's why I think he was a little bit grumpy when he watched, might have been Ali Raza Islam last time, bowl the 8th and get a bit of a pasting. So, yeah, with Naveed, who's a bit of a death specialist, getting the ball, I don't think it's going to be too easy to get these 12 and over required.
Yeah, you're right there. But then again, he's bowling to a left-hander. That can play with your line quite a bit. Good bowler though, Naveed. Comes in and tries to make something of it. The batsman gets off the toe of the bat. He's a bit angry with himself, Sanjeewa. But just another single. They won't get those and won't get there in ones.
That's true. But, another close game.
A very close game. Closer than it looks on the scoreboard. I think they'll push this. If these 2 can stay in, I think they'll push this 94 target. This is another wide.
Yeah, trying that wide tram line, trying to sneak it in. Misses. Wow, how did this happen?
Well,
Tell you what's relevant here is the keeper just returning the ball to the bowler, or is he genuinely trying to... Yeah, see, that's a dead ball.
yeah.
And the reason is he's not actually trying to continue the play. So I'm pretty sure this will just be the 1 wide. That's good umpiring as well. The difference is if the keeper's kind of going at the stumps or making a genuine attempt to run out the batter, then the keeper's keeping the play alive.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
when you are just literally trying to return the ball,
It's not indoor cricket where the ball's never dead.
that's one thing which I think would be a very interesting rule to trial. Okay, I'll make that in a second.
It'd be chaos.
Yeah, in our cricket, not in all cricket.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's a full toss.
Trouble.
Could be called a no ball.
I
It
think
has
it's
been.
no ball.
And they'll just get the one out of it, but it'll be a free hit.
Yeah, Precious EC already know. They heard the call, and I don't think there's too many complaints. It's waist height.
He was lucky to get away with that. That should have been on the potato field.
Probably. They're the sorts of ones that, in the old days, they used to say, is it waist high? Because it'd have to be above waist high. And probably that would be let go. But I think that's a good call.
The rules changed a bit, though, recently.
We have changed our interpretation of the rule, our wording of the rule.
But it also changed at other levels. I'll come back to that.
Okay. Free hit then.
And that's going to go towards the boundary. Player coming around. Will he get there? He will. They'll come back for 2. And that's good running.
It's good running, but also pretty good fielding.
It used to be that the rule was not like this is a full toss pick and then it's unfair to the batsman. It was intimidatory bowling.
Okay.
And so if it was a medium pace or a fast bowler and it went above waist height, then it would be a no ball. But a spin bowler could, I think it was below chest height, was fine for a spin bowler.
Yeah.
So because
that's right.
It's not intimidatory bowling. It's just bad bowling.
They used to kind of say it was fine up to the shoulder, even off
Yeah.
a spin. I remember those days.
Yep. Here comes the beat again, and that was hit the pad. They'll just go through for a leg bias, missing leg.
Because the idea was, and I remember being in high school when they kind of changed this rule, or when the rule was that, and they said, so now it'll cost you 7 instead of 6, is what they said with those chest high full tosses from a spinner.
Yeah.
Because you really should be smashing them off a slow bowler, right? But it's an interesting observation. All right, still the 2 ball required here.
They're just not hitting the ball very cleanly, are they?
This was the problem with Kings 11 in the almost carbon copy game we had in the last game. That they had a good run, but then at the very last moment, they just couldn't get enough bat on ball.
Exactly right. Should be okay for time. Only 2 overs left after this ball.
Yes, they've have 1 over. They'll have to bowl in about 5 minutes, I think, which is no problem.
I can't see them hitting the ball out of the park too much, though. So it's a nice shot. And it's going towards a boundary. There's a man out there, though, and a bit of confusion.
It almost results in an overthrow if he was to miss. Almost results in a run out as well. Joe Cody will retain the strike, but he's not quite run a ball pace at the moment. 67 for 4 after 8. Yeah, so Kroom said, it's kind of reminding me of what I was saying a moment ago. Yeah, imagine if the ball was always alive except on a wicket or a boundary or like an injury where the umpire has to physically call it.
Yeah.
So this is the rule in indoor cricket during the over. So the reason I think it would be interesting in our cricket anyway, in T10 cricket, so the bowler would have to be always aware. And it'd be really ballsy to try this. But imagine the bowler's walking back to his mark and you look at your partner and you just take off.
Yeah.
A bit like stealing a base in baseball.
Yeah.
I think that'd be so cool. Downsides?
My issue, the downside is that there's a proper ethos for cricket, right? And with some ways, this short form it's gone out the window a bit. It's a nice shot.
Oh no! I think this is fielded this with his face, and now they're going to take 2, and there's no one in the stumps, and it almost creates a run out.
I thought the keeper was going out to see how the fielder was.
No, he copped it badly. But I think this might be out. I mean, they've continued the play, and it might result in a run out. So you see the bowler takes over. Does the ball hit the stumps?
No. I think it might.
I think the ball does hit the stumps because look at the way the stump goes.
Yeah.
So I think this is out.
I think it's out as well. But it just depends if the umpire. I mean, they were running, and as I said, the keeper wasn't running towards the injured player. He was, but he was running to pick up the ball.
If this is given out, he's actually got half a run out here because he's won it. I don't think it's touched. There's one shot here. That shot there, stop. Right there shows that he hasn't hit the stumps with his hand yet. And so I think this is out.
I think it's right. I think it's out. It's just
The thing is, I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe the batters weren't aware of the situation.
Yeah.
But I think if they knew where to hit the fielder, they probably wouldn't have run a second.
That's what I thought the keeper was running to the injured player, but he didn't have any concern for the injured player at all. He was there to pick up the ball and he threw the stumps down.
I think originally he was running to check he's okay, but then, as happenstance would have it, then he got a run-out opportunity. So this is one of the most unusual assists of a run-out you'll ever see. And, he does hit the stumps with his hand, but that's after the balls hit the stumps. You could certainly see it.
Well, I hope the player who got hit in the face is okay. I can't see him. He's going off the field. Yeah, he's going off the field, and he's walking around. So that's a good thing. But at the same time, the keeper just normally when a player gets injured, it stops dead. But the batsman kept on running because they didn't realise the injury had occurred, and the keeper didn't have any concern for his injured teammate. He just launched himself after the ball and threw down the stumps.
And Baba Hussein's a really important player as well. But look, that's the most unusual run out that you'll ever see. Baba Hussein to Yasser Dulu. But it just got a tough bounce. He put his body on the line there, got down low. He's tough as old boots, though, Baba Hussein. But, so the umpires do have the power to call a dead ball if they see what they deem to be a serious injury. But obviously this isn't quite serious enough.
Well, I mean, the umpire's right next to it. So
he's just kind of letting it play. And I suppose if you're batting, I don't know. That's a tough moral quandary. You're kind of pushing for every run possible.
When the umpire's right next to it, he's seen the player get hit in the face. Then the keeper runs to get the ball, even though the player's on the ground, and the batsman is still running. So it's a weird one because
it's a tough one because if you call it dead, what are you? You calling it one run? You can't really call it nothing.
No, you would call it a run.
Or do you?
You would definitely call it a run, but
do you re-bowl it? Not really.
No. Someone's hit down the ground. I mean, I'm sure by the letter of the law, Rob Kemming's probably watching this and going, what should happen is...
Yeah. But the thing is with all these things, it's kind of situational as well. And there's a lot of discretion. So when you say at the umpire's discretion, they can, actually at their discretion, they can do anything when there's an injury like that.
I think Kroom has predicted it. It's a no dead ball rule. That could be chaotic but fun. And that was, apart from the fact that Baba Hussein got smacked in the face, that was a lot of chaos and fun, I think, in that delivery.
I still can't believe you got half a run out off his face. Anyway, Sanjeeva, last stand now for Milan United.
This could be out. Player going back, it takes it. And Sanjeeva's gone. And Milan United, I think, are going to struggle to get there now.
What a comeback from Precious EC from where they were at 37 for 7.
I think they're the best all-round team I've seen in this tournament so far. They had a bit of a blip. They've had a bit of a blip with a loss, but I think they're a really good side. And they're well led by Sajjad. They've got some good quality players. I think that there's got a couple of batsmen who are not in form.
And they're still winning, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Even without, like, Baba Hussein's one, of course, which hasn't really fired today, but he's a brilliant player. I think there's no doubt about that. Just going back to the no dead ball rule. Yeah, I think what you were in the middle of saying was there's kind of an unwritten rule in cricket that you don't do anything too sneaky. But I think slowly...
Do you know what I think would happen?
Yeah.
Is that it would take away from the game because it's always... Are they going to go for a run? Are they going to do this? Are they going to do that?
I kind of like that.
But it's. I think it's too much.
Yeah, no, it's a fair opinion. Just a kind of a random doodle in my mind. Turns blind. And just a single. I mean, remember, the ball would still be dead for 4, 6s and wickets, and there's plenty of those as well.
Yeah.
So probably the ball then becomes live when the bowler starts running in again.
But when you're getting, you'll start getting batsmen starting to walk down the pitch, and both batsmen, and it would, I don't know, I think it'll change the game fundamentally too much.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make, actually.
Yeah. And could you imagine the scores as well?
They've taken a 2 here. Good throw might have him in trouble, but
The scorers would go insane.
yeah. And
How
the
many did they run?
72
Did they
for 6.
run?
Yeah. No, well, the thing is, you're right. That sometimes then in indoor cricket you get a batter playing a bit of chicken, kind of like not facing up and standing 3-4 metres out of his crease. But then the rule is there. If he's had enough time to face up, you can just bowl at him, whether he's ready or not. Yeah, maybe it's a bridge too far, but maybe we can do that when we do the 48-hour T10 marathon. Anyway, they've really done a number on Milan United here. Precious EC 93 to 72 with an over remaining, 22 required. So they need a magical finish. Not impossible. We have seen it done before, but it's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, but I don't want you to answer it until the next game because we've only got one over left in this one.
Okay, give it to me. I won't say anything yet.
And
Try not to.
just hit back to the bowler for no run. What rule changes would you put in just for ECN? I mean, that one's one of them. And I know that you go home at night or you go back to the hotel every evening and you think about crazy ways to change this game. So let's sit on it for a while. Let's wait for the
I won't give any answers, but I will just suppose say something about it. I'm not pro just making changes for the sake of making changes.
Yeah.
And also the changes that I would make if I could change certain laws, they wouldn't just be for ECN, such as I think the back foot rule for bowlers is outdated. I think it puts unnecessary pressure on umpires.
So I think front foot,
as long as your front foot lands some part of it in front of this, pardon, 1 second. Here's Naveed. Pop a single here. So at the moment you've got the front line, you have to have some part of your front foot land behind it. I just say as long as some of the front foot lands inside the sideline, that's fine as well. So
but it is now, isn't it? It's just the back foot no ball, isn't it?
Well, yeah. At the moment, the front foot can be outside the sideline.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is it should be irrelevant where the back foot lands because it's an outdated rule. That's one that I would change.
Okay.
But again, these aren't just for ECN.
The other thing is a lot of these pitches are quite narrow. As this is hit straight down the ground, just be a single. Some of these pitches are quite narrow, and then because they're synthetic and there is an edge to it, there could be injuries. Not that we've seen any.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying you should be. No one should be bowling that wide anyway.
Have a look where the line is, and it's right at the edge of the pitch.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So my point is that you shouldn't be bowling from that wide anyway. I'm just saying the back foot rule is outdated. There should just be a front foot rule. You know what? I don't know if I'll come up with anything in just our cricket. I think we've got it pretty good. It's just little tweaks that we think, because we've had such quantity of cricket. And our cricket, I always say this, our cricket's not a joke, but funny things happen from time to time because we have so much cricket. But I think that keeping the integrity of the game is super important. I think it's about dynamics. I don't know about any rule changes.
I think a couple of things that have come in that are really good with the batsman, the new batsman going to the strikers end. I think is really good. I think it was going to be introduced anyway, wasn't it? As this is caught.
Yeah, this will be the end of the game. So we'll sit on that. Maybe come back to it during random questions in the last game of the day. But Precious EC, well, one of my teammates used to have an expression, and he said, "Winners win." And Precious EC were in a deep, dark place at 37 for 7. And that's the danger zone. And then kind of an awkward handshake. I like that. And we'll get the love hearts out. It will be an 18-run victory, 93 to 75. And Milan United, unfortunately, they suffer the same fate as Kings 11. But they're the two teams that will be meeting in Game 5 today. So both have had a very similar day, winning a tight one, losing a tight one to Precious EC. And now they will have identical records, 1 and 3 each, heading into match 25. So super important game. That's starting in just about 10 minutes, so not too far away. Kings 11 winning the toss and batting. Let's go to the highlights. And, I mean, they made a decent enough start, didn't they? Yeah, but Precious EC, I think they did carry a bit of that momentum, which saw them get out of trouble in the first half of the game. They carried a bit of that momentum into the second half. Again, runs on the board, standing up.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was from about the second half of the Precious EC batting innings that they started to get on top, and I wouldn't say they were well on top at the start, but they eased into it. And Milan United, this was the controversial one that I think was the correct decision. That was some good bowling, a brilliant piece of fielding here, and I think that this is where it started to go a little bit AWOL for Milan. A couple of wickets went down. It was just over the top. It was 4 and out, I think. There we go. Caught in slip. So that's the area where it started going a little bit wrong for Milan. They couldn't quite get a flow of runs going. They were losing wickets, even though they didn't lose as many wickets as it's the missed stumping when he missed the stumps. Didn't lose as many wickets as Brescia CC, and it looked pretty dramatic at one stage with the Brescia innings. They just were bogged down a bit from some good bowling and then just the odd wicket here and there. Madassa had that run out and then a catch. I think he is possibly my man of the match. I'll have a look at the scorecard in a minute, but just really couldn't get it going in that second half of the innings. Milan United, they did lose a few of the big names, the ones that like Heshan, and that's the injury we see to Baba Hussain, and the weird run out of what could have possibly been called a dead ball.
Yeah,
let's hope he's okay, Baba Hussain.
Interesting. I mean, like I say, I don't really put down the batters too much because they probably didn't realise the extent of what had happened there because they're too busy running. But it backfired anyway because it was out. So, look, credit to Brescia CC. They find a way, don't they?
They do. I think they're a really good side. They're really good, well balanced, and they've got stars all the way down the batting lineup, and they've got a really good variation of bowlers, especially the skipper Kalab Sajjad is the best bowler I've seen in this tournament so far.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, especially when spinners have been good. He's been probably the pick of the bunch so far, hasn't he? 75 for 7. One area which probably sticks out straight away is the amount of extras. Just 10 total, and 3 of those were leg bias, so 7 of what I call avoidables. Compare that to the 22 avoidables, 17 wides, 4 byes, and no ball in the first innings. So, the 15 difference there.
Well, 22 wides is, 17 wides is almost 3 overs.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I think it wasn't quite 17. It was 15 actual wides, and a couple of extras off some of those, but still, 2 for 19. Sajjad continues to have a great tournament. Singles for some of the other bowlers. We'll take a break. It won't be a quick. It'll just be a quick break this time because we'll be starting the first ball in around about 10 minutes in match 25. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hujek. See you the other side of this break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. Time for the last game of day 5, end of the working week. Not for us though, of course. We'll go straight through the weekend. 12 consecutive days of cricket in this ECS before the ECIs next weekend. Okay, we've got Jaipal Singh here and Ishan Jayakody, captains of Kings 11 and Milan United, who are locking horns in match 25. I've got this coin now. Rob Kemming's away, so it's time to play. I'm going to try the tallest coin toss that we've ever done, okay? So everyone be careful. Ishan, it's your call, okay? There's your heads, there's your tails. Are you ready? Feeling the pressure now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Tails the call. It's up, it's down, and it is heads. And Jaipal, what would you like to do? Batting first. So Kings 11 batting first here. It was pretty high, I guess. Anyway, it's certainly been an exciting day with all these teams kind of vying for those 4 semi-final spots. And they're all in the mix, aren't they? Kings 11 had a great start to the day, lost by a couple of runs in the last game. Milan United, they've really come of age today as well. So 2 contenders going at each other for the 2 points in match 25. Let's go over to Danny Hudacek as we get ready for the first ball. Kings 11, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone around the world for this FanCode European Cricket Series. Live from Milan, Italy. Game between Kings 11 and Milan United. As you saw, that Kings 11 have won the toss and elected to bat, which is very interesting. Vikas Kumar and Sharbit Singh, I think 2 of the main men. Jagmeet is a good all-rounder. He'll be up in the reckoning with the batting as well. Hopefully Rizwan Tahir can get some runs for them. Whereas the Milan United, you just saw them chased a total of 93, which they couldn't get, and they will rely again on their top order with the batting, but some good bowling from Milan United. A lot of early wickets for that team, but couldn't quite hold it together and allowed the Brescia CC team in the last game to get a respectable score. They'll want to keep the score down for Kings though. Yes, the expected score is 96 to 91. And the average scores 95 for Kings and 89 for Milan United. Pretty sort of averagely, well, even. Milan United do tend to concede a few more runs. So we'll see what happens in this game. It'll be the last game of the day. The sun makes it a little bit more difficult. It's pretty low on the horizon. It's 5:30 local time. And so fielders out on the deep, on the leg side as you see it. I'm going to find it a little bit difficult. We saw a player a couple of days ago completely lose it in the sun. I think he put a hand out to try to stop it and stopped a 4. But it's very, very difficult to field in that area at the moment. So just waiting on a start. It will be Sanjeewa, as per usual, to open the bowling. He's been super impressive in this tournament so far with the ball and has led the line well for Milan. Comes in to bowl the first ball, bowling to Vikas Kumar, and that's a big swing and a miss. And you see why Sanjeewa is so effective with a bit of massive outswing. It goes in the air and then off the pitch, and Vikas Kumar playing the wrong line, trying to hit across the line there, and all that does is it just opens up the face and gives a chance to the fielders on the offside. Comes in again, and this one's in the air, and oh, what a catch! Oh, what a catch! Well, as I said, it gives a chance for the fielders because he's going against the swing. But what a catch out there. It's Roshan Silva taking an absolute blinder. Let's have a look at this again. I'm sure we'll see it many times. So the ball swinging away, opens the face, and, well, he's reached out. I think the dive was just a little bit to cushion things. What a catch, though. And that will pick up his team after a disappointing loss in the last game. Fantastic effort and a great start with the very dangerous Vikas Kumar going for a derrick. So, Sanjeewa, he's a very, very good bowler. Here we go. Just fantastic catch. Just to hold on to it as well. And he acknowledges. And then it's me, yes it's me, yes it's you. And a great catch, Roshan Silva. So, they're on top now. Early on, Milan United. It's going to put a bit of pressure on. And when you get a great piece of fielding like that, it just puts doubt in your mind as a batsman. You know that things are on the up and up for the fielding team. Here comes Sanjeewa again. A good ball straight up, and he's got him! That's 2 in 2. Fantastic bowling from Sanjeewa. Takes the off stump, and that is the end of another batsman. Well, look at that. Beautiful bowling. It's the end of Trishan Silva. Sorry, from Jagmeet Singh. And Jagmeet has been so good. It's a golden duck for Jagmeet. And Sanjeewa's on a hat-trick. Now Kings 11. Falling in a bit of a heap. But it's just some fantastic bowling. That one, it stayed pretty straight. I think he rolled his fingers over it and cut in. But perfect line and length from Sanjeewa. And on a hat-trick, we've seen a hat-trick earlier in the week with Rajmani Sandhu. And it will be Sabjit Singh. Sorry, it's Simranjit Singh who gets a good one, but it's just neatly played back down the crease. So, exciting start to this game. Still no run on the board. And Vinny?
Well, is it a bird? Is it a plane? He's wearing the right colours. How about that? Frequent flyer miles for Roshan Silva. What a day he's had.
It was difficult because I see the edge of the tent from where I'm sitting, right, or edge of the marshmallow.
Yeah.
I really don't see it. So I didn't know he was out there until I stood up and looked around the corner and just saw a flying
the air
flying
displacing.
Roshan.
Well, no runs in the first 5 balls. Pretty much worst possible start for Kings 11. Jagmeet's been good today, but he got rocked for a goal. And there's Roshan.
Could have
I think
been.
he might have gone to the decompression chamber after that as well.
Could have been double wicket maiden here.
Could be.
Not a bad start to the innings for Milan
I'm
United.
predicting single.
Nope.
Well, I don't want to take it. But anyway, double wicket maiden for Kudama Duwagi Sanjeewa. That over will be remembered for the flying Roshan, as he took an absolute hang-up. That's HCL Software Play of the Daytime. And another contender for that is actually batting now, because, the man who isn't out in the over, not Simran, but Sabjit, he pulled off a great run out earlier in the day. That for me was leading, but I think that one might have pipped it. Looking at the run rates, this was to the start of the day, 8.5. Has been a bit higher scoring today. It's kind of back up in the 9s, I think. Haven't got an exact figure on that. It's up to date. Anyway, Cody to continue. We'll get the first run of the match, and it's going to be through a wide. This one hits the tram line. I'm loving the chat. I was just catching up on it as well. Some good ideas. Yeah, it's the interesting idea if you were to allow 3 overs per bowler, so only needed 4 bowlers. Again, I like the idea of the 4 best bowlers being used, and so batters having to work a bit harder for their runs. But also, especially in European cricket, that's caused a few issues. Edge dropped. Just went with the hands there, didn't he? Trishan Silva reaches. And this is one time his footwork just seemed a little bit all over the place. His scampers, see, has a little extra hop. And I don't care who you are, when you hear the ball flicking the bat, you can easily kind of have that heart rate elevated. Had a bit of a jerky response. I think 9 times out of 10 he holds on to that. He's a good keeper.
He's a good keeper. The second one he's put down, and they both come pretty sharply to him, but he should really have got both of those.
Put it out of your mind, though. Javed survives. Now we might have an overthrow. We will. And that throw blasted through about 3 human beings. And have the first run of the bat. Look, yeah, so I suppose the issue is, I mean, so many of these teams in European cricket, they have all-rounders. So I suppose I probably, even though I'm curious about allowing 3 overs per bowler, I also know that sometimes that 5th bowler, if you take that role away, he might become another specialist fielder. And you might have the same kind of 4 guys batting the top 4 and bowling.
Yeah.
Just potentially. Just kind of showing both sides of it. And Maya Patel, I got to say, it was a great catch from Roshan Silva. But I have to agree partly with Maya Patel, who said that dive was definitely for the cameras. At my club, that would be a fine for showing off. I mean, it wasn't that wide of him. It was a bit wide of him. But showing off for the cameras, I mean, I've made a career out of it. So I'm not going to begrudge Roshan Silva his moment in the sky. And yeah, in this shape. Let's have a look. I know Andrews liked this one. Repair your divots. Roshan Silva. I'd like the way he went straight into the X formation as well. And he, speaking for the cameras, as this one's worked away, and this will probably run away. Going, and 4. Good effort. But he probably realises now it's outside the boundary because it still is outside the rope. But it's going to be 4. Pulled away. So this is the modern ECN cricketer. Danny takes the catch, completely turns his back on the 10 other blue shirts on the field and points straight at the camera. Yep, thank you. Make sure you get my face. And Kings 11. Right, about pretty deep as well, but 6 for 2. Andrews thinks that should be a rule that, yeah, you need to celebrate once you take a catch at the camera. Simranjit Singh has his own little love heart that he likes. And now he likes this as well, though it might be a plugger. I think it probably runs for 4. And did it go all the way, or was that 4? It was obscured by the fielder. I think it has gone all the way. Maximal. So he steps and he hits. And this is what he does when he's going well. Mid-on was up. If he was right back, might have been a catch, you know. But it carries the rope. And it does take us to the end of the second over. So Kings 11 trying to pull something out of this power play. 12 for 2 after 2. Well, these two identical. We're just separated by about 0.3 of net run rate, but 1 and 3. And even their days have been eerily similar, haven't they? So you feel like there's not room for both of these two in the top 4. Maybe neither of them, but yeah, you feel like this becomes a big game.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, there are no weak sides in this competition. It just sometimes it's a very small thing that changes. And you saw that in the last game, Milan United had a very good British CC side, 7 down for 30 odd, and they couldn't pull off the victory. And it's try at the stumps. You can see that any team can really have a victory over any other team in this competition, and but these two teams will like a win to end up the day. Just I think it's been improved from Milan CC today, very much so. That's a good ball outside off stump, and Kings as well. They both picked up their first wins.
Yeah, so that's a positive for them. Yeah, so these two have been leading parallel tournament lives, basically. That's my point. But here's a guy, he's a match winner, Simranjit Singh. Again, has been slowly improving his performance with the bat. This probably isn't the best shot. Don't think there's an edge here. He's acting cool, like there's nothing wrong here. Simran walks away. Said he was close to the bat. Yeah, when the bowler didn't hear it, and then kind of a half-hearted inquiry. It was Trishan that liked it behind the stumps.
We caught one.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a bit of a dig, but undeserved, I think.
Yeah, another kind of loose shot. Just when I gave him a rap. Maya Patel saying, how many players turn up in a squad in ECN? Could have a rule in the group stage where everyone has to play at least once, so no one turns up and doesn't play. Yeah, that's true. Again, there's probably some logistical things with that. So some people, even at their stage of development, they're not that comfortable kind of going out there and necessarily playing, but they want to be around the group. They want to kind of participate. Some are happy just fielding. You know, they're not confident they're bowling and they're batting just yet. Sometimes he does get an edge, but it's into the ground. And the other thing is that it is variable. So you don't really have a limit on the squad size in ECS cricket. And the reason is because of work commitments and all these other things. I mean, sometimes people will name, or teams will name 35, 40 players for a series because, you know, you just never know with availabilities and stuff like that in ECN cricket.
That's a good point. I mean, they're all amateur players, all have real lives and day jobs, and they're taking time out to play. And I mean, they love it. They love coming out playing cricket, and it's called a wide. And I think forcing teams to play individuals just because they turned up, I think, is not a good initiative.
Yeah,
you know, they're trying to get. I know a lot of teams try to give other ones of their players a go occasionally, and they'll sometimes they give them a bowl. Sometimes they get spanked. Other times they take a wicket. But it's like with our club Vinarati. I mean, has that gone through him? It has, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, well, this time he comes back to earth with a thud as well, as Roshan tries the 2-footed lunge. I mean, initially got through the infield, and then he just he kicks the rope on the way there. So there's no doubt that that's 4. It takes us into the over, 18 for 2. Yeah, but go on with what you were saying.
Last year we had a player called Narup who he hadn't played much cricket. He was playing for Vinarati, and he spent the whole week. Was it 2 weeks? Maybe, I think it was a week. Fielding at fine leg, doing a good job, and really just not contributing in any other way because he was always batting at number 11. He wasn't getting a bowl. Ended up getting a bowl, and he took a wicket. This ball couldn't have been hit any harder.
You talking about Narup here?
Narup, yeah.
Narup, yeah.
Narup couldn't have been hit any harder. Went to Big Joe at mid-off, and it would have taken his face off. And he just put his hands up and it stuck. But Narup got a wicket, and I felt really good for him. But I did give him the Narup Award because you have these club men. I guess, I mean, Lovepreet is a little bit similar, but he's the captain of the side, and he contributes a lot.
Yeah.
Right. I think he'd be the first to admit that he's not the greatest cricketer in the world. There are talented cricketers around him, but he contributes a lot. I mean, he contributes with the bat, he contributes with the ball. Whereas I think Narup is a true team man in the same way that Lovepreet is for his side. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And they're not the only ones. Yeah, there's plenty of really good examples. It's an interesting one. I think there's kind of a natural way that it happens anyway when the situations allow. This is in the air, and it's another flying attempt. This time, he left his cape at home. Stephen J. Sakarat couldn't hold on to that one. And Simran gets another life here in match 25.
I thought he'd taken it. Got 2 hands to it.
It's a tough one to take, kind of fingers pointing to the side. Probably the reverse cup is a better strategy when it's that high. Because you kind of have to ride it all the way.
Exactly. So I'd give the Narup Award, but for the clubman who could be out.
Well, Farhan Javed keeps his poker face on. But there was a noise here. Could have been the bat hitting the leg, or it could have been the ball hitting the bat. So I think you can rule out the first one. They liked it. That time, bowling keeper both went up. It could have been something else. The umpire was unsure. And there's no real deflection, so giving on noise alone is risky. It'll be a wide, just grabs a bit of the tram line. Yeah, so, I mean, the other thing, you asked me the question before, what rules would I change? And that's in our cricket. But I think that if you're going to change something, it needs to be thought out and planned, number one.
Yeah.
But you also need to avoid over-regulating. And I think that there are a few things I think would be interesting, but I wouldn't do them because I think it kind of complicates the game. And the simplicity of our game is kind of one of the beauties of it. The 10 overs is a format that a lot of people are watching for the first time. And so, for example, having a floating power play over. I think that would be kind of interesting where maybe the first 2 overs are a power play, and then the batting team can choose another over at any time. But then, you know, when you're explaining it to people, it's a lot easier to say, look, for the first 3 overs, there's only 2 outfielders allowed, and after that, there's 5. You know, things like that, where I think that you're trying to keep it as simple and as clean as possible.
I agree with you. I think, again, that's probably my problem with the 100, is that it just doesn't need to happen. It sort of hurts my brain to I know there are some interesting rules in there but it's a cricket format that I don't think really needs to be there. I don't really see the point of it. And yes, it's great entertainment, but can't you just have like a 20-over competition, which gives the same amount of entertainment? I mean, look at the IPL. There's all sorts of dances and things.
Well, I think the 100, I think I said this a couple of days ago with you, it's more that they've already got a T20 competition in England that they wanted to leave alone, so they didn't want to make another one, but maybe they should have. Look, the 100 is just basically 25 ball overs, but you can bowl 2 overs in a row, and 2 overs in a row get bowled at the one end.
But what's... I just don't see the point.
It does reek of kind of market research being done. Anyway, this could be gone, you know, and he's going to be dropped again. Oh, Simran having all his luck at once. Well, then he loses a bit of luck because he cops the ball, but I think he'll take the trade-off. End of the 4th over, and it ends in a drop catch. Well, you can't have 11 Roshan's out there. It's 24 for 2 after 4.
It's Suresh Silva up there, and he'll be opening the batting probably for Milan United in a few minutes' time. But he'll want to hide his head there and make up for it with a bat.
Yeah, so I think I'm saying, it's a very extreme-looking graph, but yeah, you get the idea. From 0 to 6, it looks about like 0 to 600, but yeah, you don't want to change rules without thinking it out, and you need to cover all the scenarios. So sometimes things like the bonus point is one, for example, where I think we can introduce it because it's simple enough. And, you know, my only issue is, okay, what do you do if games are reduced? But I think it's as simple as saying, look, if it's reduced, because it's already a bit rough on the teams that they don't get to play a full 10-over game, so they should walk away with at least a point for that. Just like right now, if a game's washed out, both teams take a point. You know, so you get something out of it. So I think that making it a 3-1, if we bring that bonus point system in, guaranteed result for a less than 10 over makes sense. But I also counterpoint to what I was saying, this from Guy and Silva, is when there's some real good reasons to change something, and your only reason is, but it's always done this way, it's always been done this way, I don't think that's necessarily always a great argument. Just because it's done a certain way for a long time doesn't mean it necessarily makes sense. Sometimes, it depends how integral it is to the game, I suppose.
Sure.
And so, you know, for example, you know, certain rules are complicated from the start, and with experience you can simplify them. But I'm not an overcomplicator, and this is, I think sometimes people get the wrong idea. I think I'm out because of the golden ball being an innovation that I've come up with. But anyway, before that, this is a golden shot from Simran, who's riding his luck all the way to the back. Maximo! He steps down. He does like to use his feet to the spinners, doesn't he? Gets under that and blasts it over long on for 6. What a shot.
Lovely shot. And it was all getting a little bit the same.
Ooh.
What's it?
He doesn't have the protection from the umbrella down there in the officials area. Wants to go again.
Oh, it's
does
huge.
Go again. That is not a replay. That's another 6 runs. Maximo dropped by Marzi down there. And Marzi is in witness protection, so you won't see his face, but we know that is Mars, and he puts it down. He's got the 2 Michael Jackson gloves on as well, but they must be slippery because that one goes down.
Is that 2 in a row?
It is. Well, it's not 2 drop catches in a row, but well, Mars, he spotted it early. And now back to live action. He just missed a single. Wow. So yeah, I mean, golden ball again. It's a fairly simple concept. This is the next ball, which missed, just a push and run for a single. Yeah, Shub, I think he's a bit jealous that Marzi got a chance. Anyway, now we do have the wicket. And Javed, he's fresh out of luck. Never really got going in that innings. So the 5th over ends with a wicket. And Kings 11, a couple of blasts, but they lose a batter at the end of 5. It is 39 for 3. This one goes on with the arm, doesn't it? And yeah, straight through again. A lot of these left arm spinners.
Have a look at the non-striker. Look at the expression.
Yeah, saying,
What have you done?
Why'd you do that? But having said that, Van Javed just didn't have a great time of it while he was out there, did he? So I want to welcome you into the box here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here with Danny Hudacek. Thanks so much. And we've got a few random questions, not random conversations at the moment, random suggestions, which I quite like. I'll go through a few of those in a second. One was about doing under 23s in Europe in these competitions. Yes, I mean, one of the issues we have with these kinds of things, it's just player numbers.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to still realise that in some areas there's really not enough numbers to support that kind of a competition. But I know that that's something that Corey has been working hard on, establishing a junior kind of pathway situation in Spain. Irfan comes into the attack, and Simran has moved to 30. And I bet they're regretting putting him down a couple of times. So yeah, I mean, these are things that we'd love to do in the longer term, but you know, as you can probably tell from ECN and our journey over the last 4 years or so, if you've been following us, these things are incremental. They don't happen all at once. I mean, there's not the big budget to do things, and I think it's quite remarkable how far we've come. But it's always step by step. So, for example, having women's ECI cricket has been awesome.
Yeah.
In the air. Now, surely you catch this. You do. And he uses every part of his body here, Joe Sakura. He hugs it like a teddy bear. And so that's going to be a golden duck for Jasvinder, who's not having a very good time of it of late as well with the stick. So it's another one that goes down for Kings 11. And well, there's the golden Derek. And that makes the score 40 for 4.
Can anyone hang around with Simran? Because it doesn't seem like it's the case at the moment. And just in the air, there's one man out there, and he's picked him out beautifully. So, yeah, not great batting, I'd say, from Kings 11. Apart from that man, Simranjit Singh, who's on 31 from 20. But apart from that, it's been pretty poor.
Jasvinder has the first ball duck to go with his second ball duck in the previous innings as well. That's the frustration of the game. 40 for 4 now.
31 of those have come from Simran's bat. So this one's just chipped out on the leg side. Just be a single.
Yeah, just a single. So yeah, I'm liking all these suggestions. And yeah, like I say, you don't want to make rules that aren't forward thinking, that can kind of what's the expression? You don't want to make a rod for your own back, I suppose.
Well,
because if you have a situation where we say everyone has to battle bowl in a day, for example, and what if someone's injured and can't do it? You know,
I think you're right about, because of the number of games, that you can see quite clearly what works and what doesn't, and what could be improved with the format that is being used here. I mean, like for instance, a 10 over format is new.
Yeah.
The whole like
slightly smaller field probably as well.
Slightly smaller field, like the 50 meter boundary was, I know had some resistance, but I think is a really good idea, because it's spectacular scoring sixes. And
it creates action, it creates wickets as well. That's
absolutely.
What people don't realise. Yeah. Because batters are encouraged to go for everything.
So, and then the fact that it's pretty much non-stop. I mean, if a ball goes into the potato field, another one comes out straight away. Yeah. It's not as though we have to go looking for the ball.
Exactly. As little downtime as possible, because we have to stay on target. Even things like how strictly we police the time. I always find it interesting in other forms of cricket, T20, Test cricket. They're always making excuses for the players for why they're falling behind. But
well, we've got the shot clock now on screen, which I think is fantastic, because it really shows clearly to everybody how the overs are progressing. And
it shouldn't come as a shock, you know, because we can see when they're falling behind. And
has there been a change in the 30-metre circle?
Yeah, so we'll get to the end of this over. It is 6 overs down now, and the score's 42 for 4. So we decided, and just for a few reasons, simplicity was one of them, is that our 30-yard circle, 30-yard circle is measured from the middle of the pitch. So it's slightly smaller, kind of mirrors this slightly smaller field overall that we use in ECN cricket. Again, it's like logistics. So on a Monday morning when they're if they haven't already done it over the weekend. It's much easier to be able to stand in the middle and do it. And we thought that's probably appropriate. But there's a bit of trial and error with these things.
It's also the fact that, I mean, if it was taken from the stumps, because that's where it was taken, then the 30-metre circle's really extended straight. This is in the air. It's coming towards me.
That's out of here. Maximo. Well, crossbar challenge complete. As the problem with the cube is when it hits the edges, you never quite know where it's going to go. This was heading towards us. And let's see where it got. Yeah, kind of top right corner. Yeah, feel the vibrations, Danny. That was a huge blast from Simran. Maximo time.
I thought it was going to hit the side of that marshmallow and cannon into my face. Thanks for trying to kill me there, Simran. Oh, that's huge! Into the trees. And well, we were wondering who's going to stick with him and score some runs. He doesn't need anyone, Simran.
We knew he could spring the life at any moment, and this is destructive stuff. 50 comes up in the 7th over. 44 of the 54 runs off the bat of very, very talented Simranjit Singh.
It's we haven't seen a 50 today, actually. We've seen quite a few 40s. One of the games there was a 49 and a 48. So I think Simranjit definitely deserves a 50. And it's Roshan Silva who's copying it. And it's just one run. Hit it low on the bat to the leg side. That'll bring Abdullah back on strike. But yeah, I was not happy that he launched it straight at me. And well, no harm. No harm
it's a hazard of the profession, isn't it?
It's the pad. Just look for one. They'll get an overthrow maybe. No, they won't. I think Simran wants a strike, which is pretty wise because they want to pump up the score. There's still 3 overs after this, but 3.5 overs left, pretty much. And the more strike that Simranjit Singh gets, the better, I think.
It's a half century. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. Never quite understood exactly what it meant, but it means that if you give someone a chance, it's a risky one because they can hurt you down the stretch, and that's what we're seeing from Simran Singh here. Roshan Silva hopping a bit of tap.
So what are some of the other innovations? I know that the batsman coming in goes to the strikers, and I think it's been adapted.
I tell you one thing that I would bring in. You asked me for one. I've come up with one. And again, I don't think it's a bad idea in other cricket, but particularly for us. In the air, again, he gets lucky that he misses it well enough that it doesn't carry down to the outfield. It's just a single. We penalise the fielding team with 5-run penalty if they're slow, or potentially 10 if they're really slow. As we get to the end of the 7th over, we'll pause that for a second because I want to talk about what's coming up tomorrow. And I know you'll be here. I know you're covering 3 days because I do have to nick off for a personal engagement, but we have 5 more matches. Cricket Stars are back, and didn't Nape Riders have entertainment the other day with Janja Brescia, Chivadate, and Fresh Tropical. So 4 really great teams to watch. So it all starts again. The weekend comes around, but we keep on plugging. 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India, right here on the European Cricket Network. Good luck, Danny. I'll be watching.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'll be lurking a fair bit. Guarantee you that.
All right.
So I'll come back to that in a second, yeah. But at the moment, that's how we penalise tardiness, if you like, with being late. As Irfan, tall left armer, comes back in. Driven down. Going off 2 there. I think that Abdullah isn't confident he can get back, so he'll be facing up now. So I would like to see, instead of timed out, you can still keep timed out for batters. But for me, in 3,000 plus games, we've never even seen it timed out. Even times where they could have been timed out, it's considered, I realise this, it's considered like more unsportsmanlike than a man-cad to appeal for it, right? Because normally the guy's then turned up.
So you still have to appeal?
You still have to appeal for timed out at the moment. In the air. Here's the luck out. Here comes Superman. There he goes. Not once but twice. It wasn't a fluke. And Roshan Silva this time has to go to the side and in. And finally, he dives in a way that I think was absolutely necessary.
It was Sanjeewa this time.
Yeah.
Different.
Oh, this is Sanjeeva. Yeah, you're right, because Roshan just finished his over. So, well, maybe there's 2 Supermen out there. But that's the area of the field that's been causing some acrobatics. And Abdullah goes for 2. It's 58 for 5.
Yeah, nice catch. Very well taken. And but that man, Simranjit, is still there.
So
47
this
or
is a good
29.
example. So I would keep timed out at 3 minutes, which is what it is in the laws. We make timed out 1 minute and 30 seconds in our regulations. But I would say that the batter has 1 minute and 30 seconds to get there. The umpires should track it. If he's not ready to face up, it should be a 5-run penalty. And I think that, and you need to be ready. None of this, I don't have my gloves. It's like, it's too bad.
I mean, it's they're not sharing pads and gloves at this level. I don't think. I think it will get most of them have got their own kit, and they know that they're going to be going out soon, and they know that there could be an epic collapse like we saw earlier in the week.
Yeah, that's true. It can happen. And so the fielding team, sometimes they fall behind. Now they get a second that they shouldn't have gotten. But this is Subject Singh coming in, gets off the mark with a couple. Yeah, so that's probably the one that I would do, because then you take it away from the fielding side being quote-unquote unsportsmanlike, even though I don't think it really is if someone's late. Yeah. And you say to the umpires, once the 90 seconds is up, there's 5 penalty runs, because I think that's a bit even better for the batting side, in a way, for that individual.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why in a second. Picture that side leg stump. The umpire's been really good with LBWs today. Because, okay, yes, it's annoying if you give up a 5-run penalty, but you could come out and hit a 6 and get it back. Whereas if you're out, good call, just pitching outside the leg stump.
Probably missing off as well.
Maybe, yeah. And so, yes, it'll be annoying, but that's the way it is. If you've got your gloves or if you've got your helmet or whatever you've done, bad luck, 5 runs. Because sometimes batters being tardy can affect the fielder's ability to stay on time, because the first 5 wickets there aren't allowances for. Anyway, this is up in the air, into the gap and out of the ground. 50 for Simranjit Singh off 30 balls, 53, and he has been really powerful. Had a couple of slices of luck, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. 6 Maximos in that half century.
He's been really good, and that's sometimes all you need is one batsman really to hang an innings around. 53 from the total so far of 67, and it's been a one-man show, but it hasn't really, because you've got to have other players around you to support you. And even though he's done the heavy lifting, it's whoa, talk about heavy lifting.
Wow. Well, someone will have to send out the search party. Well, we got lucky that time, hit the top of the tree, and it came back a little bit. But this is a lone hand from Simran. He clears the front leg and makes it disappear.
That's an epic shot. And wow, where do you bowl to this man at the moment? He's looking very, very good. And that's it with this tournament as well. It is a tournament, so when you get players who start hitting form, it can be very important. Simranjit is 59 now. The highest score so far in the tournament, 77. And he's got time to get there. Don't think he'll get a ton from here, but there's only a couple of overs left.
Yeah, I don't think he'll care as long as he can keep on doing something similar. Now, his Subject has had a pretty good day with the bat as well. I know he's disappointed, he couldn't finish things off, but he got his team in a good position earlier. Now he launches another one. Well, you might as well keep somebody back there at the moment, because there's a lot of balls flying in that direction. Maximal Subject in on the action.
That's a lovely
Captain
shot.
Jaipal had to do the fielding.
Lovely shot. And yeah, what is Jaipal doing out there? He's just fetching balls.
I think he's looking for cricket balls, to be honest. That's a really good shot earlier in your innings. Now, swing and a miss, next ball.
It's mounting a pretty good score, 79 for 5 at the moment. Still a couple of overs left, just under. And they should get pretty comfortably into the 90s, depending on how these boys hit. They're hitting the ball pretty well at the moment. They're hitting trees and potato fields, so let's see if that continues.
I'll tell you what, the umpires deserve a medal for fixing up the stumps this many times. I know that maybe it's not as beautiful when we have the stumps through the base, but at least they're easy to set up. As go back to the chat, and yeah, I'm loving just going through some of the comments. Too many to mention today. Friday night chat time. This is a blast, and this is a beautiful look for any batter watching that fly through the sky. Marzi's very quiet over there now. He watches that fly over his head. Maximo, 6 more. Kings 11. Another recovery job here on day 5.
That's a pretty big one, isn't it? You're right about the recovery job. What about stump cam? I mean, now with technology,
yeah, that should be easier than normal.
Yeah.
Stump cam was, yeah. Now, I'd like to know these days if you could do it on a budget. We'd have to remote cameras. I think the stump cam there's a wire that went from the bottom of the stump through the ground. So yeah, I'm not so sure we could do that on that technology. But these days, I think it's about getting the signal in live. You could probably put a camera there, but getting into live broadcast may be a bit tough. Another one. This is going to be out of the ground as well. Sends them scattering. Raining Maximos. How have they pulled it out here? They're up in the 90s. There's still 8 balls remaining in the innings.
Wow. A couple of minutes ago, I was thinking, well, maybe they'll get into the 90s, but they're already in the 90s and we still have an over after this. All happens in the 9th.
Hello, James Stewart as well, watching from Estonia.
So, and that's another one.
One more, have more, and there you go. And well, Shub, there's miscommunication as it's Kawaljot and Shub who look at each other. They look like brothers, but this time they're not on the same page. Maximo, 6 more right now. Milan United have fallen apart in the second half of this innings.
I think Gayan Silva's going to need trauma therapy after this over.
Yeah, he's gone into the dirty 30s. He might end up in the naughty 40s.
Oh, it's hit straight past him. That'll be 4, I think.
Oh, and the power as well. As a huge over in the 9th. You said it yourself, Danny. It all happens in the 9th. And that one goes for 28, 6.666. 400's up. 101 for 5 after 9.
There was a dot in that over?
Yeah, unbelievable, but true.
Wow. That was a huge over there for the Kings 11. And it's not looking pretty for Milan United. They can definitely chase this score, whatever it's going to be. But they wouldn't want a similar over to this because that was pretty destructive. We've only seen one score over 100 I think 113 was the second highest score I saw. There's one that Chivadate scored of 143, but apart from that, there's nothing over 120 yet apart from that, unless there was something yesterday that I missed because of my day off.
Still the biggest.
Yeah. No, but anything over 120?
Yesterday, I won't run through yesterday, but we might have one that nudged it. And we had 113 chased down, 114 fresh trouble scored, but with 7 balls to spare. So I think they would have gotten 120, but they didn't, I suppose. The other thing about yesterday is 4 teams out of 5 won chasing. So that's why that kind of the trend is there.
It will be a new bowler. Jay Sakura is a good bowler, Jay Sakura. And I don't know why this is his first over in the innings. I don't get it.
Yeah. Held him back for the end.
Oh, that's probably why.
Wow, in the slot, another one. Well, the Maximo rate's off the chart. And there's plenty of fielding practice down there at the moment. Maximo, as Kings 11 continue to climb.
Oh, Subjit and Simran absolutely hammering the ball at the moment. And they've taken their time. And I don't know if it's just a click that's happened with these two, because he did lose quite a few batting partners, Simran, during this innings for very little, and I'm sure we'll see it in the scorecard. But he's got a good connection with Subjit, and they're just absolutely hammering this Milan United bowling at the moment. Jay Sakura. So see if he can come back. He's a good bowler. And they're seeing it pretty well. This one's in the air.
It's over as well.
It is over.
It's going. Jay Sakura, back-to-back Maximos. There's been some wild momentum swings at the moment in this innings. It's been absolutely crazy. And Simran ready to launch. Remember, they put him down earlier, didn't they? Again, sliding doors. What might have happened and where this innings might be at if they'd held to onto one of those chances. Once 3 in a row, and I think he has launched it high. Don't know if this will go. It is caught, but still 71 off 34. What an individual contribution from Simranjit Singh. He's raised Kings 11 out of the hole they were in. Remember, there were 2 wickets down before a run was on the board. And then, from 39 for 3, 40 for 4. But, yeah, Simran, take about. That was a really powerful innings. 9 maximos and 2 fours in there. But he does fall in the 10th over. It's 113 for 6.
Tell you what, that was a pretty good catch out there. It went high in the air, and the sun is very low on the horizon. So I'm amazed he actually saw it. Suresh Silva out there. Jerry Sakura takes a wicket. But it's really hard when you get the sun low on the horizon like this later in the day. It is about 6:15 local time. And he did very, very well, Suresh Silva. It will get harder, I think, for Kings United to field on that side of the field as well later on, as we have still got the second innings of this game to come very shortly. It'll only be a short turnaround between innings.
Yeah, it will be. Tahir, the new batter, he could use some confidence. Not a bad shot. Strikes it and gets 4. So new batsman, no problem though. As he goes over the offside, 4 runs. Good batting.
Oh, he's a good batsman, Rizwan Tahir. He hasn't scored any runs hardly in this tournament at all.
Again, he's really got a free shot at it here. It's a really good score on the board. Looks like they are heading for the 120. That'd been unthinkable after that first over. He goes for it, doesn't quite get it, but there's a big patch of space out there. This plugs and gets over the line, short boundary. So back-to-back 4s. Hey, I'm going to quickly run through a few random questions. Do I think new batsmen should be on strike even after a run out? No, I think catches only, that makes sense. Run out has always been, it's relevant what end the run out happens at.
Can I add to that?
Go on.
I think it's much simpler to, did the batsman cross, didn't they cross? It takes that completely out of it.
The catch one is good, but for run outs, I think it's fine as it is.
Of course, yeah.
Maybe I'll come back to these in the second half, because here's the last ball of the 10th. This one will get 1. And so they do get 122 in the end. What a performance from Kings 11. A game between 2 teams, like I said, had very, very similar paths to this point. Remember, the first over was a double wicket maiden. So they actually score those 122 in just 9 overs. But again, hit 6s, you'll do well. They hit plenty of them in that innings. And Simran hit 9, Sarabjit hit 4, 13 6s in the innings, and that sets up a very healthy total of 122. But Milan United, they pulled off a triple-digit chase earlier. They'll be hoping they can make lightning strike twice here on day 5. They're going to have to work hard. Speaking of up in the skies, that was a great catch by Roshan Silva. It was almost outdone later by Sanjeeva. But, yeah, really, these first 2 wickets meant that Kings 11 were in a lot of trouble. But what a recovery job. I mean, they were kind of plodding through the first half. They were 39 after 5, but they broke loose with 83 runs off the second half. So we talk about partnerships. It is a big partnership between Simranjit and Sarabjit that sets up this total of 122.
Yeah, look, it's fantastic from Simranjit, who, and as I said, we'll have a look at the scorecard in a minute, and it'll look pretty dire apart from a couple of outliers. And Sarabjit at the end with 30 off 8 is fantastic. It was a couple of catches went down, one by the keeper and then one in the outfield. But generally it was pretty good effort, and has won the outfield. Pretty good effort in for the most part from Milan United. And but it's just, I think it was just dominant batting from Simranjit Singh. And as you see, just those 2 massive 6s that Mars put down.
Yeah, well, I mean, once he's settled, he's got this kind of free and easy technique. And yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Baljit. Has a certain way that he bats that I find kind of easy to recognise. Yeah, Marzi was trying to hide his face. Luckily, it was already hidden. But Fahad Javed then swung around that one as he'd be out. But yeah, like I said, they lost a few wickets there, but Sarabjit coming in really low. I mean, he's a guy that probably should be batting higher than 7. He ended up scoring 30 not out off 8. So of the 8 balls he faced, 4 were maximos, 1 was a 4. And this is the period where it was just all guns blazing, wasn't it? That was a great catch by Sanjeeva. He took that in and to his left. But yeah, this was the issue. Sarabjit came out and he absolutely boned them. But Simran, again, just had that swagger back, didn't he, in that innings? And that's kind of the Simran that we remember from previous ECS tournaments.
Yeah, look, fantastic innings and really good score here for Kings. As we said before, looked in trouble, but he was dominant, was Simran, and had a really good helping hand from Subjet, and it took the pressure off him somewhat. He knew that he could chance his arm because finally he had someone at the other end who was scoring equal to him. So fantastic innings. He did finally fall to a good catch eventually. Just going to see more highlights of sixes. So I think this might be the catch out there. Nope, it's another six. And another Shub drop.
Yeah.
Did he say he was going to catch everything
Yeah,
this...
no calling down there. Shub's empty-handed still in this series. He'll be so disappointed after catching very well in Portugal in that area. That was pretty powerful as well, wasn't it? But he had two batters launching at just the right time. I'll give you a stat, which is quite incredible. But out of the last 14 balls of the innings, 11 went for 4 or 6. And there was a dot, a wicket, and a 1 in there, one off the last ball.
Yeah.
But there was a period there where there was 11 boundaries in 13 balls. And, 8 of them were 6s and 3 of them were 4s. So the last 3 overs go 16, 28, 21. And, so 49 off the last 2. That kind of sums it up. They go from 73 to 122. And that's despite losing 5 wickets prior to that point. It's going to be a big chase. Kings 11, though, they'll probably still go pretty spin heavy with their attack. At least 3 spinners, maybe 4 that we'll see. Subject with 30 off 8. He helps finish things off, but it was Simran that rode his luck on the way to 71 off 34. Had a bit of a chance, but he made him pay. Apart from that, 2 ducks in the top 3 isn't ideal. But, Milan United, good performers early. Sanjeeva started with a double wicket maiden, but finished with 2 for 6. Good figures from him. Also, Irfan, I liked what he brought to the table with his left armers. 2 for 18 wickets for Gayan Silva and Jayasekara, but they were hideously expensive, really, as the wheels fell off at the end. Not too many extras, so at least there's that. But Kings 11 with the runs on the board. 122 mean that Milan United need 123 to steal the points here in match 25. Crucial match between 2 teams. I can't see both of them making the semis. So I think whoever wins this will have a bit of a leg up. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Back in a few minutes with the final innings of the day. See you soon for more cricket from Milan. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proud.
So welcome back to the final innings of the day in this FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan between Kings 11 and Milan United. Milan United on top early with a double wicket maiden, and then the last few overs just went berserk for Kings 11. They ended up on a very good score of 122, 123 for victory for Milan United. They have to bat very, very well to get there. We've only seen one score over that in this tournament so far, and even though the ground is getting a little bit quicker, it's going to be a tough ask for them. And it will be Suresh Silva opening with Fahad Mohammed, and the opening bowler is Subjit Singh for this very good Kings 11 side. His first ball, a bit short, hit in the air, player under it, won't drop it, and that's 1 wicket for no runs. Well, can't keep him out of the game, Simran. He's got very, very good hands, and that's not the start they wanted. Pretty much the same start as what Kings 11 had, losing wickets for no runs, but Simran has got great hands out there. That's the first wicket down, and they really had to, as you see, the heart and the kiss. That's a nice little trademark, and that's a golden duck for Suresh Silva. He'll go home and think about it and come back on another day for another game. So it was kind of there to be hit, just didn't get enough of it. It was probably about 10 metres away from the boundary. And Subjit gets his first wicket of the final game. It will be Roshan Silva, the new batsman. He'll want to stay out there a bit longer than Suresh Silva. And they're just moving the field around a little bit. There's a man drop back on that sort of point boundary. In fact, he's coming in now, and they've placed a man just on that mid-wicket boundary. So there's Subjit straight. There's another fielder just wide of him. As the bowler comes in, and it's hit to Subjit again. It won't be a catch. So to Simran. Straight to him again. Just a single. No chance for a catch. But he did drag it from outside off to that same area. They're living dangerously. Milan United at the moment, trying to hit the ball hard, and they have a big total to chase. But sometimes the unwise risks, especially off the first over, sometimes we see it if the ball's not moving, but with this pitch it does move quite a bit on this pitch, especially with the first couple of overs, and will move in the air as well, even late in the day. Here comes Sajid again, and this one's going down to third man. Should reach the boundary, and it does. Just a dodgy to ledge, but it's pretty safe down there. And I think as the week's gone on, that part of the ground's gotten much quicker. First couple of days, it wouldn't have reached the boundary. It would have been a pretty easy two. And now it's picking up speed, this ground, just because we've had a lot of sunshine here in Milan. Hope that continues. It's Fahad Mohammed facing, and misses that one. One ball left in the over. Just a swing and a miss. Good line and length there from Subjit. They need about 13 and over already. They're behind on the run rate. 5 for 1 at the moment. This one is a good ball and well played by the batsman. And, well, if there's any positive for Milan United, as we see, it's been 12 matches since a golden ball. If there's any positive, is that they're ahead at this stage of the game compared to where Kings 11 were. They are 5 for 1. Kings 11 were 2 for no score. So anything can happen in this game, and it will be Jaswinder Singh to take up the attack. They do have a very good range of spin options, do Kings 11, which makes it quite difficult for teams because you have to really make your own pace on the ball. When you're chasing a big score, it means taking more risks and higher risk shots. We're bowling to Roshan Silva. This is in the air, just in front of the fielder. And it's Kanwaljot Singh out there. There are no Superman acrobatics from him. So you see it's not too far away from him. It's just a little bit of an option. If he goes for it, he might let it go through for a boundary. So he just protected that, and that's all they need to do, really. They don't need to take wickets at this stage. This one's hit out over the top, and that'll be 4 runs. So a bit of a rank full toss there from the bowler, and a bit of easy pickings. Drag from outside off stump. There's no man out there. There's I think all I can hear is Simran saying, "Don't bowl something." I think it's "Don't bowl rubbish." Is that what was that what you heard, Vinny?
I've just come back. I think he said don't bowl the leg stump because there's only 3 fielders over there.
That wasn't leg stump. That was just a full toss outside off stump.
Simran doesn't know that. Anyway, this is one that is going to one of the 6 fielders on the offside. Yeah, it's nice to be back. Last innings of the day. A few people just commenting. ECN, the only place you'll see them drop dollies and take screamers. And it's a nice kind of difference. I know you've said this a few times. The fact that it is amateur cricket, it's a bit more relatable. He's got eyes in the back of his head, this umpire as well. See that? He's a two-face. Takes it on. Simran, what a catch! That's brilliant stuff. Well, get ready. Here comes the heart. That was knee-high to a beetle, wasn't it? And Simran has somehow got their hands under it. Brilliant catching here in match 25. Well, we said it. You'll see it all here on ECN. 11 for 2.
Well, Vinny, you said that he's probably one of the best outfielders you see in ECN. And have a look at this catch. Lovely. They're very hard to take, those. And he makes it look pretty easy. No heart this time, just a kiss.
I think, yeah, just the kiss. But I like the way. Look at how he protects the ball and turns his body. So by doing that, he makes sure that their hands holding the ball don't hit the ground, and so it doesn't jar out. Technically, it's a very good catch as well as a spectacular catch.
Well, it comes from talent, but also a lot of hard work. That sort of cricket. And you saw him with the bat as well. Simran, he's having a bit of a great game, and I think that's well, they've just lost another wicket. And this man's going to be important, I think. Terudu Heshan.
Yeah.
If he gets going, they can get close to this score. Terudu is very, very talented, and he can hit the ball a long way.
He missed out in the last game, but yeah, well, his sparring partner from that partnership from match 22, Roshan Silva, is gone. And so Heshan, see what he can do. Can they put a partnership together? And Jasvinder just continues to pick up wickets. I mean, his conversion into off spinner has been genius, and it's partly necessary because he's had some shoulder problems, but he's so talented. He's got the accuracy, and he seems to just have a good speed, a good rhythm to what he's doing. Heshan, though, is a powerful guy. He'll like that. It's short, and even though it doesn't really get up, he gets a good look at it, and he smacks it leg side. Badly needed boundary for Milan United. Finishes the second over, 15 for 2.
Yeah, it's a rare poor ball, and a little bit tired, actually. If anything, dragged it down to the leg side and just turned around the corner. So,
yeah, look at the table. Both these two at the wrong end at the moment. But whoever can win, they'll jump 2 spots at least. Yeah, Chivadante 2 and 3 didn't have a great day today, did they? And we're kind of getting towards the halfway point of the group stage, as you'd imagine, as we're past the halfway point of the group stage tomorrow. This is going to be Sabjit Singh, so they go back to the medium pace. It's going to be Fahad Mohammed who's facing up. Liking some of the comments in the chat. I'll read one out in a second. Nice one. Well handled by Vikas behind the stumps. Yeah, Maya said that a favourite part of ECN, the fact there's ordinary people like you and me that are participating and doing these great things, providing such great entertainment. Yeah, that's true.
I totally agree. And the thing is that, I mean, as we come back to the cricket. And they'll get a bye. I mean, I know, Vinny, you've played indoor cricket and at the highest level, and also you've played cricket at a pretty high level, but I haven't. I've played good cricket, but I played at a similar level to these guys. There are a lot of players here who are fantastic and should be playing high level.
It's variable, isn't it? That's the beauty of it in a way. As this is a nice shot drilled over the offside. Hesham's into his business now. Don't count MU out, because we saw what Kingsleven did in their innings. They had a horrendous start but turned it around. This is a nice shot.
The thing is, it's relatable, because I think that most people watching would have played at this level as well. If they played cricket at all, they would have played at this level, because there are some excellent cricketers. There's probably back home from wherever they are from originally, they've played at very high levels.
It's picked up and almost creates a run out. They sneak home in the end.
And you get international cricketers playing for their countries, and it's but then you get just average park cricketers who love the sport, and you'll see them do well, and it's fantastic to see. That's why occasionally you'll get drop catches, and then you'll get
sensational catches.
You'll get sensational catches.
I love the chaos element. I mean, partly it's the format, but yeah, it's the people playing the format. And look, I think you'll agree. You see the whole spectrum here. We've seen players that have played top-level international cricket not necessarily having an easy time at the Carter Oval. You know that as well. And you got Matt Humphries, who was playing in the ECS last year for the Ireland 11. He's playing Test cricket right now.
Yeah.
So that is the beauty of it, I think. I think that it's unpredictable. Its unpredictability is off the chart, and that is actually what makes sport entertaining. As this is hit down the field, but Simran swoops on it, make sure it's only one.
There's another stat you mentioned yesterday, which I found quite astounding, that I overheard because I was lurking briefly.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, all these players can't be outstanding, seeing we've seen 7,000 cricketers on the network.
It might be a touch under, but yeah, you're right. Maybe 6,800, but... Oh, no. Oh, yes. No run. It's the end of the third over. Pretty good power play for Kingsleven. Milan United 22 for 2 after 3. But yeah, you're exactly right. And we've seen hundreds of teams and thousands of players. So the fact that it's giving a lot of these players opportunities, even play televised cricket, that a lot of them would have never imagined. Some, that have played at a high level might have had that. And we're not even just talking televised in a way where, these days, and I think it's also a great thing that you get these one-camera streams of club games with a kind of fixed camera, sometimes with commentary, sometimes not. But I think the production value here is brilliant. And that's thanks to Swing Productions, of course.
Yeah.
But they're part of the show. Well, it is the show.
That's developed as well, because I was with one of the first the series that...
Czech Super Series.
Yeah, the Czech Super Series.
Yeah,
and it's a little bit different. I mean, I don't remember if we had a tower. I don't think so.
Originally you didn't have a tower for Czech Super Series, which was in June 2020.
Yep.
It was over 4 weekends, right? Maybe 5 weekends?
I think it was 5.
Because there was a finals weekend, right?
Yep.
And that was really early on in our domestic cricket. Kind of, it's the first time we had Spring Productions working with us, basically. And so, ECL 19 was produced by NEP, who are fantastic, but they come from doing a kind of another level of cricket. So Spring Productions, you look at where we were in 2020, where we are now. I think Switzerland, which was just after the Czech Super Series finished, I don't have an exact date on it, but I think it was sometime in June, maybe July, was the first time we had the camera in the tower in St. Gallen. Well, we'll be at St. Gallen again later on. This will be wide.
That looked really good. A lot of cameras there as well. We felt a bit robbed, I think.
It was, I think that one, it was more the fact that the main ball-by-ball camera was up and elevated, which made a big difference. But I mean, you were pretty early on, and to be honest, that was the first cricket that was announced after the lockdown, although we ended up shooting a bit of cricket before that. But yours was the first one that we had planned from an ECN point of view. We did shoot some Finnish Premier League, which is T20, which...
Oh! Ooh, don't
Does
like
he
man
appeal
cads.
here? I think he does, in which case he's out because he hasn't gone through with his action.
That's
Yeah, well, I mean, he is out. I mean, that's what you got to say. Heshan is a key player, but he hasn't gone through with his act.
I know you're a fan of it, Vinny.
I'm not saying I'm a fan. I'm saying it's lazy non-striking. I'm not saying I'm a fan of it. I don't say I like seeing it, but it's avoidable, right?
Look, I agree with you, but yeah, there was the whole thing with giving a warning. They've just hit 122. They've got a team. They've got a team in the fourth over. They're 25 for 2.
Look, to be honest, like, I don't... sometimes they're premeditated, sometimes they're not. Premeditated, sometimes they're not.
He's out.
But, yeah, he's going to be gone. He's run out, backing up.
Well, here's one for the chat. You guys decide. Because I think this is not very nice.
I think he might get called back here, you
I
know.
hope so.
I think he is. I think Jaipal's come over and he said, look, I'm going to withdraw the appeal. Either that or he's saying, well done.
He's saying, well done. Well,
look, yeah, it's one of those things. This is what I'm going to say. I'm not saying I like it, by the way. I'm not saying it. But I'm saying it's not as much of a sin from the bowler's point of view. Because knowingly or otherwise, the non-striker is gaining an advantage by leaving his crease before the... It's not like he's pretended to bowl that. That's before the arm has swung over. And so... It's as simple as holding your concentration and making sure that arm goes over.
Agreed.
And it is super easy to do. And you have to be concentrating when you're facing, but you also have to be concentrating when you're non-striker. You're a part of the game, right?
I agree with you, but I mean, it used to be that warning thing, and I never played in a game when I was playing where there was a man cat. That's happened a couple of times already in Czech cricket this year, right? I've never been a part of a game where there's a man cad, right? But when, even when there's an attempted man cad, right? He's gone.
There we go. Well, the villain of the piece here, Kanwaljot Singh, he comes from a land far away and he's playing by his own rules, but it's effective. 1 brings 2. This time he hits the stumps at the other end. And so it is going to be the 4th wicket, 26 for 4.
Yeah, no, I've heard lots of hissing and other things, and it's a nasty bit of the game.
Leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, it's like the old man yelling, "Get off my lawn." That's what it's like to me for a man cat.
But maybe you shouldn't be on their lawn. You know, I'm no matter what you said, I was going to argue the counter, right? Because there's two sides to this. I played most recently. I played for Costa del Sol in a kind of exhibition match or tour match, if you like, against the touring team about 6 months ago. And we'd had a few of these. And I said, okay, I'm non-striker. And I'm always saying, oh, you know, you should be watching and whatever. So I actually watched. It's super easy. It's super easy to watch the guy's arm go over.
Sure.
He can't trick you. He can't trick you by pretending to bowl. And then so you go when you think he's released it and then going. So really what it is, it's a concentration lapse on the non-striker.
Yeah.
And it is because of it's habit. Habit, you tend to just move out without thinking too much about it. I think you have to think about it these days. It's clear that it's going that way because there shouldn't be loopholes in laws. So do you know, I'll come back to it in a sec. 4 overs down is 26 for 4. Okay. Do you know why man-cads are considered unsportsmanlike in the first place? Right? I'll tell you why. Because in the old laws, you could actually pretend to bowl.
Yeah.
And then they would go thinking you bowled it, and then you hold on to it and you get them. Now that's really poor for me because
it was named after a player.
Vidu Mankad.
Yeah.
Ran out Bill Brown, right? So of Australia. So that is why it's got a bad rep because you used literally. It's like it's something you could pull out of your back pocket at any time, and the non-striker, you know, you have to really concentrate if you are watching the ball actually kind of come out of the hand. As the rule has been adjusted to kind of close that loophole, now you have to do it before your arm comes over to bowl. So that my contention is you've got no business being out before that point. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It's still, to me, it still does cause international incidents, and this is going to be another wicket.
You're right. And Kings 11, it's been the kind of momentum improver that they've been looking for because now they've got a 5th wicket. It's 26 for 5.
Yeah, look, there was body line, there was the whole Trevor Chappell underarm, and there's man-cads. So, anyway. But I do agree that the was it a hat trick?
I would say that. Well, there's an appeal for a hat trick here.
Did we miss it? Did we miss something? Because we were so upset at the man-cad.
Well, it's the start of a new over, right? So I'm not seeing it because.
Oh, was it a wraparound?
Is it a wraparound?
It's a wraparound hat trick.
All right.
It is Ullah Habib.
Yeah,
our
you're
first
right.
wraparound hat trick.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm excited.
All right, yeah, because Ullah Habib did take 2 wickets off the last 2 balls in the previous.
There were
exactly
2 players.
Right. I was looking for it in this game, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, he did take 2 wickets off the last 2 balls.
Yep.
So there's your wraparound hat trick.
Fantastic.
Bring it. Joe Cody helps Golden, 26 for 5, and the writing's on the wall, and not something I think Milan United supporters want to read. Yeah, so yes, I'm not saying I like it, right? But we are now at a point where we are giving batters out when they're out by a centimetre on the video, right? And it's like, well, I'm not trying to cheat. Well, cheat's a hard word because it kind of has a sense of intention about it, right? So I'm not going to say it's cheating because that's kind of casting a moral aspersion. But what it is it is gaining an advantage, right?
I do agree with you, right, with the fact that, I mean, sometimes it's ridiculous when you see players run before the ball goes, especially if they need one to win or one to tie, not necessarily in this form of cricket. I mean, I've seen it where I've been the bowler when they need a run to win or 2 runs to win, and they're off. They're halfway down the pitch, you know. And
again, I don't have a problem with that as long as it's after the ball is released.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But you need to make sure you don't leave until the ball's released, and it's partly a technique thing. I mean, we actually. Exciting as this sounds, when I was a junior and being taught in quite a high level kind of setup, we would have whole 1.5 hour to 2 hour training sessions on just running between the wickets.
Yeah.
On communication and technique. Oh, is this a little edge? It is. So Sanjeeva is the next one to go for a duck. Milan United just coming apart at the seams here. The last innings of the day, that makes it 28 for 6. Nice catch up to the stumps by Vikas Kumar. I like that because sometimes he struggled a bit with the low ones when he's keeping up to the medium paces, but he really stays low a long time there. Takes a fantastic catch.
Yeah, that was really good. Another duck, but really nice take by the keeper. And, well, the wheels are falling off for Milan United. And,
yeah. Good. Yeah, but, I mean, so...
I mean, I have...
Final thoughts?
I have... both in indoor and in outdoor cricket, because I played quite a bit of indoor as well, right? I have warned players, because they do take off, especially when they do take off. I have warned players. I've never man-catted anyone, never would want to, but it's like stay in your crease. And I'll have a chat, but guaranteed that if I performed a man-cat on someone in a club game in Sydney, I'd get a bat thrown at me.
Yeah, it's weird. See, baseball has all these unwritten rules as well. Yeah. So you know what's weird? The cricket-baseball comparisons fascinate me. So I'm going to tell you about something in baseball, which is kind of, I think, the equivalent. It's called the hidden ball trick, which is where you pretend to give the ball back to the pitcher and everyone just walks around like there's nothing going on, and then the pitcher pretends to have it and you act cool, and then as soon as the guy steps off his base, you tag him.
Yeah.
And that's all considered fair game there. And so I suppose this is what makes cricket different. But this is my final thoughts on it in a second. It's going to be a single to finish the over first, though, and Milan United, they are 29 for 6. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hu to check. And we are here in the cube. Yeah, so here's the thing. It, to me, is unfair if the non-striker doesn't have a kind of a fair way to avoid it, right? And this to me is why I don't think it's unfair. It's because it's avoidable. As a non-striker, we always taught, if you're bowling there, my bat is in my inside hand and I'm watching you. Sure. And when that arm comes over, then I can go. So batters that have the bat in the other hand, or they're just hearing the batter approach and they're kind of like wandering out, they leave themselves open. And But it's 'cause of the history.
Should you warn, or just? I mean, there was no warning there. It was just.
In my opinion, with the new law, which says you have to do it before you swing your arm over, essentially, I don't think there's an obligation to warn. In the old rules, where you could kind of deke 'em, or you could kind of fake bowling a bit, then I'd probably say yes, you should. And also in a longer form, I feel like it's more likely that you should. But this is a 10-over game. Every run's important. There's only 60 balls. You're not ruining a guy's whole day. You're just ruining his hour by getting him out.
But in a way, it's like, okay, pull your head in. You know, what are you doing? I can see that you're going, right? And I mean, there are still. It's a gentleman's sport still, and there's a politeness within the sport. You're respectful to the umpire, you're respectful to other players.
Sure.
I think that's just a little bit disrespectful.
I've said this though before. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, true.
Right, and I'll explain what I mean by that in a second. Jugmeat's rolled out 3 dots, make that 4. And what I mean is, when there's a lot of them, at least I think batters will start watching, and then we won't see them anymore.
Yeah, maybe.
Right? Because batters will start actually having to watch and realising that non-strikers are still a part of the play, and then it'll stop. Well, because you won't be able to get people that way
anymore. I like
anymore.
the whole thing with fake fielding now, because that was an issue a while ago, and now it doesn't happen. Talking about fake fielding, I mean, you're a keeper, so how many times have you...
I never did that one.
To
be honest,
the fake throw.
I agree with the... Oh, you mean in indoor cricket?
In indoor cricket.
Yeah. True. Look, but it's situational. I mean, the fake fielding is kind of drafted, and I don't know it's particularly well written at the moment, because they start thinking everything's fake fielding, such as like diving to get out of the way of a ball, and umpires are starting to over police this kind of thing. But yeah, I'll tell you what's interesting is just, obviously I'm exposed to lots of opinions because everyone's giving their opinion all the time, that the run out backing up thing is one that kind of splits people down the middle these days, right? Because we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 31 for 6. But and for me, and I'm kind of on the fence, I see both sides, right? I have big respect for the traditions as well. You see 2 Goldens and another duck. There's Hisham was run out backing up there for 10, which is certainly a flashpoint in the game. But I think that the trend is definitely towards it's legitimate.
Yeah.
So I know there's definitely really good points that you make on that side. There's good points that people who say, well, what's the difference between this rule and any other rule? You know, if you don't say to the bowler, for example, who's just over the line, the umpire doesn't go to him these days and say, hey, you're a couple of inches over the line. Can you pull it back a bit? You know. So I think you can't. If you're going to have one, you've got to have the other. Yeah. So the line's there. Cricket's going towards not really having as many judgment calls. It's more black and white, and everyone knows the rules to play by.
That's true.
It's just I feel that sentiment is now turning against non-strikers who are leaving early, because whether you know you are or you're not, you are gaining ground. Anyway, Simran's getting a bowl. He doesn't bowl that often. I think he has 1 wicket in his ECN career. But
he's having a pretty good game, so it's not a bad. He's probably going to take a hat trick, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, the day he's having, maybe he will. But this is Kings 11, just shows you how your day can go up and down and then up again. With 3 matches, it's quite a long day for the guys to be here for the whole day, like we are.
Yeah, true. But look, going back to this point, I think probably I'm probably more old school. I've been watching cricket for basically all my life, and not that I've really watched that much cricket in the last few years, because I've been stuck in the Czech Republic. I don't go out of my way to go and watch IPL. So I do watch it a bit, especially test matches, but I don't watch as much as what I used to, where you just turn on the television in Australia, there'd be cricket.
Yeah.
Right. And I reckon if you look at the old commentators, I mean, if you were to ask Richie Beno about that decision, or Tony Gregg might have agreed with it, actually, to be fair. But yeah, Bill Laurie, I think those commentators would definitely.
It's pretty close, you know.
Yeah, I
if
think
it's hit him in line, it's out. But has it hit him just outside leg?
I think it's outside leg.
But it's pretty close.
It is very close. So anyway, I think I think it depends if you're old school or not. And I think that definitely. I mean, things are changing. Lots of things that in modern society, like people on their phones all the time. I was in the middle of Milan yesterday, and everyone was on their phone.
Yeah.
There were groups of tourists in front of me. I couldn't get past because they were just. Yeah. Anyway, we'll come back to it.
This is good because we get good old man rants from Rico, so it's nice to have one from you. Anyway, we got 5 matches coming up tomorrow. Danny is going to take you through the next 3 days while I take a step away, but I will be back on Tuesday. Match 26, Cricket Stars versus Janjawesh. That'll be a good one. In fact, they're all good ones. Chiffanate have a big day, don't they, as well? They'll play 3 times, as do Cricket Stars as well. And Fresh Tropical, we'll see them a couple of times as well. Last 3 overs of the day coming up. This looks like it's out, unless he's hit it.
Mike Seal in the chat says, Mancat and when I played would have ended in a full-on fight.
If this hasn't been hit, I'm curious to know what it's missing, unless I'm going crazy in my old age. Let's have a look.
It's coming down the wicket.
In line. Hitting.
That's pretty out.
That's about as out as it gets. Maybe the bowler ran in the umpire's way. That's the only thing. Jagmeet's got a bad habit of that sometimes.
Oh, it doesn't really matter.
Gone. So he inside edges onto the stumps. No need for review there. Joe Saker, the next man to go, 36 for 7. This is what I will say as well, at a high level. If you asked a high-level cricketer, if they were to get out that way, a professional wouldn't blame the bowler, he'd blame himself because he's the one that's made the error.
Sure.
All the whole crowd and all the pundits and all the, a lot of
the old men
the
out
spectators would be saying,
The
hey,
old
that's not really as brilliant.
Yeah.
But if you, and even myself, I mean, I still approach it, I suppose, in a professional fashion if I do play, because that's kind of what gets me going. But if I was to get out that way, I wouldn't blame the bowler. I'd blame myself.
Yeah.
Maybe at the time I'd say a word or two, but when I sat down, took my pads off, I'd say, I've made an error there. And my error was leaving before I was sure that the arm had come over.
But what I think might happen is you'll get one bowler in particular who'll be noted for it. That's what they're looking for. All right? And we see it with lots of sports where one player will bend the rules to a point where it just gets so annoying where they're looking for it all the time.
Yeah.
And there's lots of things that happen where there are rule changes because of what one player exploits.
That's how rules evolve, right? Yeah, exactly.
But that's the problem, I think, possibly with Mancat, is you'll get one particular player, especially in shorter formats, who'll be noted for
every
it.
second ball.
Yeah.
And maybe his name will be Ravichandran Ashwin, for example. But again, if he's known for it, you should be expecting it as well.
Yeah.
I've just got to go to a couple of things. Mike still said, talking about no balls being called in the bowler versus wickets, saying no balls to wickets is very different. That's true, but they are probably closer together in this form of the game because no ball allowing an extra run and an extra ball in a 60-ball game compared to a longer form game.
Sure.
Actually, they're a bit close together than you think. Have a little bit of look here. I think he's already gone. He's been given on the field. Let's check it out on the replay. Thanks to Spring Production. Leave those subjects in the way. Let's have a look. Yep, no problem there. Takes it cleanly and gone. Yep. Good call by the umpire. So Milan United lose yet another. Losing a lot of wickets here at the moment. Senratna, another duck. It's 36 for 8. But yeah, it's certainly going to continue to be debated. But if you want to talk about kind of trends of where opinions are going, I think it's becoming more acceptable as a dismissal, but it's still got a fair way to go. And yeah, the game's always changing, I suppose. And these are things, like I said, it's avoidable. So high-level cricketers will be talking about these things. They will be practicing. They will have the correct technique to be watching. They will be reminding each other of these things because you don't want to get out that way.
Most high-level cricketers are in the 20s or 30s, and they probably grew up with... Mancats weren't a big thing maybe 30 years ago. But at the same time, it's something which they can expect as that's been hit towards the boundary, just a single. And but it's one of those things. It's like with mobile phones, with smartphones. Smartphones have been around since 2007.
Yeah.
But and mobile phones, I remember the first mobile phones that came out. My friends started getting mobile phones, right? and there are certain things you had to do. Firstly, if you made an arrangement to meet someone, you had to meet them.
Oh, yeah.
Because you couldn't
I
communicate
often
with
wonder
them.
how that went before mobile phones.
Oh, yeah.
Are you here? Where are you? Yeah. Andrew said he's really enjoying an old man rant.
It's not a rant.
Outside next time.
It's not a rant. It's just other things like with a
It's
map.
actually a version of Back in My Day, which is another.
Yeah,
another
yeah. No,
Back in my day.
I teach 15-year-olds.
Yeah.
So 12 to 15-year-olds, and so there are certain things that are pretty mind-blowing they don't know. That's a nice shot, I think.
Sure is. And he's found the gap as well. This is going to be 4. And so, well, Guy and Silva probably feels like he owes Kings 11 a few. And he comes down the wicket and smacks that one sideways for 4. Nice batting.
So I've got a map in my bag that I got from reception yesterday.
Mhm.
Right, not that I used it because I used my phone.
Yeah.
You give a map to a 20-year-old, most 20-year-olds are just going to go, turn it around and go, I don't know what to do
They'll be
with
saying,
this.
where's the blue dot?
Yeah,
that's
where's the blue
moving
dot?
with
Yeah,
me?
how can I scroll? Yeah.
That's true.
So-
trying to pinch it with 2 fingers to make
Yeah,
it bigger, probably.
Yeah. There are certain things that kids nowadays, certain things that have just gone away. And there's other things as well that probably from other generations that I would, we are looking at, no, it's a 4.
Clear 4 there, yeah.
I mean, there are certain things that would have been typical in other generations, like working on a car, for instance.
Mm.
You know, it would have been pretty typical of someone in the 60s to be able to work on their cars, right? I could probably do a bit of it.
Yeah.
You know, I could change oil, but nowadays, I mean, you can't really do that.
I've got to admit, I'm guilty of that one. Just a couple of final points in there. Nick's got a very good point saying that if you leave the crease at the correct time, you can still get halfway down the wicket. So you can still get a good advantage.
True.
When, if you, for example, last ball or a golden ball when you need to, you don't have to leave early to get a good advantage. It's a mis-stumping. Although the bail does go down. But how? Let's have a look. Is he out? Is it bounced off? Oh no, he's already back, I think.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, so I thought this was a bit of an opportunity.
We did see one like this a couple of days ago.
Yeah, we did. Belgium was out this way.
Yeah, he's back.
Yep. Just gets back in time. So rolls back onto the stumps. Last over the day coming up. 41 for 8. They've tried a few different options, haven't they? Good to see Jayapal getting another bowl. Bowled in the first game of the day. It's, yeah, Simranjit getting a bowl as well.
How are we going for time? I have no idea. There's no shot clock. Have we gone over?
It's the end of the ninth, so that's why the clock. I think they were fine for the clock. Simran, he's really sniffing a wicket out here, isn't he, at the moment? Anyway, Trishan Silva has really struggled to get anything going. He's 5 off 13. So last over the day. In advance, let's say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. We've loved the interaction. And please, over the weekend, because I do have 3 days off, I am going to the wedding celebration of Charles Croucher, one of our colleagues here at ECN, over the weekend. So I'll be out of here for 3 days, but I'll be back on Tuesday. So please keep Danny company in the chat. It's always nice when you've got the interaction, isn't it, Danny?
Oh, really good. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Ooh, that's an outside edge. Almost takes Vickers' head off. And it'll run away for... should have been
2.
easy 2. They make it a slightly uneasy 2.
Apart from these points which Kings 11 will get, their net run rate will be improved drastically from this game.
Yeah.
So they'll probably be ahead of Chivadate, I think, on 4 points in 6th place, if I recall well, which is a pretty good launching pad towards the finals.
It's going to be a jump.
Only 4 teams remember getting in the finals.
Yeah. So, mate, I think it creates a bit more tension through more of the group stage because there's none of this sneaking into the finals in this format. And that is done. No quarterfinals in ECS for most of this year because of the internationals, which take 2 days. And that's something we're looking forward to in just over a week's time. This time next week, probably have the French team and the Romanian team in Italy.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. And to see the Mungals, for example, for France, who bowled really, really well. Action Jackson, their live wire keeper. Maybe David Sai, the Energizer Bunny as well in the field. And so, yeah, well, it's a rough one for Milan United, but Kings 11 They did what they had to do to get the win. Last ball of the day, turned away, and well, they're going to make them hustle for it, but they'll get there. So it will be a big win in the end. It's Kings 11, 122, Milan United 46. 2 out of 3 ain't bad for Kings 11. Milan, they do get their first points, but they also lose 2 more matches. Makes it really tough for them to qualify, you feel. But yeah, ultimately, really exciting days cricket. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Like I said, Danny will be here. Thanks to everyone in the chat. Come back again tomorrow. I'll be lurking when I can. 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Every day is an exciting day, and you look at some of those matchups. Can't wait to see those teams go head-to-head. Let's have a look at the highlights of the last innings of the day. 123 required for Milan United. Worst possible start. Simran gobbled that one. He's got such a good pair of hands. There was an even better one to come. There was the heart. And, well, he's a good-looking rooster, no doubt about that. Subject came on, got nicked away. But, yeah, Milan United, ultimately, it's a case of just a slippery slope that they went down and they could never find their way back on track.
Yeah, it wasn't a great effort from Milan United, but you're right, they had the worst possible start, and that plays in your mind. This is a great catch, though. He's definitely the man of the match, Simranjit Singh.
Yeah.
And took those 2 great catches and then also scored the bulk of the runs.
Yeah, there was some hope that Milan United could put a challenge together. A bit like Kings 11 did in their innings. And Fahad Mohammed making double figures. Heshan as well. But see, you can see, that's one of those ones. I'm not even sure he premeditates this. I think he just sees him go and he's like, well, hold on, if you're going to go, I'm going to get you. There's 2 types. There's the premeditated type and there's a type where you just notice something. And you say, I see an opportunity, I'm going to take it. Anyway, that kind of set off a cascading effect of a bunch of wickets as Milan United just continued to rotate the batters against their will. Nice catch this one, I think, from Vikas Kumar. His keeping's come a long way. I like the way he kept low there. And this one was a chop on from Jayasekara. Jagmeet, he just continues to spin a web around most of the batters. Simple stumping that time for Vikas Kumar. Chaipal came on. This was a rare moment late in the piece where Milan United would have some fun. Guy and Silva with the boundary, but fairly one-sided in the end. As we look at the wonderful complex here all around the Milan cricket ground. Multi-sport complex it is. Suresh Silva went for a golden first ball of the innings. It didn't get much better than that. Fahad Mohammed 11, but couldn't quite crack run a ball pace. 10 for Heshan before he was run out backing up. And in the end, they labour to a score of only 46 for 8. As far as the bowling, it was 2 for 3. Habib gets a wraparound hat-trick, 2 for 2 for Jagmeet, including a maiden. And wickets for Subject, Jaswinder and Kamaljot. We are going to finish up really quickly because we might have had a slight technical issue here, but I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone to come back tomorrow. I'll be away, but I'll be back on Tuesday. I'll be watching though, Danny. Go to our website in the meantime, europeancricket.com. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket and you can check out all the best bits. And I'm sure we'll have quite a few highlights there today. Finally, if you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And we're heading towards 350,000 subscribers. If we get there, I don't know. We did an ice bucket challenge last year for 300,000. So you never know what we might have to do. But Danny, it's been a pleasure working with you this week. I'll be back. You're on your own for a few days, but I'll be watching. And I know that you're looking forward to seeing some really high-quality cricket. And I think probably some more close matches over the weekend.
As long as there's no man-cads, I'm fine. I won't lose it.
Well, see, I don't use the M-word anymore.
What's it called?
I try to call it run-out, backing up.
Run-out, backing up.
Because the M-word has certain connotations.
It does.
And it always ends in a long conversation, which kind of took over the second half of that game. But, yeah, a true man-cad is you got to fake bowling. It's just run-out, backing up. It's an avoidable dismissal, I have to say.
Let's stop it. Let's stop it.
Let's stop it right there because it's Friday, baby. It's Friday night, and I can't wait to see what we get up to tonight, including possible visit to all-you-can-eat sushi with the crew. So that'll definitely knock me out for 3 days anyway. I can see that it's time to go to the highlights now of the day. Big thanks to Spring Productions, the Blue Crew, players and officials, and all the helpers here at the Milan Cricket Ground. I'll see you next week, but Danny will see you tomorrow for more action right here. From everyone here at ECN and European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening and a great weekend. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night. Hasta mañana.
See you guys.
The keeper in your mind, standing just behind. Pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding